if I'm speaking, I can take this down. Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 16th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. Normally, I'm pretty quiet at the beginning. I kind of let everyone, but tonight I just wanted to read a brief statement before we begin tonight's meeting. I wanted to welcome everyone to tonight's meeting, first of all. I appreciate all of you taking time out of your busy lives to address the board. It means a lot to us. Let me start by asking a simple question. Show of hands, how many people are here tonight because of what happened at Mckinley last week? If you could just raise your hands. Okay.
Could you speak in the mic, please?
Sure, I'm sorry if I wasn't. All right, how many are here for another matter? Mask or a contract or, all right, well, thank you. Just kind of it's a visual representation of who's here for the issues that they are. Our first priority is as a board is to return to in-person instruction in a safe learning environment. And the superintendent has put a plan in place to reset the school. There's a new administration, a parent meeting last night, increased staff and security, all address the concerns that have been raised. I believe Dr. Cash's plan addresses these concerns at a high level. While there are still some finer details to be worked out, Mckinley will remain a priority for this board. While the investigation by the Buffalo Police Department is still ongoing, I want to thank the efforts of all of our local law enforcement agencies for their response and their efforts to identify and arrest two of the suspects. We want to thank the mayor and the common council for their concern and their offer of support. So where do we go from here? We need to make sure that the reset plan for McKinley is working, and I know all of us hope that it does. We expect that it will, truly. And if items need to be altered or changed, we'll do so in a timely manner. We need to take a long, hard look at the circumstances leading up to the event. The Board of Education will be directing the superintendent to conduct a study and report the findings. We will also be asking the district to revisit their school safety plans considering the present learning environment. Things are different today from when many of these plans were adopted with respect to technology and communication. There's a variety of issues that I think it's good practice that we take a look at those as well. We want Buffalo Public Schools to have the best practices in place for our district to ensure the safety of our parents, students, staff, our entire BPS family. Now, as many of you know, McKinley is a school that the people of Buffalo, north, south, east, west, were proud to send their kids to. We all have families, friends, coworkers, neighbors who attended McKinley. My own brother-in-law is along. Particularly now, the type of education provided by McKinley leads to some of the best jobs in Western New York, or a strong pathway to college or the military, whatever option is best for the student and the family. Now our job is to place McKinley back on the path to success. So thank you all very much for listening. At this point, I'd like to ask you all to rise for the...
Can I do that? All right, hold on, colleagues. Colleagues, hold on. We want to make sure I introduce. Colleagues, thank you for President Petrucci for your remarks. Colleagues, I've invited Master Sergeant Joseph Dugan and the outstanding, nationally rated and recognized McKinley JROTC to bring the color guard here this afternoon and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance and for posting of the colors. I expect that these young people who represent our students and what our work is about each day will help us to set the tone for this evening. Master Sergeant Joseph Dugan and the McKinley Color Guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Host the colors.
Ready, vote! Present on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order on. Post. Ready, ready. Forward, march.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
Master Sergeant Dugan, if you could call your troops back, as I had indicated to you, I think that this August board would like to take a photo with the great McKinley JROTC at this time. I would appreciate if you just take a moment to do that with students. Focus is on students. So come back and we'll do it right here. Board of Education, we'd like to frame a stage here and let the color guard be in front of you. I think that would be a great shot. Cameras, anyone can do the pictures. Where is, come on, do you have anything that you could do it with, sir? Color guard, if you could come back this way. Board members, sense of balance there, and then you've got a great shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Color. I was sad to learn that
I have several recognitions.
I was sad to learn that the Bennett football team was unable to be here tonight because of the conflict. However, it's my understanding that Dr. Cash has several board recognitions this evening. Dr. Cash, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Petrucci. Colleagues, I would also like to join President Petrucci and the Board of Education here with us tonight in extending our very deepest, almost hard to express appreciation for the following colleagues for their service on that unfortunate and traumatizing event that occurred last Wednesday outside of Mckinley High School. I'd like to thank Mayor Byron Brown. I'd like to thank District Attorney John Flynn. I'd like to thank Buffalo Police Commissioner Byron Lockwood, Buffalo Police Deputy Commissioner Joseph Ramaglia, the local FBI office, the Erie County Sheriff's Department, the New York State Police, the Buffalo Fire Department, all the first responders, the Buffalo Public School security officers that were at the scene, all of the teachers, all of the administrators, all of the support staff who were there on that night that we will all remember for the rest of our lives. We can't thank enough the people who were there and who were there to help and assist. We thank all the parents who were there concerned about their children. So colleagues, what I would like to do is stand and have a moment of silence for our McKinley High School community and for all of the people who have stood with us during this difficult time. Please rise. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, we have a very special recognition this evening, and I'd like to start, we have several really. I'd like to start with Miss Denora Santos, a bilingual typist at Frank Sedita School, number 30, an absolute exemplar among her peers in the district and throughout the community. And I'd like to invite our newest Associate School Superintendent for Leadership at the elementary level, our very distinguished Mr. John Gonzalez, to read the recognition. Colleagues, come to the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Cash. Thank you for allowing me to honor one of our BPS greats, Ms. Denora Santos. Principal Rafael Perez of Frank Sedita School 30 wishes that he could be here this evening, but he was unable to. So instead, he provided me some words about Ms. Santos. I was even able to speak to my own aunt and uncle about the work that Ms. Santos does in our community. You may have seen recently that Denora was recognized by Channel 7 News for her extraordinary efforts to support our BPS scholars and the Buffalo veterans. Ms. Santos is all about building communities, and many have been quoted as saying that she is selfless when it comes to helping others. She has been with Buffalo Public Schools for over 24 years, first as a teacher's aide at Hutch Tech High School, where she positively impacted the lives of many students. A graduate from Hutch Tech once told Principal Perez that if it wasn't for Ms. Santos, he's not sure if he would have graduated. Currently, she is a bilingual typist at Frank Sedita Academy School 30. She has the ability to navigate seamlessly and gracefully between answering phones, greeting visitors, addressing the needs of parents, students, and staff, and many other duties that keep the main office a well-oiled machine. Though she works as a bilingual typist at School 30, 7 days a week, I'm sorry, 5 days a week, but it probably feels like 7 days a week. Mr. Perez jokingly tells her that this is her part-time job, given everything else in which she is involved in. She also does part-time work with the Bell Center at Saturday School Academies at School 3, Arts and Crafts, and is a supervisor at the Mayor Summer Youth Program. And wait till you hear this other part of her resume. She also volunteers to help the following organizations and their members. She's a secretary of the Hispanic American Veterans Memorial. She works with the Gabriel A. Rodriguez 1928 Post. She works with the Western New York Hispanic and Puerto Rican Day Parade, the Western New York Hispanic Heritage Council, Three Kings Celebration at the Puncho Olivencia Community Center, fundraising for the community and Mayor Byron Brown, and the Close Up Washington, D.C. program of communities of Giving Legacy initiatives. She told me a bunch more that I didn't even know that I could add to this as we were sitting here waiting. When she is not helping the community, you will most likely find Ms. Santos spending time with her family, especially her grandchildren. And her family are with her here to recognize her today. She is a military mom. She is a mom of a Hutch Tech graduate, and she is a mom of a Mckinley High School graduate. She told me that her daughter loves McKinley. Dinora is a blessing to our community, and that is why we wanted to take the time to say thank you for your service to our Buffalo School scholars and to our community. Thank you. Gracias.
Let me take a breath. So I want to say thank you. I'm so proud to be here. My hashtag family, I miss you, I love you. So whatever I do with my heart. And then if I wake up in the morning, I will do it every day of my life. That's what I do. That's how God sent me here for this. That's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'd like to add another recognition this morning, just this afternoon, when I look around the audience. I think it's especially important for us to recognize our principals. Our principals are here. I see them, and they are outstanding. And so I want to recognize their service, appreciate their service, and just because you are here tonight, please stand so we can all appreciate you. Please stand for your principal. Please stand. Thank you. All right, colleagues. It is Black History Month. Damn, you want? That's why I didn't know. That's why I asked.
That's an honor. Would you like to take a picture with the board? Would you be kind enough to take a picture with the board? Yeah, thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you for making it so much. You should be next to her.
Yes, what's your parents?
Now, what school are you in?
Betty.
Eddie.
Okay, colleagues. Again, it is Black History Month in our schools, and certainly in our work here in Buffalo Public Schools, we believe that every day and all year is Black History. And so we teach it that way now. But nevertheless, this recognition, very special recognition, of Mr. Paul Woods on the occasion of his 99th birthday, February 20th, and upon receiving a congressional proclamation read into the record of the House of Representatives, Mr. Woods is the father of our esteemed Central District Board member, Ms. Paulette Woods. And so I will read the proclamation beginning with recognizing the 99th birthday of Paul Woods. Extensions of remarks. The Honorable Brian Higgins of New York in the House of Representatives. Mr. Higgins, Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible life and service of Paul Woods as he prepares to celebrate his 99th birthday on February 20th, 2022. Along with defying the average lifespan, and despite segregation, Paul Woods fought for our democracy in the Pacific theater of World War II. As we celebrate Black History Month, I think there is no better example of American courage than Buffalo's own Paul Woods. Paul Woods was born in Alabama on February 20th, 1923, in an era of racial oppression and segregation. When his father died, he and siblings were split at the gravesite among relatives. Paul Woods promised that he would raise his brother Sherman, and for the rest of his life, Daddy has been taking care of people. Paul Woods joined the segregated U.S. Army in 1941 when he was just 17 years old. He often says that a bullet knows no race, rank, or status. We were all brothers on the battlefield. The bravery of Black units overseas belied their second-class status at home and helped lead to the abolition of racial segregation in the military in 1948, as well as the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. In 2012, Paul and 30 other World War II veterans were flown to the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. 5 years later, Wish of a Lifetime sponsored a trip to Australia, where he visited the exact location of his service during World War II and was thanked by the U.S. Consul General. Today, he is the World War II coordinator for the Jesse Clipper American Legion Post 430. After helping to protect the Philippines, Paul Woods moved to Buffalo, where he worked 16 hours a day at Bethlehem Steel, to feed his growing family. From Alabama to Australia, teenage recruit to war hero, and segregated soldier to see the first black president, Paul Wood's life has spanned continents, a world war, and the fight for racial equality. The father of 15 will turn 99 on February 20th, 2022, having seen multiple children and grandchildren serve in the same military his bravery helped to desegregate. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the chance to honor Paul Woods, a longtime Western New York resident who helped free the Philippines despite enduring injustice at home. A proud member of Prince of Peace Church of God in Christ in Buffalo, and husband to the late Mary T. Woods, Paul Woods, 6'4" stature, is only dwarfed only by his impact on his family, community, and country. Let's rise in honor of Paul Woods.
I want to thank the Board of Education. Thank you, Dr. Cash, for recognizing the World War II hero that my father is. I thank God for the values that carried this country and will unite and make this country great. Married 59 years, until death do we part. He did it. Service to our country, protecting our country. Standing by and raising his kids and telling them education is the answer. All 15 of his children went to college. Several have master's degrees. And he also put his grandchildren through school, and he babysits his great-grands. So I am really thankful to have a father who has those kind of values that uphold our community. A lot of the children graduated from Buffalo Public Schools. Currently, there are several of the great-grands in Buffalo Public Schools, and this is a great school system to graduate from. And I just thank God that if we have more of those type of values and commitments, that our community would be stronger. Like he said, we're all brothers on the battlefield. My father, he can't walk very well and get around very well, or he would have been here today to thank each of you. And I thank the Honor Guard too, because he would have loved to see that. So thank you, Dr. Cash. God bless everybody.
Colleagues, one final recognition. Thank you, Ms. Woods. Board members would like to take a picture with Ms. Woods. All right, colleagues, Darlene Jasanowski, if you could come down for a brief moment. This is something outstanding, colleagues, that really warmed my spirit. School 74, where Patrick Cook is the principal. Yay! There you go. And one of the young ladies, Darlene, you can say, who designed this t-shirt. This is a t-shirt that I have to have. I have it, but it's not going to fit me. This is a 2XL, and I need maybe 3 or 4XL beyond at this time because I'm wearing coat all over. But I do think that if the board likes it, we can get the board, and then if the principals like it, we can get the principals, and then we can go on from there. But watch what this says. All right, Darlene, read it and show it.
So the words on the shirt say, celebrating Black History Month. Rosa sat so Martin could walk. Martin walked so that Obama could run. Obama ran so that our children could fly. And that, when I read that,
There you go. I might get in there. Come on.
Beautiful. And the shirt was done by Lisa Maternowski. And she made them for the second grade students at the school for Mrs. Daniels' class. And it was to remind our students who they are and where they come from during this amazing month of Black history. These are empowering and policy-changing role models, have paved the way, removed barriers, and solidified the hope for children nationwide, and especially right here in our Buffalo Public Schools. And as she said, our students can and will fly because they are students in the Buffalo Public Schools.
Colleagues, that is the board recognitions for this evening. Thank you for your attention. Colleagues, I have 4 items under my report, superintendent's update, that includes an update on the McKinley reopen plan, as well as some of the issues that I think had asked to bring an update on this evening, so we will do that. But my recommendation is to first allow the speakers a little out of order of the agenda to speak first, so that then when we go into my update, it will be responsive, I believe, to some of the speakers. That was my recommendation before you need to go on that.
First and foremost, do all board members want a t-shirt?
Yes. Oh, I love it.
All right, I will forward their listed sizes to Ms. Jasnowski. Board members, what is the will of the board? Would you like to go out of order and take the speakers before the superintendent's update? All in favor signify by saying yea. Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, we will move on to the comments from speakers. All right, thank you. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting, open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western Europe, including children. The board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that the comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission, and the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. I also got a new gavel. That being said, let me go to our first speaker on the list tonight. May Bynum, grandparent and aunt, regarding how the money is being spent. Ms. Bynum, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is May Bynum. I have been a part of different organizations throughout. Which ones? 9 mics here.
Ms. Bynum,
Use the mic, please.
I'm trying to, sir. Again, excuse me. I hope they ain't part of my 3 minutes, 30 minutes, I guess, or whatever. My name is May Bynum. Is that loud enough? Everybody hear me? Okay. I have been a part of different organizations throughout the city of Buffalo. In addition, these organizations, I am a passionate, very passionate advocate for the children and parents in the community. I am concerned about how the CARE Act funding, after school, and all other monies that's put in place into our schools and how it's being used. My concern stems from students going home half a day, older children's missing school during due to their siblings having a half a day, no school, our lack of guidance counselor, reading teachers, and mental health. Due to our students not feeling heard, I believe that student counselor and any other groups of that nature should be put back into the schools to help avoid the incident that happened at McKinley High School. The plan currently that put in place at McKinley is extremely reactive and not proactive. This, okay, and see, y'all shook me up there. This is a district, the district is doing to put a plan in place at other middle schools. That's going to be at other middle schools and high schools. There are many other programs address the extreme bullying in the classroom, online, in the bathrooms, and on the buses. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. At 21% and 25% proficiency rate in ELA and math, how is this going to get better when intensive reading teachers are being used for substitutes, or when their class teacher are losing planning time to be gym and music teachers, and our guidance counselors are being used for bus coordinators? What about our special need children who are not being offered their services? How is this helping our children do better? What? Okay, y'all got the rest of it. I made sure everybody got one.
You still have 30 seconds.
Okay. I'm wrapping it up, huh? Let's see, where I left off at. I'm gonna start at the top. What about our special needs students who are not being offered their services, and how this is helping our children do better? Why are we not offering special tutoring programs, or what are the options for daycares, after school programs, and running programs during a half a day? That was recently put in place due to the bus issues. Y'all want me to finish it or go? Okay. The days off of school or virtual days that are being sprung on parents that work and can't do both. I am extremely concerned with our students and their day-to-day performance. The pre-pandemic, and our students are behind socially and educationally. And the worst is now. It's worse now. Okay, I was talking about emotional intelligence need to be put in place.
Next, we have Valerie Acanola, parent regarding COVID.
Okay, testing. Is that good? Fair enough. My name is Valerie Alcaola. My grandbaby goes to performing arts. BPS is failing our children, and I know the system is failing miserably. To the first part, involving all of our children, I realize the pandemic has posed serious challenges to the administration, and there are no perfect options. The pandemic has made it impossible to conduct business of educating our children in the ways of the past, and has forced us to try to be creative in educating our young. Yet what I am seeing and hearing in this organization, stocked with a host of ineffective ad hoc policies that neither keep our kids safe nor promote their continued learning. And when anyone questions or proposes alternative means to meet these key objectives, they are met with authoritarian, cavalier, and punitive responses meant to maintain the status quo of ineffective ad hoc policies. In addition to hearing about this assessment has been confirmed in my own experience. The first directive and all other directives, as recently as January, per your letter, if you are sick, stay home. What if you're terrified to attend school in person? And if the children are forced to attend, how do you suppose they are able to focus and function? This ideology to meet your ad hoc policies continue to pose ongoing traumatic mental health struggles for our young people, our families, and staff. But it is not clear what the process is for assessing remote learning and or assignments if you are sick or scared. And there has been this totality at every stage. It has taken me months just to get my child on some sort of magical, elusive list, a piece of paper, to allow her to stay home and attempt to access remote learning. And now that she's on the magical list, well, the struggle is real. Fast forward to the shooting, stabbing. There are no children, or parents, or staff for that matter, that are rushing to return to school. Remote learning should be an option and a choice. And lastly, we need to cash out. Hashtag cash out. We are being bamboozled, hoodwinked by a masterful hand and arm flailing MacGuffin. Just for a point, the exchange of the new principal, that was already in the works. You have failed us. You need to move on.
Thank you for your comments. Pauline Guzzo, grandparent regarding bullying. Ms. Guzzo? The floor is yours.
Thank you for letting me come to speak to you about bullying. Thank you so much, hon. And its negative impact on our youth. Bullying not only has a negative impact on the learning process, but can also cause anxiety, depression, and feelings of defeat, and loneliness, sometimes even thoughts of suicide. These effects often last a lifetime. When a child reaches out to someone in leadership for help because they are being bullied, this indicates they're people that they trust. If that trust is broken, it may cause the victim to have lifelong trust issues, lack of respect for persons in authority. Anyone in a position to address cases of bullying and prevention of future attacks, yet chooses not to do so, has failed the victim and shares responsibility for any personal or emotional damage it has taken. That said, the issue of bullying needs to be addressed on multiple levels. First, administration and guidance staff must meet with parents of the bully to discuss reasons for this behavior, whether it be medical or mental issues. Is there something at home that is giving this child a struggle? Are they being bullied in their neighborhoods? Children are not born with aggression. It's something that's learned. Those who are being bullied have to be reassured the problem is not with them, that the bully has issues of their own and they need help. It is essential all victims are given the personalized support they so desperately need. Third, parents who report these incidences of bullying to school administration should never be told that the accounts are more allegations. Instead, they must feel confident the issue will be addressed. Can I just finish this last paragraph? Thank you. And resolved without bias. In closing, while it is important for schools to have a non-bullying policy in place, that policy is useless if it is not equally enforced for all students by administration. No parent should ever be concerned with their child's well-being and safety, and no child should feel unsafe while they're in school. I thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Guzzle, for your comments. Lisa Miller is up next, a parent regarding CLRI, CRT, and COVID restrictions. Ms. Miller, the floor is yours.
Okay, wait, can you hear me? So my name's Lisa Miller. I'm a mother of 3 residing in Buffalo with no school choice. I only have 3 minutes to address my concerns to the group, which isn't fair. It's my opinion that Kreiner Cash has failed at his job, and I'd like to ask the Board of Education to demand his resignation or fire him. His policies have plagued and hurt our students in so many ways, and now we have a surging mental health crisis on our youth. I'd like to inform you that we, the parents, do not want nor consent to mental health treatment in schools on our kids. The records will follow them for life when they want to get loans to buy a house and get jobs and things like that. Closed schools, canceled exams, and the ceasing of programs has led to eating disorders and suicide amongst kids. Propaganda has caused an increase in anxiety, which has led to friendships being broken and more. If you're 100 years old, 2 years is only 2% of your life, but if you're 2 years old, it's 100% of your life. And these unscientific policies that have been put in place unnecessarily, well, they have been put in place unnecessarily, and they significantly caused harm on our kids. Special needs kids have regressed. The deaf have been unable to participate. Kids have chewed through their masks. Our children bore the brunt of this pandemic, while our countless elected officials have refused to follow their own mask rules. The warnings on boxes of masks say that they're ineffective. The CDC says that they're ineffective. All meetings I've attended, I've asked for a reason why we must wear them, and you guys have yet to give them to me. The reopening plan that I printed out for Kreiner Cash, promoting CLRI amongst CRT and other policies, they don't promote equality amongst our students. And we parents, we're not the enemy. We want to support you guys, and we're not the enemy. I don't know. Well, actually, I still have time. Okay, so. Yeah, we don't want mental health done on our kids in schools. I don't know. I thought this meeting was tomorrow. There's not good transparency with the meetings. The town hall meeting was the one that was promoted on the BPS Facebook page, and that's tomorrow. So I didn't have my my thing totally prepared, but I think we need to unmask our children. Stacey Abrams doesn't wear masks, Gavin Newsom, or all them not wearing masks.
Thank you for your address, Ms. Miller. Mark Bruno, teacher, parent, concerned citizen regarding school safety, and Lori Bruno's cousin.
Good evening, Dr. Cash, distinguished members of the Board of Education, and to all of my BPS family. My name is Mark Bruno. I've been a teacher in Buffalo for 20 years. I also have a 4-year-old who started pre-K in Buffalo this year, and his teachers are the most wonderful teachers you can imagine. I'm so very thankful to them. And I've lived in Buffalo my whole adult life, and now my son is attending a Buffalo public school, so I do believe in the Buffalo public schools. Riverside has had a rough few weeks. One of our students was murdered a few weeks ago outside of school over Facebook. It's so tragic. We had armed intruders that were not students try to enter the building with a knife on February 2nd. The same day as the Mckinley shooting and stabbing, we had a huge brawl at dismissal inside of the school building. And I blame the people who are involved in the acts of violence. I'm not blaming anyone in this room, but it's all on us on how we handle it moving forward. And that's really what the conversation, has to focus on. We need to improve communication between staff, teachers, and the people in this room. I would really like to see associate superintendents, which we have, fantastic associate superintendents, and members of the board meet with staffs, of the schools they represent, the entire staff, once or twice a year at least. What's working, what's not working, what can we do to help you? I think that would go a long way. If you saw the fight footage of the fight that happened on February 9th, I think you would be horrified. It involved so many students. Our Principal Jones, and our Associate Superintendent David Hills were in the middle of the melee, breaking up the fight, and I thank them so much for everything they do. But they are breaking up the fights. I really feel the board and the superintendent should have to view the fights. We'll break them up, but I think you should see the severity of them. And also, I have to request that the video footage be preserved. I don't understand that. Video footage of any physical altercations or fights should be preserved for at least a year. So that we need a policy on the cameras for sure, because I don't think one exists. And lastly, and very quickly, we need a state-of-the-art alternative school. There's about 10% of students in a lot of our schools who are they just need help, but they need to be removed from their home school. And this state-of-the-art alternative school, you need school counselors, psychologists, lots of help there. And students go to math, but then they go to anger management. They go to science, then they go to trauma-informed care. And they could get the help they need before their return to our buildings and keep causing problems. This is something we can work on together, and I hope we do. Thank you so much for your time.
Regarding violence intervention.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kay Taylor from the Youth Organization and Stop the Violence Coalition. I just want to first and foremost thank you for having us to speak this evening and sharing our deepest sadness, the incident that took place at McKinley High School. I just wanted to share some of the things that we've done in the past as far as violence intervention. We worked with the Board of Education once in the past, and Our mission statement, basically, the youth organization, Stop the Violence Coalition, we have worked diligently to devise programs educating our children by using life skills, moral reasoning, nonviolence, and drug-free alternatives to handling the stresses they face each and every day. Our organization introduced the Stop the Violence Peace Tour within the schools, and we received a tremendous amount of positive feedback from the students and the faculty and staff. Basically, since then, we have created a variety of violence bully intervention programs to suit the needs of each and every school that we work with. Our mission was always to restore hope to the children and their families and provide them with a safer environment that they can depend on within their community, in which we were the community. And at our time of doing that, we always functioned with the children, spoke with them, because when one hurts, we all hurt. When something like this happens in our community, it's not just one family, it's all of our families. And, you know, our heart just goes out to each and every one, basically, that was involved. Our programs, once again, we always use three major components: a professional speaker series, real life experiences with violence and bullying, also interacting performances with live entertainment for the children. They always look forward to our programs and going into the schools with it. We weren't able to touch bases with each and every school in the past. However, we always got, you didn't come to our schools, you went to other schools, but you didn't come to our schools, so they always looked forward to seeing familiar faces, community faces, you know, look forward to and respect it. And we respect one another, we respect our children as well as they respected us. And with that being said, I will leave a brochure of our mission statement with you, the Board of Ed, and hopefully in the near future we'll be able to work together, you know, and bridge the right gap of communication with our children. There you go. Okay, and with that being said, thank you so much once again for having us to speak. Brother Six.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next we have Marie Holman, community leader regarding violence intervention, followed by Neil Lang, a concerned citizen regarding Bennett High School. Marie Holman, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Oh, I gotta raise this mic up, huh? I got it. I know how to do it. Yeah. That's the highest go. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. This way. Well, I'll bend down. Good evening, everyone. To God be the glory first. To God be the glory first. Amen. So I came here today. I'm the executive director of Stop the Violence Coalition and Western New York Peacemakers Leadership. But I came here today to not bash anyone today. Usually most of the time I come up and I'm talking to the board and I come higher. Today I come today to say thank you to the board, to the staff, to everyone that's here that's working on a solution for what's going on in our city. So on that note, I want all of us to stand and give praises to Buffalo for standing up for what's right in our community, because you don't know how many homicides I've been to, over 500 homicides. So I think someone needs to stand up here today and say that we're trying to make this work, and this board is trying to make it work, and this community is trying to make it work, and Dr. Cash is trying to make it work. So we can't always keep going this way. It's been days that I want to cry when I'm standing in front of a casket of a young man or young lady that's been killed in the city of Buffalo. You have heard our programs. We're not knocking no one's program. We have other programs as well. But we want to be honest today and let you know that if we don't do something now, it's going to happen again on our watch. So I say to you today, stop finding reasons to go after people. If you believe in God, then your God will not want you to fire anybody. That's hypocritical. We can't be hypocrites in what we're doing out here. Stop the Violence Coalition been around since 2004. At that moment, we tried to get Rocco Dino out of office, and we went at him because homicides wasn't being solved in the city of Buffalo. Right now, we have an epidemic of culture differences coming together. We're not looking at this thing for gains. We got to look at different cultures and how they fight, how they carry guns, how they carry knives. It's different. COVID has set us back. Kids have came to school that was probably in the 8th or 7th grade and jumped up into high school. We know nothing about them. So it's on us to make it work, and I'm going to yield for my time for Mr. Keith James to talk about Buck.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to speak briefly in regards to Stop the Violence initiative that we have going on that we launched. It's called Buck, Building Unity in the Community Through Opportunity. And our mission for Buck is to collaborate, develop, motivate, encourage, and inspire. Our goal is to empower the underserved community through training and to drive positive change for our youth in this society, building scalable goals, using manageable daily living, then advancing to business entrepreneur enterprising. Our quest is to teach life-essential survival skills, entrepreneurship leadership, strategy, venture financing, and startup skills by using community partnership. Community partnership, that's a real big thing because it's all about us uniting together. And I just want to read a passage before in closing. It comes from the book of, it comes from the book of, I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second, please. I'm really sorry. Comes from the book of Romans. For just as each of us has one body with many members, and these members do not all have the same function, so in Christ, we, through many, form one body, and each member belongs to all the others. From Galatians, carry each other's burden, and in this way, we will fulfill the laws of Christ. And this is about unity. This is about us as a community coming together, working to solve the issue of our kids dying in the streets. Thank you. And thank you. I want to one more shout out. I want to thank MST because we've been working diligently with that school, and the programs that they have running out of there are amazing. So thank you for that.
Mr. Neil Lennon, concerned citizen regarding Bennett High School, followed by Jen Castro, a parent, regarding the lack of attention to violence and bullying. Mr. Lang, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. I'm Neil Lang, Vice President of the Bennett Alumni Association. We have been working since 2013 to ensure quality education for Buffalo students on the Bennett campus. We have followed the agreed-upon procedures for our concerns, but we are frustrated by the lack of attention to our issue. The campus is growing from housing one school to 3 schools, and enrollments from 530 to 920 currently. The building is state education rated for 875 students total. We are clearly over capacity and out of compliance. The graduation rate at Lewis J. Bennett is 89.6%, surpassing the district rate of just about 79% and the state graduation rate of 86%. Over 915 students applied for admission to Bennett this year. Sadly, only 112 ninth grade students could take advantage of the exceptional programs because there is no space. Bennett's graduation rate, record of success, and the P-TECH grant puts it in a position to compete for applicants from charter and private schools. In fact, since the beginning of January, 3 students from the prestigious Canisius High School have transferred to open seats created by students who moved out of our district. Our current space limitations make it difficult to impossible for Bennett to compete for non-public school students. It's time to advertise ourselves as the desirable choice we have become. The early vision for Bennett has come to fruition. It is time to expand the model. Before we prepare to establish new high schools in a district where space is already limited, we question why we are not first finding adequate space for the 3 proven high schools. We need to be on your big board. Imagine 3 high schools with multiple bell schedules, sharing 1 gymnasium, 1 cafeteria, 1 auditorium, and 1 library. Not having adequate access to these shared spaces deeply impacts the student experience. For example, due to having 1 gym and multiple teams within the building, students may have to go home and return at a 7 p.m. practice or are forced to travel to off-campus facilities. These are clearly safety concerns. Safe schools are built on personal relationships. Staff know their own students and could not possibly be expected to know 2 other student bodies. This often leads to a situation where the staff member does not know the student well enough to intervene effectively. Middle early college clearly needs to be near ECC. Lewis J. Bennett clearly needs space. A resolution has been sought for these past 6 years, but nothing has changed except the growing popularity of our innovative technology program. We need action now to move middle early college to another place for the opening of school in September 2022. Thank you. And I have copies.
Mr. Lang, Jenny Castro, parent, regarding lack of attention to violence and bullying, followed by Gary Swain. Is Ms. Castro here? No. Mr. Swain, other union group regarding raises for custodians, followed by Kamal Fields, concerned citizen regarding Bennett. Mr. Swain, the microphone's yours.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Thank you, board members. I would like you to consider the irreparable damage your decisions are causing the Buffalo school custodians. The custodians have been working every day to keep the school buildings clean and safe right through this pandemic. For over a decade, these essential workers have come to work every day without any raises in pay or increases to retirement benefits. This has gone on long enough. We have endured the district's relentless 12-year attack on the welfare of our members and the school engineers. We have suffered the loss of over $13.1 million in missing wages and another $3.8 million in pension benefits that could have been paid. Since 2008, the Buffalo school engineers have been working under the same agreement with no increases in pay and no increases in the allotment to take care of the daily needs of the school buildings. I am sure if you ask the Buffalo teachers about staffing issues at the schools, they will say that there is never enough and things are deteriorating daily, which makes perfect sense when you consider that the Buffalo School Board and the superintendent have been trying to starve out the school engineers for a good number of years. At the same time, padding their budget off the back of our neighbors, I mean the school custodians. Dr. Cash was quoted as saying the district is in the best financial condition ever, with fund balance increasing to $312 million. That was right out of the Buffalo News. So I guess we know where nearly $17 million of it came from. It came from the pockets of the lowest paid employees in the school system. It came from the pockets of the school custodians. You remember them. They're our neighbors, our essential workers, our friends and family. They put their welfare on the line every day for you, for our children, and for our teachers. Shame on you for playing this game. Shame on you for taking so much from those whose job it is to watch over our children's safety and to keep our buildings clean, warm, and safe. I say again, shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Kamal Fields, concerned citizen regarding Bennett, followed by Will Green. concerned citizen regarding after-school program. Mr. Fields? All right, thank you. Will Green, concerned citizen regarding after-school programming. Something I know that he's a strong advocate for. Followed by Pastor Kenny Simmons regarding youth and recreation coordination strategy with BPS attendance.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. So it's been about 100 days since I first requested for serious consideration to start after-school programming. Initially, I asked to be a part of the Transportation Committee, didn't receive a seat. Transportation Committee disbanded. Today, I'm just going to read some letters from students, and I'll make my request again. Like now, we're at the point where it's almost March. We know next week Buffalo Public Schools is on break. So we're really looking at, if we do start, it's going to be in March. We got March, April, May, June for the supports of after school. And I want to make it known that a lot of the things that people are requesting in this meeting to address academic support, social emotional need, nutritional need, are all accessed through after school. The funding is here. Can we please get a task force with a member from the board, a member from the president's cabinet, or excuse me, the superintendent's cabinet, along with agencies to plan for in-person after-school programming, please? I miss doing art projects. I used to color and do projects. We played soccer. I love playing soccer. I played with my friends. We had so much fun. I miss after school. I used to color and do projects. We played, oh, sorry, same one. I went to after school because I love art, because it's fun, and because I get to see my friends and get to see teachers. I get to go to recess. I get to play with my friends. I miss dancing. Remember, they come to school and we need them to get in line, to sit down, to pay attention to the lesson, to get up, go to lunch, come back to the class, pay attention to the lesson. Maybe you get a special, and then we ship them off back home where they don't have the supports and access to their friends to play in a positive manner. Social emotional development has a lot to do with how kids interact in society, how they deal with frustration. Dear after school, please come back. I want to play soccer. I got a lot of them. I want to do fun activities. I like the old times. Please come back. I want to play soccer with my friends and see my soccer coach. Positive relationships with adults, and do fun activities in the after school program. So before my time is up, we also have a number of requests from teachers, administrators. I just read this last letter. Why after school program needs to begin at school. I don't want to identify anybody. Especially during the time of COVID-19 pandemic, after school programs like the one at this school provides to our school community are crucial for our youth. After school programs support social, emotional, and academic development, reduce risky behaviors like gang involvement, promote physical health, and provide a safe, supportive, and nurturing environment for children. The need for such a program that provides such supports is higher than ever today. As a teacher, I am sadly seeing the negative effects of the pandemic on our children on a daily basis, and they are pleading for an outlet like after school where they are able to safely interact with their peers and mentors within the activities and programs the after school program provides.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I would just like to say, as someone whose children were in an after-school program, I know that it's very helpful to my family. The ability to pick up my children later after the program really helped. Next, we have Pastor Kenny Simmons regarding youth and recreation, regarding coordination and strategies with BPS and families, followed by Dakari Singletary, concerned citizen, regarding proactive versus reactive. Pastor Simmons, are you in the audience? Thank you. Dakari Singletary? No. Melissa Archer, concerned citizen. Ms. Archer would like to speak about how we are supporting families and students after the tragedy at Mckinley. Followed by Sam Radford, McKinley grandparent, regarding McKinley as well.
Board President, I take the privilege to talk about the after-school program. I want to thank our custodians for all these. They do an excellent job. Every time I go to school, I ask to see the custodians. So we truly do appreciate the custodians. Make no mistake about that. And I just want to let them know that they all we appreciate it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ms. Archer, please.
Thank you. I want to thank the board for allowing this forum. This is my first type of forum to be in like this, but I want to thank you for allowing this. On the Buffalo Public School website, there's a statement that says, putting children and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. I grew up in Buffalo and attended Buffalo Public Schools. Obviously, I am grown now and recently became a psychiatric NP. So very, very aware of the mental health and how important it is for overall health. I am a product of the Buffalo Public School and was able to learn and thrive in a safe environment. Obviously, these are different times. The astonishment, grief, sadness, and anger I and everyone I have chatted with is immeasurable. I would gather it is nowhere near what the children, parents, and staff at McKinley and other BPS schools must feel right now. How are the children supposed to learn and thrive in this environment? How are the parents supposed to feel assured that when they send their kids off that they won't be traumatized in school? How are staff supposed to teach, feed, clean for our children in this type of environment? In the triad of children, parents, and faculty, the child has the least power and control of their environment at home and school. However, they suffer the most. It is not fair, it is not right. I understand there are layers of things that need to be addressed, but right now, the physical, mental, and emotional safety of students, families, and staff is priority. Parents have to do their part, that is true, and the school has to do theirs. At this time, I am addressing the board, so I'm talking about the school. What has and will be done to provide psychological and emotional support to students, the parents, and the staff that you serve? I say serve because without the students, there would be no facilities nor staff. How are they being honored by making sure they are getting what they need during this time? I know mental health organizations are embedded in the schools. Board members in the burgundy folders, there are additional supportive, free, emotional, and mental health resources I hope that you provide for your schools, your administrators, and for these families. They deserve the best. This does not go on in private schools. This does not go on in suburban schools. And the amount of money that parents pay for private schools, that's how much you guys get for each student. I don't understand what the problem is.
Next, we have Sam Radford. Sam, I know I owe you a call back. McKinley grandparent regarding McKinley, followed by Jessica Bauer-Walker, parent regarding healing. Mr. Radford, the floor is yours.
Good evening, board members. Just before I start my comments, I do want to say, yesterday I called, I was told I was speaker number 20. I've been moved up on the list some kind of way. I'm just curious as to how that happened. Because I also, yesterday, when I called, I said I'm speaking about McKinley Civil War. I got a call from Dr. Carestes, who asked me to, what I, as a professional courtesy, consider changing the title of what I was going to speak about. And I told him I would consider it. But then after he told me further that his concern was about how it would appear in the record, I thought that, no, that's exactly what I wanted to say. But somebody changed it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious as to why it wasn't put in there the way I stated it. And that's important because it It's important because it relates to what I'm saying. You can start the time now. It relates to what I'm going to say now. Number one, our children are watching. And in this moment, more than ever, we need to have a unified front. We need to come together and make sure everybody is working together so our children know that we are focused on them and meeting their needs. I'm concerned because when I listen to union leaders calling for investigations, I'm listening to other people talking about the issues that are going on that are not pulling us together in the best interest of children, is because people don't feel listened to. And so I'm saying to you as board members, right now, we need you to focus on making sure people are listened to. Because I'm telling you, as a parent leader, we get calls every day because the district is not responsive to the parent voice in real terms. There's no reason for somebody to call us, and you know, because we send you the letters, we send you the documentation, because they are not responding. The system currently don't work in terms of being responsive, so people feel like they ain't heard, so they come to us because they know we're gonna fight for them till their voice is heard. But we can't live like that. We have to structure the system to make sure it's responding and people feel heard. Our children don't feel heard. The situation we got over Mckinley, a young lady was sexually assaulted. We had to bring that happened. We brought that up twice before. It happened twice before it was responded to. That's what we can't continue to be in a situation where we're reacting to what's going on. We're not proactively looking at the fact that we are not hearing our children. We are not hearing our parents. We heard the young lady who used to be the school board rep. She said she sat here last year and the school board was preoccupied with controlling her narrative. They didn't want to hear her authentic voice. They kept trying to control what was being seen. Dr. Caresti's asking me to change what I put down there. I'm a parent. That's what I wanted to say. I don't need him to call me to ask me to say something different. I'm a grown man. I've been in this station for a long time. I don't need nobody to give me, ask for a professional courtesy about how I articulate. I'm pretty good at that. And so here's the point. We need leadership right now. That's your responsibility right now. We need unifying leadership right now. And if you look at what's going on, that's not what's happening. We need to pivot, make the adjustment. Because listen, real terms, we want to be part of that. Because we are listening to our children every day. We know what they're saying. We listen to our parents. We know what they're saying. What I'm saying is it's not being heard. So the adjustment has to be towards how we listen and hear what they're saying and being responsive to what this community and these children are saying to us. And our children are watching what we do. Thank you.
Pastor James Giles, Peacemakers, new programs being coordinated with BPS neighborhood groups. Is Pastor Giles here? Bishop Gelsey, concerned citizen regarding homicide and violence. Is Bishop Gelsey here? Thank you very much. It's going to. I'm sorry, Pastor Giles. I didn't recognize you. It's that mask that's throwing me off. That's all right. Followed by Bishop Gelsey, concerned citizen regarding homicide and violence.
I take care of my mother. She's 88 years old. She sees me twice a day. Make sure she eats. Make sure she takes her medicine. Have to be very careful.
I'd like to thank the board for allowing Pastor Tim Newkirk of GYC Ministries and the CAC Community Action Coalition of Western New York here, along with Pastor James Giles of Back to Basics and the Peacemaker and all the umbrella ministries that's under him. I just want to say, as a collective effort, Buffalo is the second largest city in New York State. It's a growing city because of the millennials that are coming back and all of the entrepreneurs and professionals that are coming back. With all the things that are happening in this big city of ours, I believe that if we could stick together and allow organizations such as ourselves to work with the board, work with Superintendent Cash, and anybody else that has a community organization that are dealing with the atrocities of our youth, then we can do our part and allow you guys to do your leadership part. That's why I'm here. You might don't know who I am in this room, but you ask any kid or you ask anybody in the Buffalo community who Pastor Tim Newkirk is, and they will tell you, oh, we know him, we can relate to him. So I'm here to add a service to you and all of you, because that's what the Community Action Coalition does. We work together with anyone who is dealing with the issues that concerns our youth and our young people. And I just like to thank you guys for even putting it out there and allowing people like our organization to come and grab an arm and lock arms with you guys. Thank you. God bless you.
All the ministers together on one side seat. Bishop Gelson or Pastor Giles, I don't know who wants to go first. Why don't you go first? You're standing. Bishop Gelson, I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bishop F.A. Gelsey. I pastor a church in Buffalo called One in Christ. I'm also the founder of Community Solution Foundation here in the city of Buffalo, 501c3 organization. We solve problems in the community. I just had a couple of things I wanted to say. When it feeds on Mckinley and other schools that's going through this violence, violence in our schools is not the fault of anyone here. It's not the fault of anyone here. The violence in the inner cities of America, and I say the inner cities of America, not just Buffalo, has been going on for the past 15 years or more. My son was murdered in 2011, right here in Buffalo. Our kids are being educated unknowingly to be perpetrators of homicide, and I say it unknowingly. They don't even know it. And parents definitely don't know. To combat this, one of the things we need to do is make them aware of what's happening to them. They got 2 kids just got arrested for homicides. So they're 30 years old. Somebody say, well, they ain't kids. 15 years ago, they was 15. The ones that's 15 now, is 10 now, 10 years from now, he'll be 20, and he'll be out there. To combat this, we need to make them aware of what's happening to them. We need to educate to prevent. One of the things we do is homicide, education, and prevention. If there is someone to blame, we need to blame the music industry. We need to blame social media, TikTok. We need to blame all those social medias. We need to blame NRA. I know y'all want to carry your guns, but we need to blame NRA. And we need to blame the gun dealers. It falls on us if we know this and don't do anything about it. That's when it's our blame then. Remington Arms is a gun manufacturer, just settled a lawsuit for the Sandy Hook's families. They just won a lawsuit for the AR-15 that went in that school and shot those kids. They won that. We can go against the gun dealers. They did something. The people in Sandy Hooks, they did something, and they're still doing something. The parents need to be educated because they don't have the slightest idea what's going on with their kids. So we blame it on each other. We can stop this. Let's do something. Let's educate the youth and educate the parents. Last but not least, let's sue the real culprits, the music industry, social media, NRA, and gun dealers. And one more thing I want to read here. This is something that happened about 8 years ago, and I've been doing this since 2012. Thousands of people in Parkland, Florida. You remember the murder thing happened in Parkland, Florida? Thousands of people in Parkland, Florida have just signed a petition to stop a new active shooter video game called Active Shooter. The game player chooses between a role of being SWAT team members or an active shooter who hunts and destroys kids in the school. That's a video game. They fought against that and they won. We can do something. But we need to educate these youth, first of all, and let them know what's happening to them. Unknowingly, they're being educated to be perpetrators of homicide, and they don't even know it. 10 years old, 7 years old.
Your comments were so brief, I wasn't sure if that was an introduction or if that was your entire speech.
No, I was going to go last. I intentionally told him. I really want to kind of wrap something up. So I've been doing this work since 1975. I got children. Christian Porter's 14 years old. Ray Patterson, 14 years old. Keon Littlejohn, 15 years old. Ronnie Scott, 16 years old. Aaron James, 17 years old. And I can keep naming them for my next 2 minutes. These were teenagers that died on our city streets, that went to these public schools here in Buffalo. So what I'm saying, and I can blame everybody from the president to the Congress, from the governor to the county executive to the mayor to the superintendent to every individual board member to every teacher. Because here's our problem. We have not been good examples for them. We fight, we argue, we blame, we point fingers, we shout at each other. We have not been very good examples. So, but that being said, here's the best thing about us. When our back's against the wall, then we come together like no other group of people. And this is what we're doing in response to Mckinley. Mckinley just happens to be the tipping point of some of the problems. Had a young man beat till he was unconscious today, right outside down the street from Bennett. One of the Bennett attendants, the lady that observed this, called me on the phone and told me this. So we have a problem, but here's how it's going to be worked out. I have sat down with our superintendent. I have sat down with his staff, and I have sat down and listened and talked to many of you that sit on this board. And my heart goes out to you and the challenges that each of you have. Our children are not easily managed. They have been traumatized, they have been abused, they have been misused, they have been kicked around, they have been left and neglected, dejected, rejected. So this is what's attending to your school in your classroom. They're angry, they're frustrated. I'm a counselor, and I've been one for 30 years. And 100 parents bring their child to sit in front of me as if I'm some miracle worker. But I listen to them to understand what's motivating them, not only to feel the way that they do, but what's motivating them to act the way that they do. We have developed a very comprehensive program to address this issue, and the superintendent was magnanimous enough and urgent enough to make it citywide. Not just Mckinley, but IPREP and MST and Burgard and Emerson and Riverside and South Park. All of these schools are impacted by some of these issues that we're having inside the schools. So we decided to do this. I'm not going to listen to people that counsel in division. I'm not going to listen to people that want to blame everybody. I want to listen to the person that said, what do I need to do to work with my opposition? What do I need to do for the welfare of our children? And this is how this man approached me. I don't care what it is you may feel about, but that's how he approached me. What is it going to take for us to do to solve this issue? And I have 35 members that have dedicated and pledged themselves to the Buffalo Public Schools to help to each of you to solve this problem. I met a wise man today, Mustafa, over at Mckinley. And listen, I want to say this before I leave. I walked through Mckinley today. McKinley is probably one of the best institutions that I've been through, I've ever seen in the last 20 high schools, and I've been in other nations. They offer so much for our students. There's no reason for our students to be angry or frustrated because there's so much going on in that school for our children to succeed. The problem is we have to set better examples as adults and caring parents and administrators. We have to stop arguing and fighting and fussing. When we do that, because we become hypocrites, how can I tell this boy, listen, man, work something out. You got to resolve that issue, man. Don't hurt each other. How can I say that when he said, they do it? They do it all the time, Pastor. You don't see them when you're not here. How can I win that? We have to be better in terms of how we regard each other. When that happens, then we're going to win this. And our school is going to be safe.
Thank you, Dr. Giles. Next, we have up Jacqueline Bonsalakis, concerned citizen, regarding homicide awareness, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name.
You said it properly. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity and for everyone that stayed. I also want to thank Pastor Gilsey for tasking me with the assignment on doing some research on the Board of Education website for the data, to collaborate hopefully with the Homicide Education Program through Community Solutions Foundation. What I noticed was that when I did my research, Mckinley was on the top of that, and this was back in November, December when he asked me to look at the numbers. If we had this program in before, I'm not saying that those events would not have happened, but we would have been educating them, making them self-aware, teaching them about peer pressure, teaching them about social media, having conversations about what's concerning them. Possible triggers was causing them to think this way, act this way, talk this way, walk this way. So, with that being said, I am not a parent of a student here, but I care enough to come here, and I care enough about the homicide education program. I've worked in and out with this. I've seen the successes. I've seen the disappointments. I don't want this to be another disappointment. I want this to be something that people look up to, not only in the city of Buffalo, but in the surrounding areas and in other states and the country, for this to be something that's recognized and that he could be, so this program could be applauded for its efforts in curbing homicide. With that being said, I think what everyone has touched here, many people are still here because of the violence. And I believe in all my heart, by watching this program through the last 10 years, is that this is a solution. And I'm hoping that you guys vote to fund this program and to understand that the people that are going to be there are people that really care and not just fluff stuff, nothing like that. It's going to be hard conversations, but conversations that the children need to hear, as well as the staff and everybody. And I want everyone to, when you see these programs open up, to have the staff encourage it, regardless if they listen to the hip hop stuff when they get in the car. They need to just provide, not protection, but provide encouragement and put their thoughts aside just for that time being, so that the program can be a success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Lydia Gelsey, concerned citizen, dealing with homicide issues and violence. Okay. All right. Okay. That sounds. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rob Boreanaz, representing the Buffalo Council of School Administrators. I just wanted to make a note for the record that President Crystal Barton's in the hospital presently. We wish her well, and we are allowing her representative to speak this evening.
Thank you. The Buffalo Council of Supervisors and Administrators, President Crystal Barton, has asked me to present this evening. My name is Robert Boreanaz. The BCSA represents approximately 250 principals, assistant principals, and administrators within the Buffalo Public Schools. First, the BCSA and its members would like to express our sincere and deepest thoughts and prayers for our colleague, School Security Officer Bradley Walker, and the injured student of McKinley High School. It is also our hope that the young individuals responsible for these violent acts last week find guidance, support, remorse, and peace. While the events of last week at McKinley were very violent, there have, as you have heard today, been other dangerous events in our schools, too many. In January, a 15-year-old was found with a loaded gun in one of our schools. Too many students and too many colleagues have been injured on our campuses due to violence. I've heard it stated that we were lucky that the events of last Wednesday at McKinley did not turn out more tragic. Our students deserve more than luck. The principals and administrators are the leaders of our amazing schools in Buffalo. We greet our students every morning. We interact with them all day long, every day, and then we see them off at the end of the school day or programming. We know our students. We know the issues and the community needs of our schools. Yet on this issue of security within these buildings, we as principals do not feel that our voice is valued by the district. As leaders, we accept responsibility that we can do better to create a safe environment for all of those young people that grow and learn in our school buildings. Over the past few years, the BCSA has advocated for improved security within our buildings. Last March, and again this past October, the BCSA has informed the superintendent and his administration of the need for improved security within our buildings. We have urged the superintendent and his administration to provide at least one security officer in every single school building within the district. We have suggested that the superintendent arrange for additional SROs. The BCSA suggested an increase in the number of security officers on those campuses with large student populations or with 611 or 511 learning settings. While the response the BCSA received from the administration was a willingness to further discuss the issues, we were dealt with the usual resistance of funding and a lack of people to carry out these necessary things. In addition, earlier this year, the lack of working walkie-talkies in many buildings was brought to this administration's attention. Many of our buildings do not have fully functioning PA systems. And imagine an effort to try and lock down a school because of an emergency without fully functioning PA systems in our buildings.
Are we close, Mr. Boreanaz?
Yes. Many buildings do not have functioning security cameras. Many buildings have entryways where swipe cards are not working. Tickets or work orders have been submitted to administration, but the response has been slow. These schools do not have security officers. They should have them. We recall last September, President Barton came before this board and expressed concerns about safety. While the recent emergency purchases of additional security equipment and walkie-talkies and enlisting the aid of community stakeholders, some of which have spoke here today, is a step in the right direction. The district must do better. As leaders of these schools, having the unique knowledge of our buildings, our students, and our staff, we are urging the board to require our greater involvement in the district's efforts to create a safer learning environment for all of our school communities. On behalf of President Barton and the BCSA membership, many of them which are here, We thank the board for your attention and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boreans, for your comments. At this point, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Cash for his response to the speakers and his superintendent's update. Dr. Cash?
Yeah, colleagues, I'm going to take a little different approach tonight. I just want to thank all of the speakers for their comments. This is what makes a great democracy. And all of our citizens, all of our staff, students who led off the evening come down and express how they feel about what's working and what may need to be improved. So I thank all of the speakers, and they spoke better than I could, and I don't need to repeat what they said. I will say that I agree with all of what they said, and the theme that resonated was, how do we do this together? How do we enhance the unity theme of this work? This is not the time to do the blame thing. It really isn't. This is an issue that we're dealing with all over the country. Many nations across the world are dealing with just a tremendous escalation of violence that I've never seen in my career. And it's happening daily. It's happening night and day. It's happening on the weekends. This is not a school district problem, colleagues. The school district represents and is a microcosm of society. Pound for pound, you're a tough little town. I'm not going to talk about all your statistics and all of the years. That's not what we're here to do. But check your statistics, okay? So we don't start the stuff at home. I mean, in the schools. We don't pass out guns in the schools. We're not passing out weapons in the schools. So we have to work together on this. Everybody has an accountability. Everybody. So I'm here to help. I really am. My record shows that. And the day that my services are no longer needed in Buffalo, all you got to do is easy. It's easy. And I'm serious about that. I'm not going to play any games with you. You see? I'm here to serve. I got a proven record, 45 years, long before I even came here. And the day that you want me gone, it's an easy decision. Board gets in a room, and they got the votes, and then we work something out. So I'm not going to keep hearing all that, because it's not hard. It's not hard. Now, what I am here to do is focus on how we help move Mckinley forward and how we help Mckinley as a metaphor for the greatness of these Buffalo public schools. Because you do have a great school system, and any school system as complex as Buffalo, and the second largest school system in the state, is in a state of continuous improvement. We will never improve to the point where we're done. So this gives us a fresh opportunity to take another hard look at where we can improve. District's willing and ready to do whatever we have to do from our accountability standpoint. But some of these things that we're seeing and that Mark Bruno brought to our attention, I'm seeing it every day. And I'm seeing parents get out of cars and come up and beat the crap out of teachers, out of students, of other parents. There's everything you can imagine is happening here. Let's don't be selective and pick this one over that one and blame that one over that one. But our goal has always been to stand in the breach and not paint the negative narrative about our schools and about our kids and about our staff and about our parents. We've stood in the breach for that. And if you want to take this opportunity of a tragedy that happened last Wednesday and turn that into a negative kind of thing that we just keep gaslighting, we can do that. Or we can use it as an opportunity to truly come together, share our responsibility, and let's get better. Someone said it, we can do better. I agree with that. I always do better. I'm ready to do better. I own my piece, you own your piece, and together we will be better. In conclusion, I'm excited that we have 3 partners from the community that, if the board approves, will begin sooner than later to begin to help with some of these long-standing entrenched issues. See? Reverend Gelsey, Bishop Gelsey, change your mind, change your life. That's basically the point he's making. What goes in your mind influences your behavior. And we got to change what goes in. And that's up to all of us. It's not just the school curriculum. So we are in a position to basically get whatever you need. Our school principals, if you're feeling unsafe and you want more to help you feel like you can do your job better, absolutely. We have a structure that we want to engage you with, be involved in those decisions. I like that language. Collaborate directly with you. That's what it's all about. We look forward to it. So colleagues, that is where we are. Let's go forward. And let's really draw on our spiritual faith. And let's do this with grace. Because the longer you hold anger, the longer you hold blame and vitriol and bitterness, that's going to hurt you. That's going to bother you. That's going to actually change your whole countenance. That's not how I was raised. That's not how I was brought up. Brought up with grace, brought up with treat others like you want to be treated, and always lead with what you want to change to be. So that's an opportunity. Let's do that, and let's do it now. Now, meanwhile, colleagues, I haven't heard a lot, and I do appreciate Mr. Boreanaz mentioning the 2 victims. So I wanted to give an update on those blessed souls, okay? I'll give the update on young Mr. Walker, Bradley Walker, because I know his mother well. She's an esteemed retired principal, just retired, Correct Walker, that's her son. And so the mayor has called him several times. I've called him several times, and the young man is recovering. Young man is going to be okay. And what he has said that is most instructive here this evening is that he can't wait. As soon as his doctors clear him, as soon as he's able, because that bullet went in, they now have to take that bullet out. They weren't going to take it out. They need to do surgery to take it out because it is giving him a lot of pain. But as soon as he can come back, he wants to be back. He misses his students, he misses the children, and he knows he had a relationship with them, they had a relationship with him, and they need each other. He said, I know I need them as much as they need me. He was an absolute hero that day, as was Jennifer Little, the other security guard of 2 that were there at the scene, who rushed to put a tourniquet of her own attire on Mr. Bradley's bleeding and hemorrhaging wound. So she is to be recognized tonight for what she did. But as I said, all of the people that were there that day, we thank them. The young man, if Dr. Williams could come to the microphone and please give us an update on the young man. We've been reaching out to him. We've just learned that he's 14 years old. He's homeless. He and his mother, they struggle immensely. You can imagine that if you've been stabbed 5 times and you are now in the hospital trying to be taken care of and the medical costs of all of that. So we have reached out and said that we're going to do whatever we can to help that young man. So that's important for you to know about the condition of the young man, because a lot of people haven't talked. I haven't named the name. I have not named the name. Well, it's been out there. Nate, is it confidential?
Yeah, I think
That he's been stabbed?
No, I think.
Tell me what my limits are and I'll stop.
I think you've reached them.
Okay, well, we won't give an update of what we're doing. We won't do that, okay? I do want you to know that we're trying to help the family. That's what I'll say. All right? Okay, that's all I have to say about that. Now, colleagues, if you want to hear the update, I think it's very important now for us to shift to introduce Miss Toya Wilson, who will come to the microphone. And Toya, if you could come down here, it would be much appreciated. And introduce our wonderful new principal, and then give us an update with the two slides that aren't really slides, they're slides of representation and spirit. And I'd like you to do that. And then if you start in a relatively 20 minutes or so, give us that update. Appreciate it. Principals, again, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Take care.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're trying to help them. And what we're doing to help, what that means, it's a lot. So, my apologies.
Right. All right.
Hold on.
Oh.
Let's start with the other one first. The one that talks about what.
I'm gonna. Okay. I have
So don't you think that would be better?
I have a script, and then I'm gonna explain each.
I'm gonna leave it to you.
Okay.
Colleagues, Ms. Toya Wilson, outstanding secondary school leader, chief of secondary school operations and schools. She's outstanding, and she is helping us with the transition for Mckinley. She's there every day, has been for weeks now, all day and weekends. And she has the pleasure of introducing our new principal, as well as any other remarks that she would make at this time, just to give us the highlight and the summary of what has occurred this week and where we might be headed going forward. Ms. Wilson.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Cash, community. I have a brief overview of some of the things that have taken
Talk
place.
into the mic, nice and loud.
I have a brief
Will,
overview.
could you help her, please?
I thought I was. Can you all hear me now? All right.
There you go.
All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Cash, community. I have a brief overview of some of the things that have been taking place at Mckinley, so that you get a sense of what the school is doing to heal. And I'm going to introduce our new leader at Mckinley, as well as share a little bit of information about the plan that we have at Mckinley to move forward. First, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Mckinley family, all who sprung into action during this incident last Wednesday. There were so many heroes. Our prayers continue to go out to those who were injured in this incident. I also would like to thank our superintendent and every single cabinet member who also, over this last week or so, has really reached out to wrap around the Mckinley community in this crisis. In light of the tragic event that occurred last week, the Mckinley family has been working to ensure that everyone has an opportunity for healing throughout the entire community. The work was started immediately as the students received crisis support on the 2 days immediately following the event on Wednesday. While their teachers were provided with circle prompts, they also had access to the crisis team. Students were connecting with folks at Mckinley. On Saturday, we opened the building to offer opportunity for staff to come in and share their feelings about anything that was going on, or to work in their rooms. We wanted to be flexible. We wanted to give them whatever they needed, the space they needed to begin the healing. Dr. Williams provided social emotional support. Dr. Cash attended and took on the opportunity to engage with the Mckinley staff. There were about a third of the staff who took us up on that offer for Saturday. And courageous conversations were had all throughout the morning. Students have been able to enter the building for sports and after-school activities since Saturday, February 12th. Many students have been in the building and participating and making positive interactions with folks at Mckinley. As we're there, I see them coming out of basketball practice. I'll stop and ask, how are you feeling? How are things going with connecting in classes? How are you feeling about coming back to school? I'm met with many smiles. I'm met with students who still feel very connected to their school. They do understand the seriousness of the situation, but they still feel very connected to Mckinley. On the 14th, students participated in asynchronous learning while our teachers participated in learning circles. And
excuse me, Joy, I just think you're doing such great work that I want your voice to really be elevated. If you want to come and get this, use this for now, I think it might help you. Nice and loud.
Now we gotta get that one out of the way. On the 14th, students participated in asynchronous learning while teachers engaged in healing circles and developing social emotional supports in their classrooms, led by Dr. Morrell and Dr. Williams and their teams. Teachers unpacked what they needed to heal and how they were feeling. Cabinet members joined this group to engage in the healing process side by side. We really wanted the Mckinley family to see that we want to hear from them. The work continued all throughout this week and continues as we end in small groups and support of whatever the teachers need from the crisis team. Continuing our focus, there's been work with the site-based management team and a thorough debrief with Buffalo Police SRO Division, which provided insights into further supports and more opportunities for McKinley and the SRO relationship. On the 15th, we kicked off all of our parent meetings. So far, we've held 3. We really wanted to be able to show parents everything that the team has been working on to support students in their return. Their feedback, will continue to have those meetings, and parent feedback will drive the continuation of those meetings to continue to unpack the plan, get feedback from them, hear their voices, and make sure that they are included. The meetings were centered on what's already in place, what's new, what can they expect as their students and their children return to McKinley. Board members Heard and Scott joined the in-person meeting, and I spoke to as many parents as I could before and after that session. And so many of them said as they were leaving, they felt so much better hearing from the team and from new leadership how things were going to, what things were going to look like when their children returned. They all left there saying they would send their students back. Opportunities to provide social emotional supports have been embedded into each day for students and staff and throughout the week from the crisis team. There's been time to get feedback and adjust a living document which outlines the climate and culture plan. Now that living document is, you have the short version, there is an 11-page document that provided initially the foundation. It was shorter, but as we work with our stakeholders, we've been taking as much feedback as we can and adding and modifying and adjusting. It is my understanding that you will be receiving a copy of that plan tonight with Dr. Cash. Community organizations who we have proposed to work with at McKinley and other schools have joined us today. You heard Pastor Giles talking about the walkthrough that we did at McKinley and how all they were at the facilities.
Online streams. Watch yourself.
me to use both mics?
No, this mic, just speak
All right.
into it, please, that's all. Watch yourself.
All right. So we had community members. Is it on?
It's for live stream.
Oh, okay. Testing, everybody can hear me? All right, thanks. All right. Community organizations who we have proposed to work with, they joined us at McKinley. They're going to be working with a number of schools. McKinley is one. And they participated in a circle in which we sat down with each other to get to know each other and develop the ideas of what this would look like going forward, working with that team. We took a tour. They got to see the facilities and meet teachers across McKinley. So what you have here up on the board is a collage of pictures that highlight some of the work from this week. Again, it's highlights. Up at the top, you see young ladies holding posters. That's the senior class president and her friends and family. They made get well cards and posted them right outside McKinley and put out a notice to all their friends to please come and sign it. And they did that the day after the event. In the middle, you see Dr. Cash on Saturday, meeting with teachers, hearing their concerns, lots of courageous conversations. Then you see the signatures, you see the well wishes that students have made on those posters that were put up by the class president. In the next row, you see the circle, part of the circle that we had with the community organizations that came in to really begin to hear from and learn who the McKinley team is, and we learned about them. The senior night event for varsity girl basketball, that happened. We had that go off without a hitch on Monday, and the girls were there, their parents recognized them, and you see that recognition was a positive one. Followed by Mr. Khalil, who I'm gonna introduce in a moment, talking with our parents and helping them feel at ease to return. And last but not least, big old circle in the cafeteria with Dr. Morell in the middle, taking us through a healing circle, which was followed by Dr. Williams and her team to help us unpack strategies and things that we can use in the classroom, but also helping teachers deal with their own social emotional needs. Next slide, please. Here you see a number of schools highlighted. What was very touching in the last week, across the district, everyone has gone orange and black, McKinley colors. And you see, these are just a couple of the schools, a few of the schools. So many have adopted this, and we anticipate seeing more, and I think some of those principals are actually in the audience. But you see, our students across the city are all working to heal. This is a healing process for everyone. And so part of what they chose to do to heal was to support McKinley through different signage and, of course, wearing MAC colors. So leading all of this in the last week has been a dynamic leader, Mustafa Khalil, or Moose, right? People call him Moose. They call him Principal Moose. You can call him Principal Khalil. Just make sure you stick to those, right? He's a 14-year veteran steeped in instruction. He was a math teacher and then went on to be a math coach, has a laser-like focus on what quality instruction looks like in the classroom. Most recently, he was an AP at East High School, and if you ask him what he is most proud of, he will tell you it's relationships. He unpacked this with our parents last night and on our 2 virtual meetings. And I think those are some of the things that they heard that really helped them feel very comfortable with the plan that we have going forward. So, and tonight he's here. I would like to introduce him so he can give you a couple of words, but we are very excited to have him join the McKinley family. He is now a McKinley Mac, Mustafa Khalil.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Before I begin, thank you to the board. Thank you, Dr. Cash, for allowing me to speak and introduce myself here tonight. And also, before I get into about me, Not all heroes wear capes, right? And all our staff at McKinley High, all of our kiddos that went through that, were all heroes that night that took care of our building. I don't want to forget about our first responders, the police, the fire department, everybody else that was there. We appreciate the support. Thank you, guys. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I'm loud and I'm firm. So my name's Mustafa Khalil. About second grade, my nickname got attached. It got Mustafa got cut in half, and it became Moose. So I don't know if that was because I weighed 350 pounds or people were sick of saying Mustafa. But regardless, Moose has stuck with me. I've been with the Buffalo Board of Education for over 14 years now. Coming out of Canisius College, I had my student placement at school 69, Houghton Academy, with Mr. Wiley. And honestly, in those 2 months that I spent there, I fell in love with our kids. And my second placement, real quick, was at Sweet Home High School, and it didn't feel right for me being at Sweet Home. I finished, naturally, but being in Buffalo, that's where my heart was. And I don't plan on leaving Buffalo. So I've been a teacher at Grabiar's. I've been in the middle school for a few years. I spent time at Burgard for 2 years, and then at Hutch Tech as a teacher for another 3 years. At that point, I decided to take my career because of what I learned and the passion I have for the kiddos. I wanted to take it to that next level, and I became an administrator. I became an assistant principal. Dr. Cash and his team assigned me to East High School, so I helped close Old East and open East Community. It's truly been one of the most rewarding experiences I've had thus far. Then Ms. Wilson called me, I don't remember when, about the McKinley principalship. And there's always been something about McKinley that since entering this district, that I've heard that McKinley was Buffalo's best kept secret. And it's always intrigued me. And I've always been intrigued about the McKinley position. I almost applied for it last year when it was posted, but as a man of faith, the timing wasn't right. And this year, when a couple weeks ago when Ms. Wilson called me about the principalship, it just felt right. Talking about McKinley, we spent a few hours talking about what's going on over there, and I felt like it was the right time to make the move. I was supposed to start this past Monday on the 14th, and on Wednesday it was my son's birthday. And I went to Party City, got him balloons. I was excited to celebrate with him. And I got the call about the tragedy. And I didn't know what to do. I had my family and my son, and I had my Mac family. I couldn't leave my Mac family alone. So I talked to my wife. I told her I gotta go. And she's like, well, what are you going to do? I'm like, I don't know. But I'm going to go support. I left my jacket, went out the house. Didn't even think that we were in a lockdown, right? That I wasn't going to get through. But it was like, I need to be there. I have a Facebook page. I'll talk about that in a second. But I blasted it out to my McKinley kiddos. McKinley kiddos, check in with me. I'm on my way. I was able to get through the yellow tape, at least to the cafeteria. I kept an eye on my kiddos, trying to keep everybody updated. I had a few parents reach out to me through my Facebook page, tried to assure them what was going on and that the kids are safe. It was that day that I knew I was a Mac and part of the Mac family. When I saw the kids in the cafeteria doing what they had to do, the staff doing what they had to do, it was just something touching. And the staff that went through that, the kiddos that went through that, They are the representation of Buffalo. They are strong and they stuck with it, and thank you for everything that you've done. About the Facebook page. So a couple of years ago, and about the connections with kids, we went through the quarantine and we lost a lot of kids at East across the district, and we didn't know what to do. I know they're all on social media. I'm not all about the TikToks and the new stuff, the Snapchats and whatnot. So I, as an old school guy, I created a Facebook account, Moose East High. And I found every kid one by one and got a hold of them to get the kids where they need to be. That page has been truly one of the highlights of my career. I connect with the kids on it. I connect with the parents on it. They contact me over Messenger any day or night, and I'm always there for them. And I was planning on getting this position, handing over the East High account to Miss Johnson Cofield at East. And my kids, when they found out I was leaving, posted, "Hey, Mac kids, McKinley, take care of Moose. He's a good guy." And then we started joshing a little bit. And then I started getting friend requests from people at McKinley, kids. And I'm like, oh, okay. Then a few parents. And then it just kept rolling and kept rolling. And I looked at Miss Cofield and I go, "I'm sorry, Miss Cofield, I can't give you that account." Thank you. That account is no longer Moose East High. That account is now Moose Mac High. So anybody that wants to give that a follow, go ahead. I've been giving out with my number to parents, my personal number, that they can reach me at any time. A lot of the complaints I've been hearing tonight about communication and parents not being involved, I promise that's not going to happen at McKinley High School under my leadership with the admin team. You have multiple avenues to contact us or to contact me. And again, I'd like to thank the board and Dr. Cash for allowing me this position. And I need to thank Ms. Wilson, who has truly worked with us day in, day out to make sure we're okay. I truly have felt the support from our fellow principals. They've reached out to me through emails, sending me the pictures that you see up here that's also posted on our pages. Again, I thank you for the honor to be part of the Mac High family, and I look forward to bringing Mac not to be what I said last night. I don't want it to be the best kept secret in Buffalo. I want it to be the best school in Buffalo. So what that means, and that's no disrespect to honors or tech, but Mac, we coming for you. We McKinley strong. Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
So Toya, is that the end of your presentation? If so, then I have some business to do with Mckinley.
Yes, that concludes our presentation.
Okay. So colleagues, one of the things that we wanted to make sure of with the McKinley reopen plan is that it was fluid, that we really started the day after, maybe even that night, and then through the weekend, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, starting your reopen plan. And what I'm understanding, colleagues, is that now, because I wanted to wait till now, till you had a chance to speak to the students, had a chance to speak to all of the teachers, all of the support staff, well, not all of the parents, but as many parents as possible. You had 3 good sessions with the parents, and then you met with a lot of individual parents, taking phone calls, following up on emails and so forth. And colleagues, while as I've said to you, I'm really concerned about the students, continuing their rhythm and getting back as soon as possible. But I will leave it to you because trauma can't be measured. Trauma is relative, and it affects each individual differently. And so what the data is showing, colleagues, both from polls taken of teachers, talking to your staff, administrative staff, and talking to the parents who have now weighed in for 2 days straight on whether they would like their students and whether the teachers would like to come back tomorrow, which is what the scheduled time was to bring students back, or to wait till after the break so that the team can continue to work out their protocols, rehearse their protocols, go through again and again all of the things that need to be addressed so that everyone could at least begin to feel like they're in a good space to resume. And that data collectively, pretty overwhelmingly, says that they need to wait until March 1st, Monday, March 1st, to bring.
February 28th. Monday's February 28th.
Okay, my apologies. That is coming up. Okay. Monday, February 28th, to begin to bring back students in person during the day. They will continue to have after-school activities, whatever those might be. But the staff, the students will come back as a whole, all grades, yes?
They're phasing in.
Phase in?
Yes.
Okay, 4 or 2 and 2, as we had discussed for this week. 11 and 12, 9 and 10.
It's 1, 1, and 2. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let's clarify, because this is the time to do it.
It's 1, 1, and 2.
Okay, what grade on Monday?
Seniors, juniors, then the 2 will be
9 and 10 on Wednesday. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, colleagues, let's be clear for the record. Seniors will come back on Monday, February 28th, in person. Staff will be prepared. All that is in the plan, the large plan, 12-page plan, will be being in play. Juniors will come back on Tuesday, February, I'm sorry, there's where my March comes. 30 days after September, exactly. March 1, Tuesday, March 1. And on Wednesday, March 2, 9th and 10th graders will come back in person. Okay? Monday, seniors, Tuesday, juniors, Wednesday, 9th and 10th graders. 28th, 1st, and 2nd of March. Any other details for this McKinley reopen plan? Any questions from the board? Discussion at this time before we go into the next item? Board members. Lou.
Dr. Rivera?
Dr. Cash, the original overview that you gave us of McKinley Climate, hold up. McKinley Climate and Culture Reset Plan letter with attachment at the bottom of the goal. It says that there will be a full document in Board Docs. I was not able to locate it. Could you direct me to it?
No, I have not put it there at this time. I wanted to talk this evening so that I got a full update of what that is from the team that has been working around the clock on it to see if there were any significant adjustments before I put it in. If there are none, then I will put it in as soon as I can get it mailed to you and get it uploaded. I've been in conversation all day about that. So the short answer is no, but it will be shortly.
So, and the only adjustment would be the timeline. So the timeline is similar to what you have in the 2-page. That's in that document also.
Okay, I do have a little bit of confusion that I'd like to hear a little bit more about. instructional needs, operational needs, and you've detailed the continuous feedback, so I understand what you're saying there. So there's a lot involved with this. Let me just back up and say, first of all, I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate what you've said already. The whole goal here is to make sure that you're supported in the work that you're doing, and that we, all of us together, are supporting our students' needs, our staff's needs, our families' needs, our community needs. And those aren't just buzzwords, those are real. We have to do that. One of the ways, though, as a fellow administrator, right, one of the ways that I know that we do this is by reviewing the systems that are in place, using it to inform what we're doing going forward. I don't expect a full review to be done in a week. And in fact, I'd be suspicious of a full review that came out in a week. It's not deep enough. You don't have enough time. But that is my next question. What are the plans of doing a review of the systems around all of this? And how will we use that then to inform a document such as been stated in the overview? And I know that this board is extremely interested in ensuring that a review of all of the administrative systems and all of the situations, and all of the pieces that were in place, not to point fingers, but to say, where didn't it work? And what do we know is going to work moving forward to inform that kind of response? I think, hopefully I can speak for my fellow members sitting at the table, we're very interested in that. And it's something that we want to see, which is part of why I was asking about the full plan as well.
So you first.
Great question. So as part of the document, you will see that there is a partial review of the things that are in place that we want to make sure we continue, right? And the things that we have made recommendations for. So you'll see that breakdown in all of those areas that you outlined or that are outlined in the 2-page document. But you'll also see a short-term plan and a long-term plan that will guide the work over however long this team is focused on this, right? We see this as flowing right into their school improvement plan. And so you'll see these elements showing up there. But one thing that was recently added was a way to have a continuous review of what's going on in the plan, what's working well, what did we have in the plan that maybe we need to adjust by the school site-based management team, so that there's continuous work on what's in place, what's working well, how do we know, what is the data telling us, what do we need to adjust, and having key stakeholders involved in that work. So it would be continuous work, and I hope I answered or began to answer your question, because I think because it's a living document, you'll see that it'll continue to grow. There's been some tweaks to just the language to make it more, when you think about MAC mission, focused on MAC High, how do we make sure that we really push hard on that and amplify that?
I have 3 follow-up questions to that. The first is, so when you're doing a review of this work, how far back are you doing a moment in time now about where we're at and doing it now? Or is there a review of what was in order to know how to move forward?
It's a combination. So there's what's going on right now and what do we need to move forward. But then how do we use anything that might have worked before that maybe is not in place now? And how do we bring some of that back? There's connection to folks who could support from the community coming back. A small example of that would be a connection to Mckinley alumni. We have amazing alumni across the city of Buffalo, actually across the country, right? So that's some of MAC history, something coming back. But the data that we bring to the table from many years, everything that we can focus on to support the improvement. This team will be focused on making sure we continuously look at what's working and how do we adjust.
Thank you for that. So the second one I have is about the timeline involved with the and when I understand that we don't have it right now. I'm very curious to hear when we will hear some more about this as the board moving forward.
when will you, as a board, be hearing more about this? I believe that you can't hear me?
Yeah, you take.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe we would be having opportunities, I'm sure, to present at cabinet work sessions, to share out on things that are going on. There'd be opportunities to get feedback from those key stakeholders and maybe share their feedback on how they feel it's going. There is a focus group that there are focus groups that are designed and built into this. From that, we are looking to pull survey questions that are aligned to what they want to see implemented, and then check back in on those survey questions, how people are feeling multiple times a year. So 3 to 4 times a year, having that survey looking at, okay, we put this in place. How do we think is going on from all key stakeholders? And then, okay, a quarter has gone by. Where are we now? So you'll be able to see that kind of data also.
Thank you. And then my last question is for Dr. Cash. So I'm curious to hear a little bit about knowing what we know now and what we learned as we move forward in the community. What are the plans to take some of those things and apply it throughout the district to address some of the things that we're seeing, some of the needs that students are experiencing moving forward?
Yes, colleagues, thank you for the question, Dr. Burke. So these issues that are presenting themselves, I think 7, 8 times a day. However, there's still a relatively small percentage of the student population that is engaged in these level 4, level 5 incidents. So for example, at McKinley High, there's been 30, once you take out the duplicate count, students, level 4 and level 5 incidents. Those are the ones that rise to the level of suspensions, short and long term, and where we have to call 911, those kind of things. Out of the 958 student population. District-wide, there's about 600, 650 level 4, level 5 incidents that have occurred this year. We know we have a pie chart, we have the data, we look at it on the dashboard every day. I ask Ebony to run it for me twice a week of what are the incidents, where are they occurring, and where are they occurring relative to the campus. So from outside the campus, in the classroom, in hallways, cafeterias, and so forth. And that represents about 2% of the population. Overall, 1% in the elementary schools overall, and 4% in the high school is where we have the higher incidence. We have those schools identified high and low. And so the top 6 schools with the greatest percentage of incidents, number of incidents, are the reason why we have selected these community partners to work with those schools. Because that is what, as you heard from Pastor Giles, he believes he has a special expertise in, and when you put together, he's going to work with the kids, the ones causing these issues, like the 30 and the he will be working with those students. And then MVP will come and work with the families of those students. That's a nice mesh of the students working with Pastor Giles and his experts, and some of them, and then people who are community people. And then MVP with all of their expertise about working closely with parents, they will work with those parents. So I'm really excited about that. And that is why I mentioned that, and I believe it was either November or December this year. I said there are some community organizations that I value, know them, and let's see if we can bring them on board. It's been taking a while because we had to align what they really could do to manage effectively with a budget and so forth and so on. So it has taken some time. I've had to get in and write these pieces that you see here today. We have much of it I've written and edited and so forth. an important layer, additional layer. We'll also be working closely with the Buffalo Police Department. There has allocated some SROs. So McKinley going to start tomorrow. It will now start on Monday, February 28th. I'll let him know that tonight because he was prepared to send them over tomorrow morning. And then we have social emotional supports in the SRSer. We've hired more social workers, guidance counselors, behavioral specialists are in this plan, additional behavioral specialists. We have Say Yes with all of their homeschool facilitators, specialists, Say Yes. We have PEL, parent education liaisons that are working. You have a good PEL. We've got more aides and assistants into McKinley. They have now 16 that have been hired. They have 5 security guards at that school that have been assigned, not since the incident, they were assigned before. And so now we're going to make sure that every day they're there. And we do have to stay within contractual guidelines, but we'll switch and move if we have to. So there's just a whole host of structures and operations that you just have to reset. You have to reset. This is a very novice administration over at McKinley. And Moose, even though this is his first principalship, he's not new to administration. And you feel his spirit and how he was received over these last two days. I believe he's going to be a great match for that school. So there's a long list of things in this 12-page plan. Can you get, once you put these 2 changes about the 1st and the 2nd and the 28th, then I can get this out this evening. Can you get that done?
Yes.
Tonight? Okay. And then that'll come out and you can continue to review that.
I certainly look forward to reviewing a lot of this detail in the next 2 work sessions that we have. I think we need more detail and we need more specifics. I'm pleased to see that there are community-based organizations being part of this. First of all, let me back up and say, I do want to make one statement. While I understand that this may only be 2% of our student population, they are our students.
What's that?
While I understand that it is a relatively small proportion of students in need at that severity level or at that risk level, they are still our students.
Absolutely.
We have an obligation to meet their needs.
Absolutely.
And so I think that one of the things that we can do when something like this happens is we can look at other new ways that maybe we haven't seen before, or we can also look backwards. This is why review, evaluation, and analysis is critical. We need to look at what happened, when it happened, how it happened, what needs were there that maybe didn't bubble to the surface in order to figure out how to move forward in a way that will leverage what we have and meet what our students, all of our students, regardless of what level of need they may have, because all of our students need these things in varying degrees. And I really want to advocate right now that this is what we focus on in our next month, is that we focus on these things, and particularly this piece about social emotional supports, and then I will let my colleagues speak. Particularly that piece, because the thing is that every educator knows anything that's mobilized for your most at-risk students, or your most, as I prefer to say, most at-promise students, benefits all of them, because it works for everyone. And so I really want to see us look at this, I want to see us look at these specifics, and I want this to be a continual focus and attention.
I think that's great. Thank you.
So then I'm going to start with Mr. Hurd, back to Ms. Wicozzi, and then over to you, Larry. Oh. So Terrence, Larry, Jen.
Okay, thank you, President Tuesday. For me, personally, I'll just say that a lot of this to me is smoke and mirrors, because we heard numerous complaints from McKinley High School in the past week. We had teachers reported every day there was a brawl before this incident on Tuesday. And it was a fight in the hallways every single day. And on last last week we had incident that occurred at Mckinley. Everybody's voting on that. And then at the same time, there was another student at Bennett High School that was stabbed in front of the federal building during that same time period. No news coverage, nobody talked about it. It was just something that happened and passed away. It wasn't the kid, thank God the child is still here with us. But it's a very lackluster attitude by this district. And at the same time, we had another brawl at Riverside High School. MST High School had some issues on Monday where there was a shoot up in front of the school, and then a couple of fights initiated afterwards. And then, sad to say that, they went to school the day after the incident on McKinley, and there was a body laying on the sidewalk, and they had to pass this body 2 blocks away from the school. And there was no trauma-enforced care given to MST High School. Those students seen this, and nothing was done. Spoke with representatives over at the school, teachers, students. They part of kids programs, and they said, no, nobody came and talked to us about it. So that's why I say this is smoke and mirrors. How come, and what Dr. Rivera said earlier, how come this is not important to all our high schools? How come we're not giving this level of care that we give to McKinley right down to all of our high schools, the kids that have issues? Sarah Park had a couple of fights and brawls last week, and they need it also.
Right.
MST needed also, Riverside, Burger needed also. All the schools are exhibiting the exact same things. It's just that one incident got out of hand at a school, made national news, and we taken all our attention today and pointed to that. And we didn't say anything about McKinley, Bennett, MST High School, the other school that's going through the exact same problems. So I have a huge problem with this display of smoke and mirrors right now, and we're not addressing all our schools. How can we not talk about all our schools? Could you please answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Mr. Scott?
I want to answer.
We are working on all the schools. We always are working on all the schools. I'm not sure that it's true that the plan that you're gonna vote on it tonight. That's a start. That's a start. With the 6 schools that have the highest incidence this year, and the data show, and my staff have agreed, need the most wraparound supports right now. Right now. But all of our schools can get whatever they need. Whatever they need. And I depend on a line of communication to let me know what that is. And we meet twice a week. I learn what it is. I push the green light to give that school what they need.
But that's not answering the question. How come these supports is not being offered? The exact same thing offered right now in McKinley at all our schools.
If we can, I don't know if all the schools don't have many of these supports. Would anybody like to speak to this and be specific? ASLs, step up. Cassandra, you can step up. Just talk to me. We're a team. What I know is we definitely need more things like radios. We need things like the high-tech systems to get through in 5 minutes, and metal detectors and that kind of thing for everybody. But that has to go out, and we have to go to bid. So that'll take some time. But the others from McKinley, because of where we are, we're trying to expedite some of those issues. So
there was a kid at Bennett High School that was stabbed multiple times.
Bennett High School, what?
Bennett High School. Last week, the kid was stabbed multiple times. And
kids were stabbed multiple times at Bennett? I haven't heard that.
It was by the federal building.
That child I reported and reported it to you, and we were following that child closely and his condition. And that's what we've been working on, and we've reached out to the family, and we're monitoring that child closely.
I mean, there's more things to this. There's trauma-enforced care. Our children are living traumas and living things in their lives every single day.
Yes.
And we expect them to come to school and get regular education, to sit down, get test scores, and beg for attendance to come to school. But they're still got to go through elements to get to school. There'd be 100 right now by others that need school. And their lives are in danger. And I just want to make sure that one day we don't have a meeting because we lost the life of a child or another child got harmed. Because the things that we're seeing put in place at Mckinley, we did do it at other institutions here in the city of Buffalo.
We need to have a community conversation about what is needed both in the community.
We need action. We need action right now. We don't need another conversation. We need action to put these into these other schools. We need the exact same elements that we placed into McKinley, into South Park, into Burger, into MSP. They're asking for it. There's a huge disconnect. Once again, I said this before, and I won't keep hearing, but principals and teachers, I said all the time, they feel they get ignored by downtown. They feel they get ignored by the people at City Hall because they answer the calls don't get answered. So there's a disconnect somewhere. You may say that your administrative staff members reach out to them, but I don't, but they feel that they need to reach you.
I wouldn't doubt that there would be some that feel that way. I wouldn't doubt it. And so we need to solve and fix the pipe, make sure the pipe goes from the time a school needs help, they tell who they need to tell, because we do have that structure and that process in place, and then we need to solve it. That's the problem. So if there's a pipe broken, wherever it's broken, whenever it's broken, then we work to fix that. That's what I can tell you. We do that every day. We work to fix wherever we're not responsive to a school. But every school where we get the information, it comes on a text thread. We review it all day, every day. We have people that looking at it to see, and then we deploy to go and address the problem at the school. Both either BPD and their resources or our reach out and outreach array of services for that school. We do that every day. This is not something we're ignoring. I can promise you that. But if it's not enough, if it's not adequate, then that's another discussion and conversation to see what could be more adequate and more helpful.
I'm sorry, it's my last thing. What I need, what parents need, the principals and teachers need, is that the same efforts that you put into McKinley with more officers and SROs. I don't even know when we lost officers inside the schools. I remember last year we had it. I don't even know when we lost to have our kids inside of a dangerous state or more connection with the Buffalo Police or the mayor. But what I need for the efforts that's being put into McKinley to address all our high schools in that matter. That's what I'm asking.
And I think if the board agrees with that, then we can bring you a proposal of what that would look like and how we could implement it.
If the board agrees.
Thank you, James. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, President Petrucci. So I just want to first start out by saying, by thanking all the staff that I know have been very attentive and spending a lot of time at McKinley High School. There were Ms. Saunders and Ms. Nugent. They were both there late last night when Mr. Hurd and I went to the parent meeting. I've heard that at least it seems as if there's been a commitment to the social, emotional wellness of our staff. A lot of time has been spent in circles, listening, and understanding staff. That needs to continue, needs to be broadened, needs to happen in other high schools, especially those ones that are struggling the most right now. The staff in those schools, the students in those schools, the parents in those schools need to be heard and understood, and included in decision making. And I want to commend Principal Khalil. I was at that parent meeting last night, and your presence, your presentation was reassuring. In my opinion, you struck a great balance between being structured and being nurturing, which is critical. And I think our expectation from the initial plan that was sent out, there were very clear action steps in this plan that were certainly a great start. But it is, to Dr. Rivera's point, missing the operational details. And some of those were shared actually last night. Your hallway pass, I might not be using it for the right terminology, but the way you described it, hallway passing, phone, cell phone, which I know is probably going to be unpopular for some, but being in a large high school that's larger than Mckinley, the cell phones are a major, major problem. Major distraction, major trigger to the harassment and violence that we're seeing in our schools and outside our schools as well. So when I talk about operational, needing a plan that speaks to detail on the problem areas, cafeterias, hallways, stairwells, obviously before and after school. What is that going to look like? And I think everybody needs to know that. There were parents there last night that got a lot of good information, but there was a large percentage that were not there. So we need to have a clear written plan. The community-based organizations that sounds like they're going to begin, not just in the community. I'm glad that we're targeting more than just the community. We know the problem is beyond just the community. We need to know how those organizations, those groups are going to be utilized. Are they going to be stationed in the school, in the cafeterias? Where outside? How many are going to be outside at the end of the day? Where will they be stationed? Where are the security stations? Are the SROs there all day, just in the morning, the afternoon? I think all those details need to be flushed out and need to apply to our other schools that are having significant challenges as well.
Larry, just so I can be clear, did you mention SROs and security guards and things like that for all of the schools? Is that what you were saying? Or the high needs schools?
Six. There's just 6 people.
So you would like to see additional SROs all day at those 6 additional schools for like 14 SROs? You want me to ask them, the mayor to assist with?
If we feel that's needed at this time,
I'm just trying to get the personnel issue with security guards and SROs, so I can bring you the proposal of what that would look like. And that's what those 2 personnel was what I heard.
I certainly think we need to at this point. It's not a long-term solution, but I think we need to seriously look into increasing the amount of SROs that we have and how many are actually in our schools. But again, finding that what it looks like, making it very clear to the Board of Education, to the district, to the school communities, who those SROs are going to be, what role they're playing in those schools. We have at Kenmore West High School in Kenton, we have 5 or 6 security in that school, and we have 1 full-time SRO that's in that building morning to afternoon.
I understand. Okay, we'll work on it.
Thank you. Ms. Nkosi.
Thank you. So what I haven't been hearing, and I feel like it's maybe a tough conversation, but it's got to be real. If we're going to do this, we have to do it right. If we're going to start from scratch, we have to do it right. So I would like to see data, like hard data, of any and all, whether it's from the BPD, whether it's from community, any warnings, anything that has been happening. I am frustrated because this hasn't stopped. And this is my personal. The board form hasn't stopped. The emails haven't stopped. I work in a restaurant. I can't even do my job because I'm stopped. Because, oh, I heard this, I heard this, I heard this. I know to decipher between rumor, innuendo, but when you hear repeatedly the same thing, it's not just concerning Mckinley. So I would like to see in the data, because I didn't have been waiting to hear, I know what has been done, what is coming, how we're talking to people, surveys, but that data of what has been said, not just around individual situations, but around the school. The community-based organizations that are coming into this work knows the climate of these schools. You know, and they know what's coming, they know what's happening. They're in contact with these students and these families in ways we could never be. right? And I know that as a community leader, people will come to me thinking that I can solve the problems, that I don't even sometimes get the information that's happening until it's in the paper. That's not a dig, that's the tough conversation. We need to do better communicating amongst each other in a real way, not just these plans. This is not something that's new. We've talked about this multiple times. I get that there might be pie charts and whatnot that you might show me, but give me something that's on a weekly basis, a bullet point around a given situation we might talk about, so I can tell the community. When we have, as board members, it is our job to relay information, to be that kind of conduit, to be that bridge. And a lot of times we can't say, I heard, I'll hear things that I haven't heard before. And if I only heard it once, I don't take it too serious. Dr. Cash and folks know. If I hear something 10 to 15 times, now I'm going to bring it to your attention. So all I'm asking, in all the data and all the plans that we do from district forward, let's do a better job. It's not like no one's ever communicating, but let's just do a better job as to how we relay and how we react and how we can be proactive. If we hear something and it's by multiple individuals, people with, that have credentials, we can't, it'll be okay or whatever. We have to address these concerns. Our constituents are bringing them to us. They're the parents and caregivers of these students that we are all working our behinds off for. You guys are putting in all this work. Nothing is being unturned. No stone should be unturned from this point on. And I agree 150%. It's kind of my thing. It's what I came into this work doing. Taking the silos and just busting them open and everybody come together. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. If it don't sound right, deal with it. And if you deal with it, let us know so we can help deal with it. Too many, you bring in the CBOs, but bring them in with some real purpose. With some real purpose. They know, these folks know, these CBOs in this group here know, other CBOs know, and everybody needs to come together to make sure that we all know and we can communicate better. So I would really like to see data.
Absolutely, and that is that's our part of our plan to make sure we have that deeper dive.
So I just kind of want to piggyback a little bit on what you just said in terms of being proactive. I spent a year working on the anti-bullying task force, and we dug really deep into this data. And the reality is, and I've heard people say this multiple times tonight, most of this is beginning on social media. And the reality is that we do have the ability to monitor social media. And I don't know why we are not doing it, okay? Because we have to figure out where, when this stuff is brewing, it's not just, we're gonna hear it from people who are in the community getting it second and third hand. If we are on top of this, and there are, our partners in law enforcement, they're already doing this. They have task forces that are set up that have identified the 3% or whatever of our students who are involved in this activity, and if they have been identified by the task force, they're being monitored. We have the ability to get that information and to have to preempt. What? Why are you pointing?
No, because I want her to be ready to respond.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, because I agree with you, and we're going to talk about who we're working with.
Because there's a huge breakdown in communication. A huge breakdown in communication. We are scrambling around after the fact. We are reacting to things all the time. When we should be able to be proactive, figuring out who are, what's going on with these kids. They're planning this stuff. These things are happening. They're threatening each other on social media. We're hearing about this. We know that these things are happening. And why are we not monitoring this? And why are we not identifying who these kids are? Why are we not in the schools separating them or doing whatever it is that we can do to prevent these things from happening? Because you know what? Terrence is right. And everyone else that is saying these things are right. It's not just, it popped up at McKinley, but it's going to be Burgard next, it's going to be MST, it's going to be South Park, and we're going to have these incidents all over the city, okay? Because Dr. Cash, you were right. When you said earlier that there's been an increase in gun violence across this country, 30% more violent crime since COVID, 30% more of gun violence across this country. So yes, schools are a microcosm of our society, but we have the responsibility in these schools. And I don't want to be listening, to press conferences with the mayor and John Flynn and PPD, on a monthly basis, because we can't control what's happening in our schools. Yes, do we need more SROs? Absolutely. Do we need to figure out how to deal, better with security? Absolutely. Do we need more social and emotional supports? Do we need to do all? There's been tons of research. I mean, it's out there. How to deal with these issues, how to dig down deeper, and how to provide the support that these students and these families need. There are professionals out there all across the country that are researching these issues. Why are we not pulling in the professionals and the people who understand how to do this and letting them help and guiding us to create programs to address these issues? I mean, I spent a year on a task force with community partners all across this community. We had a whole plan that we presented to the Buffalo Public Schools. In addition to the fact that I'm also was working with the Erie County District Attorney's Office on the gun violence task force. So, I mean, yes, I know everybody's frustrated, but it's not like we haven't tried to do the work. It's just, for some reason we're missing the mark, and I don't understand why.
Okay, well, I appreciate the passion, I do, but I do think it's not accurate or fair to say, why aren't we not? Why aren't we not? We really are. We meet on a regular basis. We've moved our relationship with the police. It is exponentially more advanced than where we were a year or two ago under Dr. Wright's leadership, and we do meet with them in what we call ComStat meetings, where they are sharing with us what is on social media and where we should be alerted to. And so we've actually averted far more than it even could be. I mean, it just, we need to do a work session to show you. Now, is this enough? It won't be enough in the environment and the climate that we live in. It won't be. But hearing you and to think we're just sitting around and doing nothing with this is not fair, it's not accurate. We are doing an awful lot every day as a team to address these issues. And the BPD has been right there with us, coming at our calls, and on these Monday meetings with Fred and Cassandra and Lieutenant Craig and Chief Aaron Young, to keep us in the loop better than ever before. Before it was sort of, this is a police thing. Now, we've demanded that we be alerted on Monday morning to what was happening over the weekend. What are we possibly looking at for the week ahead? In what schools, with what kids, with what gangs, all of it, we have unpacked. Now, we may need more help. We may need a bigger boat. I wouldn't argue with that. I would think that would be a good assessment, particularly what we're seeing today. Just today, we had 9 major incidents, just today, that rose to level 4 and 5. Most don't rise to that level, but when they do, we try to let you know. We try to let you know, and then we say what we're doing. So I hear you, let it be stated, and then let's continue to work to be better. But it is not that we are doing nothing. And Cassandra, if you could just say a little bit about your work, because that is what you do all day, just about every day. And I would like you to respond a little bit to this notion that, why aren't we? Could you? And then we'll make it even more and make it even better.
Yeah, so Board Member Jay, you are absolutely right. 30% increase in gun violence. We're only talking about gun violence. We've seen exponential increases in sexual offenses, physical violence, bullying. It's out of control. So much so that there was nothing that we could do alone. Under Dr. Cash's leadership and permission, and he just said, go with it. Fred and I have been able to form very solid relationships with the Buffalo Police Department. Lieutenant Craig, Chief Young, and I, we speak every single day. Nighttime, morning time, Saturdays and Sundays, and we meet faithfully every single Monday. So every day, they let me know what's going on at night, the shootings. Then we pull up at the campus, we identify students, and we go into the schools. So what's critical for us as well is that we have a social emotional piece to this. So Dr. Tanja Williams is also a part of the team. And then we look at our data, and so we've got Ebony Bullock, Ebony Bullock, who every single day gives me level 4 and level 5 offenses so we can start tracking. So once we started tracking the data, we developed protocols. And we have, I would call our high 5 schools. And so for those high 5 schools, we have both said and written and visited and let them know that in your schools in particular, because of our relationship with BPD and the intelligence unit, you have some sophisticated gangs in that building who know to come into the school and behave and then smile and nod as though everything is okay once you de-escalate, but then 2 days later there's a shooting. So for those schools, they are to call myself, Lieutenant Craig, Chief Young. We don't bother Fred as much because he's constantly out and about and on the go. And then they give us the names of those individuals so that the SROs can go into the schools. And then we, from the level 5 perspective, begin that de-escalation process. So this protocol must be followed for all of those schools. This is something that we never had to have in place before. So you're right. As our system constantly evolves, we have to add layers. And Mr. Khalil will let you know. First meeting with him, we had the school resource officers, we had our security staff supervisors. We made sure we went over those protocols so that everyone is clear. Our high 5 schools in particular, but to everyone's point, everyone's just a hair away from getting on that specialized list, but we have developed very solid protocols based on our level 4 and 5 data that we get every single day, and then we intervene at the level where we're seeing unrest. They don't have to engage in fights. If we see that there's tension, we get in there. We have also developed a protocol wherein, and Ms. J, you know this all too well, there are students who have what's called murder beat, shoot on sight. And we have had very unfortunate situations where we've had kids near our schools, which need to be considered sacred grounds. Somehow we've gotten away from schools and churches being sacred grounds, and the gangs of today, they don't care, it's shoot on sight. So we've had to actually develop online programs for those children because even though they're engaged in these shooting wars, they're still our responsibility. We have separated them out of the school system and allowed them the safety privilege of learning solely remotely. So there are many things that we are trying to do, many protocols that we are developing, and I think we've said this so many times before, we have a very young group of administrators that require a lot of intensive coaching, and we're doing that as well. But I do want everyone to know that I'm so incredibly grateful for Lieutenant Craig, Chief Young, our security officers, our principals, our parents who are doing their best. But this is such a huge issue that we simply, as Buffalo Public Schools, can't do it alone.
Dr. Wright, what can we do as a board to support you?
I think that you're doing it right now. You're listening, you're hearing. And what I know is that whenever a board member reaches out to me or I to them, in your own space, you make things happen. I know that I already heard Dr. Cash say that he was going to do his best to join with the mayor, the commissioner, so that we can get more SROs. And I have to make that a very clear distinction about SROs. They are specially trained to be in our schools, so we could liken them to officer friendly. They do community policing. So they're not coming in arresting our children, they are de-escalating, quite often taking them home. We have had situations where we found out, and this is our reality, and many people out there, you know this, we found out that there were hits on our children. So our school resource officers have come in and escorted our children out of the school to home so that they are safe, because we knew there was a plan for them to be gunned down. So as the board, with one voice, supporting the superintendent so that we can receive additional SROs, because there's a difference. And just putting the word out, because I want you to know that we have posted for security officers over and over and over again. Our last posting, we only received 7 applications, but when we look at them, not all of them are going to be able to make it through for various reasons. We need people who want to be in school to support a secure environment for our children. We don't want policing in our buildings for our scholars. We want our scholars, our principals, our community to feel like school is once again a sacred place. So that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Ms. Woods?
Okay. Unifies amazing. But I agree with Ann and Hope and Terrence. The board wrote a specific letter saying that we are requesting that Dr. Cash undertake a review and prepare a written report for delivery to us concerning the events, the systems that were in place before the incident on Wednesday, February 9th, and we listed a number of items, very specific items, so that we would understand what was in place beforehand, what didn't work, what crisis and communication plans were in place, and what the changes and initiatives that are going to be put in place. And just, we wanted details. And the reason this letter is very important, because I'm hearing all bits and pieces and what we think we're going to do, but I didn't hear anybody address the facts. Like Sam Rafford was saying, there's a crisis there, there's a conflict, cultural conflict between 2 groups that isn't going away. The groups that the groups don't understand, they have a cultural clash, and if they don't get some understanding and respect for each other, then we will have this situation exploding again and again and again. So I didn't hear anybody say what was really going on, and it's well known in the community. You saw the picture of the shooter, and you saw the victim. Take a look. Get to the reality of the situation, because you have to address the real root cause and the real divisions and misunderstandings that are going on there.
Yeah, well,
Reality.
I know the reality pretty well, deep about what's going on in that situation. And it's not about what you think it's about, okay? And it's not about what he's talking about, so the guy today. So let's hold on that, because that will just inflame things if you don't know the whole story. And I've heard this directly.
The person who got stabbed,
Yeah.
I know about the young lady in the
I'm just
situation.
saying, let's hold on it, and let us, when we give our report, that we share what we are doing about that. But anything dealing with that tonight, before the investigation is complete, I think would start to only rip the division that's there about this even further. And our goal is to try to heal and try to do some other measures that we recognize it. Believe me, I recognize it. So let's know that we're working on this together, and I appreciate your comments about it. Okay, we'll talk more about that tonight, because it's still under investigation. All right,
Ms. Compton?
So this subject of McKinley is about as raw as anything in this district has ever gotten on my last nerves. I have started crying about McKinley for so long. And the sad part about it is that we may not have been able to not stop the shooting, but we certainly should have had more things in place to make sure it didn't happen. So this is about accountability. And I'm not going to let anyone not be accountable, including myself, as well as this board, including our employee and his employee. Everybody has to be accountable in this situation, because one of our premier schools is no longer premier. Don't try to clean it up. Don't try to say anything. This did not happen overnight. When an administrator feels that they can go into a building and strip the culture, take everything Afrocentric out of the building, because they're trying to put their impact in and not realize the essence and the impact on a school is the beginning of the end. So I'm in agreement with everyone that's sitting here. The problem that I have is that I am very concerned, because if you listen to the radio program this weekend, there was a conversation, and I shared it with you guys, that there have already been 4 inexperienced principals put in. No disrespect to you, Mr. Mustafa, because I've worked with you at East, and I know your spirit, and I know who you are. This is not a reflection on you, but what it is to make sure that the same thing does not happen to you, okay? Because if you have a pattern of something happening over and over again, I think it's called insanity if you don't fix some things associated with it. And that's what we have to do here, okay? We cannot put this principal in this building and not hold everyone accountable, but make sure he gets what he needs. The first thing that I feel is missing is the support, the active and documented support of the principals that were sitting here. In other words, you're putting together a plan. Many of them are already in schools very similar, but no one has taken the time to call them and ask them, or to get advice from them in trying to move this piece to the next level, or to fix this piece. You're not going to do it without the experience of the people. The other of the principals, okay, because they are the ones who can lift them up and guide them through this. Not people who are not grounded or who are not from Buffalo, because there's a unique culture in Buffalo. Okay, I can pull up to a stop sign and someone tells me Sharon McKinley is about to blow up, y'all better do something. That's a police officer in our off-duty suit. What are y'all doing at McKinley? We got a problem. I can bring it back here and be ignored. I can get hollered at and screamed at and disrespected for talking about when we were discussing the suspensions, that I was not concerned with the students who were doing what they were supposed to do. That I was concerned with the students who were not doing what they were supposed to do. And what was the plan for those students? Do y'all remember that conversation? We had it here. Okay, it was a legitimate one. Okay,
Okay, and so as I look at this, when I went up to McKinley the other day, I was sick to my stomach. Okay, I was nauseous, but I still went to the site. When I got there, the parents weren't even, no one was talking to the parents. It had been over an hour. Parents were crying. People were holding each other. It was crazy at that site at that point. Only because they didn't get information. Something as simple as saying that if you ain't got a phone call by now, your child is A-okay. Okay, somebody had to take that and had to do it. Then after the press conference, there was a need for someone to come back and talk to those parents who had been sitting out there at 7 o'clock at that point. Okay, I came back and I did not stand at that press conference. I refused to stand at that press conference because this situation with Mckinley was known for a long time. The men who were here, I'm so glad to see them, but I want to know how many times did they come down and try to do work in our schools. It wasn't new news. So for me, the accountability piece is huge because when you said it could be at another school, you're very likely that it could be. The difference between those schools, the two that you talked about, is that those principals are so on. They are so eager. They get to school early, okay? They make sure those kids, they stay on top of them. And then when I find out that principals are not being given the benefit of the doubt or not receiving phone calls, there is a break in the system, and you're right, there's a communication problem. Okay, but what cannot continue to happen is the same thing that happened that the communication problem is not fixed, okay? The principals need to be heard. You can't fix things when somebody talking and you say, I know all about it, I know about it. No, you don't know what she knows until you listen to what she has to say. And that's the key here, listening. So until we can fix this, until we can get to the point where the principals are part of the plan to fix this school, actively part of the plan, you're talking about Burgard's principle, you're talking about International Prep principle, you're talking about MST's principle, you're talking about South Park principle. Until they're brought in here, then I'm not even comfortable about the plan because at the end of the day, they've been working it all the time. Okay, so we need to fix some stuff. And so I'm not going to become comfortable that, and I'm not giving anybody a pass. Okay, because you want to say, let's look the other way, let's fix this, let's go to the next level, when in essence, when it happens in other school districts, a complete independent investigation is done. Not in the group, so you can tell me whatever you want me to tell. I went and looked at the IT report not too long ago. I asked for the rest of the report. It wasn't available. I want a summary. I want the report. I want to know what the interview said. I want to take the time to do it. Because I don't want to point fingers at people, but I do want to make sure that I hold them accountable when we get to the next step. It cannot happen again in one of our schools. People from McKinley has called from all over this country. They are sad. They are wounded, and so are we locally. And our legacies and our schools and our districts deserve to be protected. Okay, we got a major problem. Okay, we have McKinley. My other major concern on my hot list is Da Vinci. Okay, I'm not going to stop doing what I do. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to stop trying to work in these schools because I didn't come here to play games. I came here to try to fix things. Okay, I got a problem on the Bennett campus. I want the story told right. If the gun is at one school, I want it said at that school. I don't want the whole Bennett to always be painted the same way. So I'm not that girl. No one is going to shut me up. You're not going to stop me from the community from coming and telling me what I need to know to help make these schools better. And we're going to have to, as a board, start holding people accountable because at the end of the day, what happened, okay, was tragic. But there were 4 bullets that did not make it to somebody. Okay, there were 4 bullets that did not make it. We escaped a good one that day. It didn't have to be that. So I want action. I don't want to hear all the planning or whatever. There was enough information out there about McKinley that we should have had McKinley locked down. And I'm holding people accountable moving forward. Okay. The other piece is that our parent piece is weak. Okay. I'm curious to know how many facilitators are in place at this point. Our liaison. I'm curious to know. Okay, because in trying to strengthen our schools, we need our community. We meet our parents, okay? That wasn't a priority. And remember, I got reprimanded for that too, okay? So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that Sharon Cotman is not sitting here for the benefit of Sharon Cotman. My grandchildren, trust me, we're gonna make sure our kids are okay. Okay, we're gonna make sure that they read before they go to school. We're gonna make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do, math, science. We're gonna do what we're supposed to do. I am sitting here for the least of these. Okay, and the least of these need a report. When the board receives a report about security or about attendance, that we are addressing the children who are not in the majority. Because that is what I said that day, that those children will be the ones who we have to watch, and aren't they the ones that we have to watch. So, you know, I'm sorry. We need to have someone that is listening to what people are saying, and not knowing everything. Because that's the only way we're going to fix this in this city. I take so many calls in a given week that sometimes my heart aches. Because, and I wake up in the middle of the night. I don't know, many of you do this. Around 3:30, it's like, I don't know if I don't know what happens. Maybe God's trying to talk to me or something. 3:30 in the morning. Okay, where ideas start flowing, I start praying or whatever. I knew McKinley. In my spirit, I knew McKinley was in trouble. But every time I said it, I got reprimanded and disrespected. This disrespect stuff got to stop. Okay, because it starts from the top and it goes all the way down throughout every school. And our culture is broke, not only at McKinley, but it's broke in this district. Yes, we're doing some great things. Yes, we have great leaders, great administrators, great lawyers, great everything. But where we're weakest at is where we need to work the hardest at. And I don't think that's necessarily been happening in a proper way. So I'm holding everybody accountable. Okay, McKinley was a legacy. I want McKinley fixed again. I want it back where it was at. And I don't want any excuses attached to it. I want Burgard fixed. I want all our high schools fixed. I want MST fixed. I want them to get Burgard campus, Bishop campus. You got all those people on top of each other. All those people on top of each other. We can't even grow in this district.
Give the Vinci home before it's broke.
Give MST one too. Middle early college one too, while we're on the subject, because they've been waiting long. Okay? Now, so let's fix this mess and stop finding excuses and talking about what my experience is and this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, we're not fixing this without this community. There are other community groups that need to come forward and provide resources, because this group, as awesome as they are, is not going to fix everything. And we need our community to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Former President Conley. So I have some things I want to say. So let me take off my mask. So there's a variety of things. All week, the board's been reaching out to me regarding the concerns about McKinley. We memorialized them. I'll be reaching out to you, Dr. Cash, make sure that what you're reporting on and what we're looking for, that the two aren't aligned. The second thing is that I'm just kind of curious, because I know that so much of what has occurred at McKinley just didn't occur in one place, and it occurred on the campus, it occurred in the hallways, it did occur on social media. If you could just touch upon those three topics to say how you were addressing each one of those three, just for the edification of my board.
So the plan that we've been working on, which is a living plan, something that we'll continue to address, really gets at the core of the whole entire community. So what happens in the hallway? How do we manage that? How do we have the right systems in place to make sure that it's a safe passing time, for example? How are we managing just as simple as how passes work and how students are shifting from class to class, or when they have to leave a class, what's the best way to manage that? So, it gets into the nitty-gritty details that I've heard from many of you saying, saying that you want those details. Those are some of the things that are in there. Arrival, dismissal, the things that have been tweaked to support those things, how we are assigned throughout the both those two times, outside the building, around the building. So all of those details are aligned, or outlined in the plan. So you have them either identified as things that they were already working on, or new elements that have been added to support those.
Thank you. The social media aspect, I didn't.
The social media aspect, so the cell phone policy, and looking to adjust what's happening with cell phones. Social media, we know that when it happens with the cell phone during the day, it creates problems. And so we're really looking to tighten up the cell phone policy. It is in the plan, some of the things that they're gonna be doing to address that also. And then monitoring social media, there's a lot that administrators across the board do to try to monitor that as much as possible. And then the feedback that we get from our SRO division that supports that work also.
So if a student was to bring a potential a threat of bullying incident, they feel that they're uncomfortable, whatever it may be, so they would bring it to the administrator and they would take appropriate action?
Yes, so we do have it set up so that we have administrators, social workers, counselors, all designed to support anything that our students need. We have what we call is a de-escalation room also that one of our social workers manages throughout the day, and you'll see groups of students going in there, working with her, working through conflict resolution is also in there. There's also opportunities in the plan to address some of the professional development needs of staff. So like de-escalation strategies and how to help students bring things down so that they can get them to a point where they could utilize some of these things like our room with the social worker, as well as any kind of difficulty they may be having with another student or teacher.
Okay, thank you. One second, Terrence, okay? So one of the things that, this is higher up than you, but one of my concerns is that when we look at so many of the incidents that occur across our district, is that they don't physically happen on our campus, that they occur off our campus. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes we'll see that there's these pinch points, you know, for as long as I can remember, it's always been in that downtown corridor where like buses that are going north-south and our buses that are going east-west, and all students are congregating, and you have this Buffalo Police and NFTA and everybody all there at once. So that's just one of the, that's always been problematic, is trying to address that. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I've asked for, and I will mention again, is that many of our school safety plans, I feel they could be updated, because people have a very different expectation when it comes to communication. They want constant, or at least a reasonable expectation of communication. It's going to happen at 7, it's going to happen in 45 minutes, it's going to happen in an hour. You know, you can pick your child up here, we'll figure out how to get them their iPads because we need them for going to learn remotely. What if heaven forbid a parent can't make it to pick up the child? Like all those things that we really need, that I don't think that we anticipated or foresaw when some of these things were drafted. And just the, making sure that we have both the best policies in place that are going to work well for our district, audited the physical systems aligning with our policies, all those things. Just make sure that, not just at McKinley, but across the district, that we have these things in place. And, the mayor, I was listening to his press conference, and he was so generous to make the offer that if we need additional resources, mm-hmm. Hey, now's the time. Because I think at least at this point, we can always revisit. At this point, I think we could use some additional school resource officers and some better coordination with the Buffalo Police Department for those times that are beyond the school resource officers' purview. Terrence?
Yes. One thing that I heard from parents, and they were very, very upset about this whole vacation. One thing that happened at the press conference, it seems like the people at the press conference that was speaking was trying to defer this crime, trying to say that it wasn't on school property. And make it lesson so that it wasn't on school property, it wasn't on school property. Parents are very disappointed when a child was shot, stabbed, jumped, kicked, fight. The VA said that it was kicks, punches, knife pulls, and shootings, all the same incident. And just to defer to say that it was not on school property, it was on school property, that was very intense at the time. And talk about this as a parent. And our goal is to get education and safe paths for our kids into college, through high school, from elementary school, year in Buffalo, we had 85 children that were shot under the age of 18. 85. That's out of 245 shootings. 85 was our children, our age. And if this is not serious enough to you or serious enough to anyone in this room and our parents, that we find ways to try to add this as a district, as a board, to these children have walking in life with fear that they can't talk to anyone, that they can't have a relationship with people, or because they're going on a lot, you know, a family member house somewhere that are they going to jump, are they going to get assaulted. And these are the things, listen, and I cut you off, I come on early to break the barriers program, children speak about this. And they work within our district. And they talk about they don't go outside because it's a potential they're going to get harassed in some kind of way. They don't go to the park and play basketball. They don't walk down the street and go to the store because they're going to get approached either sell drugs, buy drugs, or some I owe you, but give you safe passage this week. You got to give yourself back. You got to pay. So these are the things that our children are dealing with. And I know it's bigger than the street. It really needs to have a group that's really can work with the public police department, the sheriff's department, the state police. It needs to be something larger to come in and help these communities and the problems the children have, these communities have. So I'm not going to put everything on the schools. And I know our principals work very hard on this. I know our principal staff work very hard. But we really have to jointly find something that we can do to get to the streets. Because everything in the streets comes to our buildings. When I was teaching, we knew that if something happened between two kids, his cousin got to fight with his brother. They come to the school, now these two kids got the same confrontation. And I was a court liaison in the state of Georgia. And one thing, the reason why I ran for the board, if I came to the position, we had so many cases down in Georgia that started out in court and jail. So they bring people out of jail, and they put church lined up so that we can hear the cases that they come outside the cells into a room. Mock court. And what I seen was black men and black women chained together like they were slaves in uniform. And they were chained and rolled like 15 to a row, 15 to a row, 15 to a row. They marched out and we sentenced them or put them on probation or drop charges, whatever the case is. And it's the worst thing that you're going to see. And we don't protect our children, we market our children for this type of situation. We don't educate them. This is where they end up at. If we don't show them love or show them that we care about them, they're going to end up there for one reason or another. So, I don't know what it is, Dr. Cash, what can you do, but we need to get all these entities together to work together. To come in and talk to our kids, and they can tell you the problems in the streets. So, I don't know how you're going to move forward with this, but as a board, we need to take some direction.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Yes, Dr. Campbell.
know that when the
So we have to be accountable. Any kind of child on a bus with books in their book bag, that ain't no kid's problem, that's a parent problem. Now we're gonna go here. Parents got to be responsible as well. We talk about accountability. I felt like I need to be accountable. I told my boys, you're not going to school to cut up. When you cut up, that's when I'm gonna cut up. I prepared them to learn. Parents got to know what's going on with their babies. The schools cannot be everything to everybody. My parents did not have a formal education, but guess what? They used to say, I remember my mother, she was dead today, she was dead 7 years. When I went out to school, well, before I went to bed, before I went out the door, did you finish your homework? That's all they had to say. I knew it had to be completed. It was 9 of us. 9 children, a mother and a father, who also, my daddy worked at Bethlehem still as well. Right? Working 2 and 3 jobs, so my mom could stay home and raise her children. But my point is, we all have to be accountable. These young boys and girls today, they're no different than what we were. It's just a different kind of culture because we didn't have access to the social media, for example, the cell phones, etc. These are the same babies that we were. I agree with every comment that my colleagues at this board mentioned, that if we're going to reset Mckinley, we need to reset every one of these high schools and give them what they need. We cannot do it alone. I've always said, I've done it. I work with the community. I'm a credentialed parent educator. That's why I can say what I say about parents. The point is, it's important to, include some of the resources that are out there. We talked about a few earlier. We know that they're cited in our documents here, and there's many more. There's credible, opportunities out here, for us to access. We cannot do it alone. We need the help of the community. We need the help of the spiritual community. We need the bishops to quote prayer. We need it all. All we can get, we need to accept. Yeah, we gotta be careful. But most people who come here and want to add, to the lives of our children, they need well. We need to better and see who they are. I'm still working in the community with families, and we get referrals all the time. And I get a call with some of those referrals talking about a 10-year dictate he or she not going to school. Are you kidding me? Or you're talking about, the absenteeism rate. Just look at the dashboard. How do our kids not even report to school, or they report when they want to? We got a problem, and it's bigger than Mckinley probably just exacerbated, all the issues that happen in this district. And it's not just happening in Buffalo. Don't get it twisted. It's across this country, urban cities, and charter. So you don't talk about it, but to me, be about it, talk about it, and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Ms. McCosey.
So I've been building, people are paying attention, they're watching, and they're hopefully they're watching. And there's real there are questions, and that's why I keep referring back to this, of what led up to this. So many different reports and all of that, so that multiple things have led up to this. We don't have to talk about it, but we need to make sure that that piece, I'm going to stress, the data that leads up to, and the information that you receive to be proactive. I've also gotten from folks now 4 that said that we're doing, we're doing what we have to do in the schools that we definitely see the need great, but the schools that are in good standing can easily become those same schools. So I'm just, there's a lot of concern that we're focusing on the school, on these schools, but we may not do the same surveys in the good standing schools, where if you know how our community works, if you're monitoring these 6 schools, they're going to go. And those same kids are all the way up with one big group. Everybody's related. Everybody knows everybody. Gangs will just sit in one building or in one area. They're everywhere. So that's the concern I'm seeing from parents and teachers, actually, that just the surveys, or just make sure that's brought to everyone and documenting, of course, the needs that need to be addressed in our top community schools. We definitely do that, but it's rather proactive, I guess, is what the messages I'm getting here before it ends up in another school. So resource all the schools down the line. And I did have a question. It was just, it'll come to me later.
All right, thank you, everyone. All lines being cleared, we can move on to the next topic. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. Principal Moose, I wish you all the best of luck going forward. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for stepping up. No problem. I know they got the right name. I appreciate it.
Let me do that. So, colleagues, I did have several other pieces, but one of the things that I wanted to try to address tonight is, I think Luke Petrucci sent something this morning. Let me see what I have here. Yes, school. Lou, you could say it better, but parents coming back into school or being able to have access to programs. I was thinking, I could try to interpret what you were saying. Is it like for parent-teacher conferences, or because we've had parents out with the masking policies, and come March 7th or whenever the governor does what she's going to do with masks, I'm willing to open it back now. Time to re-examine that policy that we've had most of the year and start letting parents individually in small groups register to come into the school. I do think there should be a clearance process, and I think we have one of those already established. And so we just can start to assume that. If I understood what was being asked, one of you want to let me know what you're talking about, and I'm happy to address it here. But I wanted to do that under my update.
No, thank you, Dr. Cash. So yeah, what we've heard, and I also received a series of petitions from East about the same thing today. People are concerned. They want to get back in the buildings. They want to watch sports events. I know sometimes that's a little bit more complicated because there are other factors involved. But people want our Buffalo Public Schools oftentimes are acted as the locus or the center point for the community. And if they miss that, they want to return. They see it on Saturdays, but they would like it to be more.
Yeah, I'm glad this is being brought up. I didn't think we would have the opportunity to discuss it tonight. I strongly believe we need to start loosening up our parents need to have access to the building. Last night we had a parent conference for performing arts. It's just not the same being in the building, talking with all the staff in the building, talking with other parents, seeing other students. And then last night I get an email saying that there's going to be a virtual open house for school we still need to be cautious, but we need to get close to normal and start having special events and celebrations.
Okay, is that what you meant by that?
Correct.
Okay, so, colleagues, I agree with that. I didn't ask Dr. Cole to come, but he does say that we still do have the high counts, and that if we start to do something like that, he'd be okay with the masking. He would require to keep the masking. He's saying it here for CDC, AAP, and indoors, especially to continue with the masking until we get down under 50 cases per 100,000, until we get well below the 5% positive case rate. We're heading there, but we're not there yet. But if that's what you're talking about, I want to start having field trips, and concerts, and proms, and dances, and all of that. I really do. And I think if nothing's coming back, and he's telling me there's nothing back there, right? So that's what was coming. Get rid of that Delta, and then here comes Omicron, and here, he says right now, nothing back there. So I think for the spring and all of that, we could be having great normal times again, and I really do support that. So I'll loosen it as soon as we can. I think you can start now, right after the break, in coming in as for parent-teacher conferences, for student plays, things like that. Virtual play ain't gonna get it for your kids. It just doesn't do. So let's open up that, and Tanja, we can develop a policy that opens that up a little bit, and still maybe if we have a large play with a lot of folks at that or here, maybe just a little distance still, every other seat or something like that. But I think we can still do it. Okay. So is that responsive to that?
Very responsive.
Okay. And then the after-school program, colleagues, we started the after-school program 5 days a week, 2 hours a day. Okay, that was an initiative under this administration. It's one of our signature initiatives. But we want to get there. We want to be there. It has started with high school, been going on for a while. The after-school piece, it's a conundrum for me. I would welcome a committee that looks at it and gives us some ideas. We already are starting virtual, and we're open Saturdays. I know they want it in person every day, all day, but that's that transportation. So we'll keep working on it. I'm open. I like what Terrence said about it's bigger than us. If there's some great national models that we can bring them here and help us with this violence, that starts in the community and leads into the schools, then I want to see where best practice is so we can bring it here pronto, yesterday. So Terrence, if you could help us with that and bring some ideas of who I can reach out to. One of training that I had a good colleague, he did what we call King in Nonviolence. We trained over 60,000 kids, we trained over 30,000 staff, and it made a difference for the time when we had a raging gang problem. But I'm not saying that's the answer for Buffalo. Whatever ideas you have, let's talk about it, let's see what we can look into and bring up more help. We need more cavalry, we need more troops on this. And so with the after school, form a task force, form a little group that you want to work on and give me some suggestions, and we'll try to solve that come spring as well.
That's good to hear, Dr. Cash. I know that Mr. Hurd, Mr. Scott, and Dr. Evans Brown all expressed interest in trying to resolve this and to come up with some solution.
Good. Appreciate it.
Anything else, Dr. Cash?
Yeah, colleagues, I'll just have one more thing tonight. I do think with all of this energy, I certainly understand it, and it is top of mind for us. But I did have the conference call yesterday with the commissioner, and now today the embargo has been lifted. And colleagues, in your email somewhere, you already have the Buffalo Public Schools release of the graduation rates for last year. I do think I would like to end my update at least on a very positive note. You see in the release, the rise continues. We were commended for that rise by the Buffalo News today. That article will come out tomorrow. I interviewed with the news reporter there because 2 years in a row now, you've seen a rise. And you now have 16 out of your 20 high schools. We talk about the violence, we talk about the challenges, and there are there. But again, a great number of these kids, because of their resilience, because of some of the supports, additional supports we've been put in place, innovative supports, which you can read about here. These kids are thriving, and they now will have an opportunity to continue. See, so that pipeline that you talk about, which is real, prison pipeline, this allows them not to get caught up in that. So this is amazing, a rate of 78.5, almost at 80%, and 16 of your 20 schools are at 75% or higher. 13 schools are at 80% or higher in the district. That's phenomenal to me. Burgard has made substantial gains. MST is way up in the 70s. IPrep is up in the 75, and it's all coming along with all of the help of everybody and what they're doing. So that's the kind of all hands on deck that's going to be needed to address this violence issue, this social emotional issue that our kids are dealing with right now. The depression, the food insecurities, the eating disorders, the anxiety, the trauma. It's not just the kids who are acting out physically and with guns. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Not just the kids who are actively acting out. There's so many more students who we're not seeing the presentation of behaviors, but they're still suffering. They're still struggling. So this is going to take a really mass canvas of work to begin to address, and then it's going to take a couple of years, frankly, before we see some sort of pre-COVID and when it was good, come to school every day, and yes, we had a few incidents and this and that, but nothing on this scale. So I appreciate that, but I did want to say that on the other hand, there are many, many scholars that do come to school every day, that are behaving well every day, that have good supports, and are even being good peer leaders with others. That's a big part of Dr. Morell's work, is to develop kids who help other kids. And so that's how you do it. Each one reach one, each one teach one, and then you go out exponentially on a problem like this. And I like the fact that Brown says he's absolutely right. Most of these things we know start at home, but the home also needs support sometimes. I don't think any parent intentionally tries to develop a violent kid or a kid who misbehaves. But I think they need the support and the help, and then we need to keep making sure that we're doing everything we can to know what our babies are doing. As you so aptly say, we got to look in their backpacks. We got to, when you sleep, get up and see what they're doing on social media, because they're doing social media, colleagues, more than they're in school. They're doing that 12, 13 hours a day. It's a major problem. It simply comes down, if you're not putting effort into school, you want to teach in school. And so we're going to keep working together on this, and I wanted to end on that graduation rate, good news data. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Cash, I just wanted to piggyback on your comment, because the one thing that jumped out at me was the achievement gap between white and black students went down to 1.3% difference between the two. That's great, because that's been something we've really, the district I know has worked hard to do for a long time. All right, so we end on a good note. With respect to our minutes from the previous meeting, they were not uploaded, so we will have to vote on both the meetings from this, or the minutes from this meeting and the previous board meeting the next time we meet. Committee reports. I'm going to start this way and go around the table. I ask that you work in brevity as we are approaching 10 o'clock. So starting with Ms. McCosey and working around the table. Jennifer, I'm going to pass you the mic.
I don't have any report right now.
Question, resolutions that have been put into the session, particularly about the board was expressing
Mr. Hurd.
So this is community reports. So I'll start off with athletic report. We have board docs, we have 28 that's part of that community report also. So this is know that Michael J. House, schools, has since I was state police planning meeting. So he's right now in New York at the meeting of the February 16th, first time I've represented the city of Buffalo to attend and try to get say so in the latest portion of the annual year in New York State. All sports, all the new all sports have been listed. This represents the HR department and the higher select all sports. Community, please check the listings and learn how to modify our sports program listed down the road. Board concludes that the legislative department hired an administrative secretary, and there are currently 2 more open positions that are available. So anybody interested, qualified, please public school website. Modified flag football is going to be for the last month. Endorsed by the NFL at the beginning of spring. So all curriculum is set. It's going to be set for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So this is our modified sports program. So our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade will get modified sports. Community coaches are running and overseen, and then be overseen by PS coaches who will put together a program set in place of certifications and got completed qualified people to run and operate the program. Our RFP was submitted for that training certification is ensured that the annual certification for the CPR, APP, and lifeguard can be given to our community partners, and this will be paid for by the district. Of course, there's 3 other training courses that they will be very most important. As you know, 2080, our board asked the all-high stadium capital improvement project upgrade. That's going to upgrade our track. It's going to replace our track, our turf field, and the pipes that go underneath the ground, and some of those spots on the ground here. So that's a very, very expensive project that we'll do to reinvent all-high stadium. But that capital money is being used now, and we're going to start to tear that build up and put it in the turf down and put it on track now, and also stand pits and things like that, which will help for Title IX certification to the state championship and state competition here, right here in Buffalo, and possibly make some money off of it. So we got things active. 23A, Canada, the school, 79 to replace the scoreboard on that. The current scoreboard is operable, so they replace it with a technology type scoreboard. 23B is the winter fitness doing repairs. We have a number of equipment that need repaired. It's a hazard to our children. They can't use it because they get hurt on it. Teachers get hurt on it. So those that we are either going to fix or replace. So that one is a issue that we can take care of. There are things that are fitness equipment also. Board concludes that closing out our winter sports, that sports here in the city of Buffalo, we have 3 girls teams and 1 boy team that's in the sectional competition for championship they compete for. So we look at it, we have a Mckinley boys basketball team. They made it to the sectionals, so everything between 1 through the basketball team is still striving. Hutchett, Buffalo Culinary have made it to the sectionals, so congratulations to Hutchett and Buffalo Culinary. The schedule will be emailed to the district. I'm not trying to find a way to get these placed on the website also. And also the districts and how to send the schedules out so we can get support for these young men and women who are competing and trying to get college scholarships. very much about it. I really make sure that everyone enjoys it. So really, there's a couple of good things. I'm not going to say some of these things, but one of the great things that went on today was morale and the support of families starting training in the elementary program. Got it on today, so congratulations to Morale. She brought Renee Watson. It was a wonderful program. That's our day. And many people from the district aboard. So kudos to them. We get a chance to watch it. And also, I just want to say this one last thing. That there's a speaker tonight at UD. Is the person she's the person who wrote the 1619 project, and her name is Tobin Jones, the Pulitzer Prize winner. And hopefully Dr. Tim Morrell, the staff here, and bring her here to do something like that tomorrow. So we're trying to make some magic out of it. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. That's great to hear about Mr. Patterson, New York State Public High School Athletic Association. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Mr. Larry Scott.
Yeah, same thing. Our meeting was canceled. I'm not doing the faculty. Just want to announce that for April, educational support committee will be joined by David Russell, Sam Buffalo. Really excited to hear about this initiative for 3-year-old preschool possibilities.
Member Paulette Woods.
Yes, the finance announcement meeting today that was canceled. Emily, one thing I really wanted to say is that the city of Buffalo had a Zoom meeting yesterday. We are funding a number of agencies, some of the same ones we are, to try to address this problem. We're putting a pot of money together, and the money on the bid, I'm going to make sure that everybody I know can try to bid and help pull together those projects coming into our schools. The city doesn't do this.
Thank you, Member Woods. Ms. Milton Gottlieb.
So I don't have much to report. I'm not going to take more time tonight to report. But I would like to share with you all that today we did have a delegate meeting with the Honorable President of our Big Five initiatives to talk about concerns as the budget is moving forward. The typical lobbying meeting from February the 24th, next Thursday. Board members are invited to attend. I'm going to invite my principals as well as teachers. We are Women Warrior, sponsored by Betty Jean Grant, and also Betty Jean Grant at the Mary at the library, which is taking on the topic of
Thank you, Ms. Mellencamp. Just a couple quick things. I did get the opportunity to watch a new video by Mr. Charles Bergen. Mr. Bergen, my brother's keeper, who is here often, he has a new video out, so I imagine we will be asked to view it. He's also asking for to memorialize many of our students who have passed away in the district as well. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know Mr. Bergen works very hard towards that end. I got a nice letter from the New York State New York State Council for Social Studies, because one of our teachers, Mr. Rich Pizek, has been awarded the 21-22 Distinguished Social Studies Educator Award. So someone from our own district is going to receive it. And if anyone knows Rich, he's out and about everywhere. You see him wherever you go. He's a difficult person to miss. Last, just because I just want to mention it, I took a meeting with some representatives from Buffalo String Works. They're interested in supplementing our existing programs to try and get more music into our schools, cognizant of the existing circumstances that are out there. But it was good, and they are presently doing some after-school work in 2 of our buildings. But they have it's all for free, which is always something that makes Jeff smile. But it's something that I just thought was worth at least listening to. So as things progress, I will give additional information to everyone here. Not hearing anything else. Thank you all. So at this point, I'd like a motion to move forward the consent agenda. By Ms. McCosey, second by Ms. J. So our first question tonight is under 9C by Ms. Sharon Belton-Cotton.
My only concern is what I expressed earlier with regard to support for the new principal and the community to make sure that we utilize the talent of the current principals in formulating that plan. I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but they are grassroots people. They know more about this than anyone could possibly know who's pushing the paper or who's sitting at the desk. We need to make sure that this gentleman is giving us support that we need, and we need to harness the talent that exists in our most difficult schools with our principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. Next, we have number 17D, the Federal E-Rate Program. A question and a comment from Board Member Terrence Hurd.
I was asking for just a quick overview of the program. What exactly is being So it's basically upgrading.
Yeah, either upgrading or maintaining. So we get
Yes, Ms. Scott.
So I have a question about 17C. I would like to, somewhere in the near future, take a look at what we are doing with our tuition-based program between railroad college, et cetera, et cetera, and I think it would be a good idea to take a look at that once a year, and see what's being done, right? You know there are challenges with COVID, but we have not had an update on those college years.
Yeah, we could ask for an update, Chairman. I'd be happy to make that request. With respect to 18F, I have a question from Mr. Terrence Hurd.
I was about to say that this is a wonderful idea, wonderful description. Because morale for scholarly work with our children in the district. I fully support this initiative and hopefully give support to the future and see that both of them come out with taking that young scholar out and really see the world. See African American kids right keep on doing black lives matter where experience happened in the last couple of years in the project. So thank you for the
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. The next question, I believe, is mine, which is the 19B, the data warehouse, data lake and early warning systems. I'm going to date myself and say that myself and fellow board member Ross Taylor were looking at something like this many calendars ago. I just think that it's a great idea. It's my understanding that this system that's being proposed is far more complicated than what we had spoken about and what we were looking into earlier. Even with the improvement in our graduation rate, I believe that a system like this will make sure that we identify students that could use the help at the earliest stage possible to get better results. So I just wanted to say I think this is great. Kudos and keep up these type of efforts to move the district. Next we have 19J. I have Ms. McCosey, Mr. Petrucci, and Mr. Scott. My comments refer to both JK and L, as do Ms. McCosey's. So I will start with you, Jen. Do you want to address them all together or are they separate?
So my comments, I'll just address them all together. I do have a question for but I just want to say that this is what I've been kind of screaming about for years, is working with our folks on the ground in order to get some sort of transparency, some sort of communication, and bridging that gap. It's, unfortunate that we're doing this based off of what, it is reactionary, but this is also super
just hope that this is enough. And to Sharon's point earlier, there are other community-based organizations out there that want to support and help. We know this problem goes beyond the walls of our schools, and so we need the support of those community-based organizations. So this is a good start, and I'm glad that it's including 6 schools, not just one or two. And it's based on suspension rates of those 6 schools. So I don't have a question other than just to make a strong statement too, that these contracts both end in June. And it's my feeling that this is going, we're going to need this support and more beyond just June. We need it this summer. We should double down this summer, and it should transition into next school year. I was told that we will reevaluate at the towards the end of the year. I'm going to keep it in the back of my mind and follow up on it, that we need to have a continued plan going into the summer and the next school year.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Miller, you want to do number 19L?
I just want to say I agree with Mr. Scott that there is a need to continue this through the summer. You need to be proactive, not reactive. Summer, our children need supports as well. We need to make sure that we put them in place so that in September 3rd, we don't have to be behind the 8 ball. So that's a good deal. Also, Mr. Tucci, this is 20A. I do have a question for that.
Okay, we'll come back to 20 division. I'm going to use it, Jen, unless you have something pressing right now, Jen, and I'll let my questions come back. So I have for JK now. So one thing, I just want to speak in support of these programs. I work with Back to Basic Ministries for 15, 16 years for a long time. They do great work. I've seen them on the street. I've seen what they do. I have full support. But one of the things I noticed is that I didn't see an RFP attached with this procurement. So one of the functions of an RFP is so that other people know that there's this opportunity to participate. And I know that there's many groups out there that would like to have that same opportunity. If they were interested in participating with the district, how would they reach out and what would be the best way to do it? Good question.
Since this is federal money, right? And state money is supposed to be on the
Thank you very much.
So I will mention that for the parents supporting parents, as well as the supporting families, youth and families in crisis, we did enact a request for professional services. So I mentioned that this has been in process for a couple of months. For the parent supporting parent proposal, we did send it out to 3 potential organizations. And then five characters actually. MVP was the only one to respond. And for the supporting youth and families at crisis, we did send out to 3 potential organizations, and Back to Basics responded. So there was a procurement process, keeping in mind that the work now has expanded beyond the maximum $20,000 that is the maximum capacity for our parents.
But if there was another organization that was interested, how would we go about approaching the district? What would be the best way to do it?
You're talking about for new proposals?
Correct.
They could absolutely reach out to me. So I'm interested in hearing all this and organizations talk daily because a lot of organizations we're partnering with through our parent centers, through the community. It's not always about contract. Many of them volunteer. They can contact my office, 716-816-4721.
Thank you very much.
Can I make a point on that?
Sure.
My concern
grassroots people volunteer, and the people who don't live in the community get paid. So we need to make sure, in moving forward, particularly since this money was sent here for the intent to make sure that we address these issues. It wasn't a coincidence that this large amount of money came here. They had enough wisdom to understand that we were facing challenges that we had never encountered before, and they were trying to meet the needs of the community, of the people. You know, so for whatever reason, people have volunteered for years, but could not get a contract in this district. Okay, these are the people who will fix this problem. These are the people when, at 5 o'clock, when everyone else has gone home to their prospective neighborhoods, which most of the time is not in the city of Buffalo in this district, these are the people who will still be here holding these children accountable. And so we really, I know you get that, and so I'm not going to preach to you. But I just want to say that we have to have a mechanism in place to get more grassroots organizations. And I want to go on record to say community school was supposed to be about that. When our Crystal people put that in place, the idea was to make sure that grassroots people were running community school programs. The way we have it set up is very difficult for grassroots people to run community programs because of the way that they're paid. So they have to go through these larger organizations. What surprised me about Back to Basics is that they had Best Self there. However, they did not have the Health Center for Midwood, who has African-American psychologists, African-American counselors and all that. They didn't have them listed in here. What surprised me also was that Murray's group was not, Stop the Violence is not listed in this group. But we have worked, I mean, they have given so much over the years. I've gone on tours with them right before school ended. And then another group that was not out there, George Johnson's group, who has worked with Michelle Augusta. Those groups were not included in that. So there is a need to provide more because they cannot satisfy our entire district. So I'm looking forward to see how this is put together so that we can make sure that we get some grassroots involvement to hold these children and these families accountable within our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Belton. Ms. Nicosi, you have additional comment?
No, I have a question, and it's really pertaining to what Ms. Cotton was just saying. So, as a founding person of the Peacemakers on the board, I do know that Back to Basics is kind of the lead group of that group, and the safe passage, right, and all of that, it's Peacemakers as a whole are doing that work. So my question is Back to Basics just not listing that the Peacemakers are a part of that, which also includes Stop the Violence, No More Tears, and Home Front, and all of the groups that you had mentioned. It's an important question for me because I feel like Peacemakers as a whole is a unified group. And if we're just listing Back to Basics and we're listing them because they're kind of the head of the Peacemakers, the overarching, then it should include the rest of the groups as well. So, and if it isn't, and they end up working in there, that's a confusion. It's a confusion. It tends to, each group has members. Each member overlaps in other groups, and that's a tension, right? And part of, it becomes a tension. So I'm wondering, how is this just a Back to Basics effort, and the safe passage piece is not going to include what the Peacemakers have been doing? Or is this a collective effort? And if so, then the other groups should be named because all the Peacemaker groups combined create the Peacemakers. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, Back to Basics, they formulated the proposal in conjunction with many of the other groups that you mentioned. So not every group is listed in the proposal. Stop the Violence, I don't believe Fathers is listed. I can't remember off the top of my head if Mad Dad, but there are numerous.
Stop the Violence.
Yeah, Stop the Violence.
Is No More Tears still part of that? No, that's I'm just asking, like, if they, because that's the Peacemakers, right? Because as a whole, the Peacemakers provide safe passage. So if that's the case, can that be included in what we put out publicly? Only because, what Sharon is saying, these groups need to be recognized for the work And if their constituents, their followers, the people who are involved in these groups, see that they're all included in that, they don't automatically assume that someone was not left out. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the narrative that bothered me a bit with this, is what's somebody gonna see if they just see that Back to Basics is the only one listed, but it's State Passage, and people who are actually volunteers for peacemakers that might be working under Stop the Violence or another group, see that and say, oh, okay, what's going on here? I just wanna clarify for the public, you know, if it's a whole deal. Whether it seems petty or not, that's a thing.
I hear you, I understand. We certainly have a conversation with with Back to Basics, because remember they wrote the proposal. And just keep in mind, you all know this, we contract with many organizations who subsequently subcontract with other groups. Not all of those subcontracted groups are listed in the proposal. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the narrative, but keep in mind that this is the group that wrote the proposal as submitted.
Right. I see where you're coming from, but if you know the situation, then you know what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So I'm putting that out there for the public to make sure that at least you said all those groups are involved. So that's all I needed to hear, and I need the public to hear. That was.
Yes, definitely.
So can I just piggyback on this?
1 second. I'm looking at Dr. Cash first.
I'm not sure, colleague, I missed a little piece, but I've talked extensively with Reverend Giles. Okay. And right here on page 1, on the 3rd paragraph, Back to Basics recently celebrated its 25th anniversary of service in Buffalo and inner-ring suburbs with overseas. We had long conversations. Back to Basics will work in conjunction with other grassroots and community organizations, including but not limited to peacemakers, Best Self Behavioral Health, Mad Dads, Snug, and GYC Ministries. Back to Basics will also partner with parent groups such as Most Valuable Parents, Women Against Violence Everywhere, and Mothers Against Violence. So he was clear that he gets a grant from the city of $150,000 for peacemakers. And I just said, I don't want to duplicate where you're covering peacemakers in some of these areas. So I said, Reverend God, make sure that you are expanding the vote rather than just duplicating the vote. And that's what he's indicating here. Now, I can talk to her tomorrow.
No, I'm gonna admit right now that I did not see the peacemakers listed. That's mainly my concern,
Right.
is that the peacemakers as a whole are State Passage, right? So that's where I was going with it. That's what my question was about, and I just wanted to see that. That much I will admit. But the narrative, yeah.
Ms. Miller,
So I just wanted to be clear that, there have been people that have been working and volunteering for years. Irving Holden is one of those guys, and he's with Stop the Violence. Stop the Violence Coalition. And
He'll be working with them.
I understand that his group is independent, and so we have George Johnson who works with us also. Can't think of the name of his group right now, sorry. Is it what? It's not, I can't think of it, right, but anyway, these have been people who have been partnering with us for years, and, whether you realize it or not, okay, they bring their own footprint themselves.
Yeah.
So, you may have this going forward, but that doesn't mean that there are not other people that have a footprint as well, especially when Michelle has been working for years with George Johnson in our district. Okay, so, and the work that she's been doing over at Rocky Park and over there. So I think there's a need because I'm sure in order to pull this off, he's going to need as many people as he can get. sure that we respect the relationship that we've already had in place, because they do deserve to be respected, because they worked with us, and we didn't have any money to give them. Although these guys did come to try to offer us the whole story about how many times they came to offer their services. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woods?
I just wanted to say that Dr. Yossi has been trying for several years to do the homicide prevention. And I'm really glad to see that now he is going to attack where our kids are being brainwashed into shooting and killing and being desensitized. But it is very important that this is a wonderful, big to be expanded. This is only like a first step, because some of the churches are bringing to my attention, and they want to meet with our superintendent now that they see the door and the arm is extended. And they have several programs, some for leadership, some for trauma, some programs that will really assist us. In fact, one of the programs said, you said you have really difficult children that are causing a lot of problems at McKinley. They'll take half of them. They'll take half of them in their mentorship program. They want to talk to you about they can change these kids. And that's what we've been talking about. The community groups that can impact these children. So kudos, it's a big step, but we need a few more.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. All right. Yes, we're going to have to share right now. So we have two people that have questions for 28. Ms. Cheryl Cotton and Mr. Terrence Harris.
I think Mr. Urban is presented to us in entirety of the bigger story, but I never know. My question is a little different. My question is about the boxes, about are we going to do a complete face study on at all high state? Are kids going to have a quality billboards and things like that that the other schools that you place throughout the area have? So, you know, I understand this is for the charity, but I'm trying to figure out if there's going to be additional stuff done over there in that area. If that's the case, then in the past, what we've done is we've had sponsors, etc., things like that. So where are we with that as far as moving to the next level?
Yeah, either, we can all take it. So, from the beginning, I made it clear to the team that I didn't want to half-step this, I didn't want to piecemeal it. I wanted you to do a full assessment of what all high stadium needs, and then let's see whether we do it in stages or whether we can do it all. Let's do it. Now, prices have gone up since we started this a year ago, but nonetheless, I said, look, we got to get it done. So at this point, after hearing from our architects and the people who are working on this, the turf field will be done. It'll be beautiful. There'll be the track that goes around it. That will be done to college level, competition standard. The seating needs work, and the lighting over the seating on the guest side and on the visitor side. That's going to be done. And then we wanted to make sure they had press booth boxes above the press and the game management people. So I think we got that. The design part of it is on this cost. Then we go to actually getting that done. So not all is not in here, there's some design and then that next step. And then we want to scoreboard. And I said, one of the things we've done in the past, let's get sponsors to pay for advertising. And you could have advertising all around in the new stadium, and that would be paid, annually to advertise their company. So Rich Products or M&T Bank or, Catholic Charities or whatever, they could buy some of the scoreboard, they can buy something around, advertising type around the scoreboard. So those all have been discussed, and I want to see that they get there. I want it to be best in class. I know when you went up and played some of the final teams up there, they had some really awesome facilities. That's what we want all high to be. So with that, Nate, would you want to sort of say that this item includes, and then where the ultimate is going to go? This $2 million item, 2.1 million.
Yeah, the board. Yeah, the board has already approved the field, the actual turf, which will commence as soon as the weather permits. This includes the track and the design of the press box, visiting bleachers, lighting, concession stand, scoreboard, and the like. Once that design is done, the field and the track is done this year before the start of the season. The next phase, the final phase, after the design is finished, would be to bid out the construction and completion of the rest of those items, which will commence and take place in 2023.
So the turf, and this is, we've already approved that in a separate?
Yeah, you had two separate, well,
and so
there was one in the fall, but they couldn't get to it before the start of the season, so the board approved that, I believe, just to extend the dates, sometime either November, December, or something like that. So you already approved the actual field, that was about $600,000, and then the track and the design of the rest of those items that I listed are listed in this item here tonight.
So when are you talking about completing this? Our kids in September have a new scoreboard.
Likely not the new scoreboard. They will have the new field. They'll have the new track.
But why not a scoreboard? Why can't we do more than one thing at a time? Why can't we do scoreboards and
We'll have, it'll depend on the completion of this particular project and when we can get it done. If we can get it done before the start of next season, we will, in terms of the scoreboard and some other items. But everything has to fit, together. The press box, the concession stand, the visiting bleachers, and the new scoreboard.
So is there any, in your plans, are you planning for private boxes to be available?
No.
Why not?
It'll be part of the design. I'm not sure what it will encompass at this point, but you're talking about
I'm talking about like what I see when I go to Amherst or when I go to Lancaster, the stuff I see out there. I'm just talking about some of the things.
Our goal is to have a state-of-the-art facility with a state-of-the-art press box.
But I know what state-of-the-art for Buffalo is, what state-of-the-art for the suburb is. Typically, that's why I go to the suburb shop, I buy my cars and everything, because I like to treat you out there a little bit better than I like to treat you in Buffalo. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make with this is that I really expect this to be, with no exception, marked, especially with the amount of money that is presently available, that we get this done and we get it quickly, done as quickly as possible, because our children are in awe when they step out into those fields, all because they're not used to that norm. And I think that's one of the culture shocks that they have that impact our games.
Yeah, one of the things I don't think that we looked into, I don't think this is R.S.er qualified. My understanding is it isn't, but maybe it could be capital. If we did something inside that, my understanding is we could get capital reimbursement.
Well, could Foundation Aid work on it?
Up to a certain percentage from the state, but that's a little tricky.
Foundation Aid, is this okay using that either? Right, but you can't use that for that?
No, we can't.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay,
Thank you. Mr. Hurd, the floor is yours.
Yes, Ms. Bell-Cotton. To answer your question, how you wrote it out, it's supposed to be in 3 different phases. Phase 1 would be the field and the turf and the track. Phase 2 would be the redevelopment of the stands. So we're going to have 2 press boxes, not just one. So it'll be one for the visitors and one for the home team. And then also we have the lighting, which is very important, new lighting for the field, new lighting for the stadium. And another very important part of it is that visitor bleachers. So on the other side where it used to be, the stadium used to wrap around the field, it's gonna be visitor bleachers on the other side for safety reasons. So we got visitors on one side and the home team on the other side with the concession stands. And the lighting is very important because the new type of fusion lighting that you use in New York State, that you can use at night and daytime. So the whole thing is to get to Title IX compliance so we can have state championships right in Buffalo. And not have to travel all the time and be the traveling team, you know, that we're accustomed to being. So and the concession stands is supposed to be state-of-the-art concession stands also, so you can cook there and everything else. So it's very fine. And the last part about it is the cameras. They got to look into a camera system that goes into phase 3 also. Making sure that you got a hurdle camera system so that you can actually get footage so that the child can get college notoriety and film that gets into colleges, you know, straight off the field.
And our huddle cameras are being installed now. It's Section 6 compliant, not Title 9 compliant, just to correct. Section 6 compliant, not Title 9 compliant. So we
I'm
can
sure
use the section.
you're doing the best you can, but I just know that we have a tendency to drag our feet and get a little slow with doing stuff, and I just want, I mean, I've been waiting for what? We've been talking about doing something since I've been on the board since 2011. Okay, so you got plan 1, 2, and 3, and we'll be out here 10 years from now and still be doing plan 1, 2. You know, I just want it done. I don't understand why we can't do the big boards as soon as turf is done. That's what I don't understand. I'm a little slow with stuff. That's all.
The last part about it we really need to address is the visitor parking. In the visitor parking lot, we have brownfield space that's adjacent to Ball High Stadium, so that you don't get the mixture of the home team and the visitor team, which is sometimes a safety issue, and it'd be easier to control if we had a visitor parking lot.
Yes, Ms. Woods.
I have a question, Dr. Cash. Since this is a capital project, can we have a presentation and review on the capital budget? Because as much as I love sports, I got a request from Bennett Montessori. Their key locking systems, the buzz people into the buildings aren't working, and people are freezing and getting out. And I really think some of those problems need to be raised a little higher. They're being told it's going to take 18 months or something to get the entry, the way they buzz people into their buildings working. Those pads aren't working, and they have nobody to go and let people in, and it's a safety issue. So I would like to request that we have a capital budget review, because some of these projects are critical and we need to kind of move them up to a higher priority.
If we can, I mean, it sounds simple, we want to, but there's some issues that happen with the breach that's causing some of this. So we can certainly have a report on it, but all of these things, they take time. And it's not a do now, but you can have a report on it.
Because I mean, when it's safety,
I know.
operations, and it's winter.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make one quick comment before we move on. Part of the reason why we need to design is so that we can bid it out. And it's my understanding that there are still some supply chain problems that have caused delays with some of our projects as well. Let's see where we are up to. That was 20A. We are now up to 22B, Mr. Terrence for G&G Fitness and Weight Fitness Room Repairs and Replacement.
Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry. 23A, 20A, and 23B, I already addressed in the athletic report.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay, I think that brings us to our roll call vote.
question, yeah, you gotta let me finish, please. They were looking into when we had an issue on the fourth floor where there was some immigrant families that had moved in from Afghanistan and assisting us and giving us another viewpoint on the enforceability of the lease and the terms of the lease and having those families removed.
Okay, and it's one of the many problems that some of our prime top Blue River white schools are having. We got to address it.
Well, I guess the thing for me is that they just became a university. Certainly they got their associate's degree on the back of our children and did not provide any resources properly, and they got their associates. Now they're a university. And the only time Da Vinci had heat on the third floor and hot water was when the refugees were there. Because for whatever reason, they don't want to turn on the broiler, make sure the kids have heat and hot water on the third floor. Okay, so they may be growing, they're growing on our backs, but they're not representing and treating our children right. And in all honesty, if a true meeting had been had about that, the community would have also had their concerns because they have concerns over it too. So I'm not going to paint a pretty picture. I'm disappointed in how Duville has treated our children, and that we don't need to be there. So don't worry about bringing a lease to us in June or April or May and say that you don't have time to move them. They treated our children like stepchildren, and they don't even have a gym that they can take gym in. You want to talk about equity? This is the most unequitable building school that we have in this district as far as what these children can and can't do. So I'm not, Da Vinci, we talked about this for years. And now we're talking about, I'm sure, because we haven't brought anything to us, we're doing a contract with them. It's not acceptable. And I don't understand why we're paying for credit courses if that's true, and we're not getting any college courses. Time out, Da Vinci. Our kids deserve a big break from Duville College ASAP.
Thank you for your comments. This is about for legal for Harrison Beach for some of the reasons you guys brought up today. All right, thank you everyone for your comment. Mr. Kuzma, could I please have a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Board President.
Excuse me, Mr. Hurd?
Those are
Yeah, those are resolutions. They won't be part of the consent agenda.
26A and B are not part of the consent agenda. How do you vote on the consent agenda, Dr. Brown? Mr. Hurd?
Discussions on the topic we just talked about, Harrison Beach.
Well, this is a payment of advice. They're providing us with advice on how to assist us in dealing with Duville in a particular situation. It's not about the lease. Yeah. Ms. J. Ms. McCosey. Should have taken you first. This one is an old sheet. Ms. Bell-Cotton.
It's fine, no exceptions.
Dr. Rivera. No exceptions. Mr. Scott.
No exceptions.
Ms. Woods.
No exceptions.
President Petrucci.
No exceptions.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes.
Thank you, everyone. That brings us to our two resolutions that we have for this evening. The first resolution was presented by Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, do you want to give us the highlight of your resolution?
Yes, thank you, President Petrucci. So this is a resolution on sidewalk snow removal. It is in support of a unanimous resolution that was passed by the City of Buffalo Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board on February 1st. Obviously, our students could not go to school in person at least 1 day, 2 days, maybe 3 days, because of inadequate snow removal from our streets. And we continue to have challenges even when they went back to school, with them waiting at the bus stop, walking to and from school, even around our schools. The security guard at School 81 had her husband bring a snowblower to clear snow so that there was safe passage. So to me, this is Rochester, the city of Rochester, the city of Syracuse have a program for sidewalk snow removal. This is the city of Buffalo, 2022. It just seems absolutely necessary that this is something that should already be in place. So to skip down to the resolve, therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education supports the attached City of Buffalo Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board resolution urging, quote, the City Council and Mayor to allocate the appropriate resources to establish a sidewalk snow removal program and invest in the necessary technology to ensure that the city's most vulnerable roadway users continue to have access to their daily needs. Further be it resolved, the Board of Education requests that a plan for sidewalk snow removal include all MFTA bus stops.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do I have a second on Mr. Hurd's, Mr. Scott's resolution? Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, another question is about this resolution. First of all, so just to be clear, who's responsible for moving snow at the NFTA bus stops?
I was told it's currently the adjacent property. So to me, it seems similar to right now, sidewalk removal will be the adjacent property owner, so it's the same thing as for bus stops.
President Petrucci, do you have any thought on that, or?
Yes, Mr. Hurd, I do, as a matter of fact. It is rather unclear, to say the least. So while the city ordinance does say that owners are supposed to clear a 3-foot path in front of their sidewalk, it doesn't particularly pertain to NFTA bus stops. NFTA bus stops have been put there for the benefit of the public, but they're private structure. And many of the people that are adjacent to these are not comfortable maintaining the NFTA's properties. Because it hasn't been as fully articulated as to who's responsible, I thought that it was important that we include it, simply because I know that that is a question that comes up repeatedly. People want to know who maintains the bus stops, because that's where they wait for high school students, if they have the opportunity.
To my knowledge, that the NFTA was responsible for the care of the bus stops and their bus shelters. So
that is
I would like to have clarity on that. They're responsible for if they have an easement on that property where the bus shelter is at or the bus stop is at. That responsibility goes to the NFTA. So I'm just not quite sure if we given this to the common council and there's an error on it about the responsibility where it lies.
Mr. Hurd, if I could respond to that, that's why I intentionally didn't list the city or a particular party in that second resolve because of some gray area uncertainty. And I just said request that a plan for sidewalk snow removal include NFTA, all NFTA bus stops.
But I don't feel comfortable giving this to the common council, which it wouldn't be their responsibility, it would be the NFTA responsibility. And part of this should be written for the NFTA to keep clearance of their properties and the easements. The council give us a little background on this if you have any knowledge on it, but I just don't feel comfortable if this is the case where this is an NFTA property and the easement property goes to the NFTA and not the city of Buffalo.
It's regularly litigated, and I think there's all different factors. So some of it is, the adjacent property owner, how they're removing their snow, and and whether they've removed it, along with the plows, if it's a state road or a city road, if they're plowing, creating, causing a hazardous condition by stacking the snow, and then someone lays in an MTA Metro and the person gets injured on a snowbank that's been mounted up there. I think generally how it tends to fall is, you know, if it's the adjoining property owner except for within the structure, is typically how it tends to end up. But it is gray, so it's always left being litigated.
So is it safe to say there should be two resolutions, one for the FTA and one for the city of Buffalo?
I think what you're asking, right, is that everyone come together and create a solution, right?
I think there needs to be two. Perhaps the city, the NFTA, can get together and have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All minds being settled, could we have a roll call vote? How do you vote on the resolution, Ms. Felton?
Yes.
Dr. Evans-Brown?
So we last, the resolution is good. I guess the question would be then, who is the liaison, or who would be the person or persons to have NFTA and the city come together to resolve this issue?
It's my understanding, Dr. Evans-Brown, that the city is meeting with the NFTA president. Sure, it's my understanding that the city is working with the NFTA presently to work on some of these questions, whether or not the NFTA is only, they were granted permission to erect a structure on the city right of way. But in terms of, as it was so well articulated as to where the responsibility ends and the city begins, is a constant question. I know that this has come up as part of the common council, and the discussion was because many of the residents had concerns about the interior and bus shelters not being, and many of those are our students. That's why I felt it was important that we put it in there, because our kids avail themselves of the bus shelter every chance they get.
Perfect.
Yes, no? Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
I do have one other question before I go. My last question is, if the snow isn't removable, what's the next step? I mean, what would be the outcome if the snow isn't removable? We have a snowstorm after another snowstorm. It still relies in that area that's not removed. What powers do we have? What?
Limited. This resolution is about encouraging the city, the NFTA, and those that are responsible for clearing it to clear it. I mean, we could all get shovels and go and do that, but other than that, we have no authority.
No signs or anything, so this is just a weightless resolution?
Go ahead.
So after you pass this, Mr. Hurd, this will be filed with the common council. We're going to ask them to put it into their committee structure so that they can consider all of the details of the recommendation. We'll also deliver it to the mayor's office. The common council will be asked to read this and put it in their committee structure. And that's where those details, we can help them with it. You know,
Dr. Rivera? Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
And President Petrucci?
Yes.
The resolution passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. The next resolution is actually one that I drafted in response to our conversation last month. It's expanding the transportation options resolution. So after we spoke, and I spoke to a variety of different people, and we received an informal legal opinion, and we did research and talked to many of our representatives or organizations that we work with in Albany. It seems to be a little bit more nuanced than we first thought. So part of the reason why this resolution is drafted the way it is to one, address as to what this is going to, how would a resolution along this policy that this resolution will put in place, how is it going to improve the district? So, we see that transportation is cited as an obstacle to attendance, to parent participation. Participation by middle school and grammar school students in after-school extracurricular activities because they don't have that bus pass that they can take, or there's an extra bus. So, and for some families where a parent would have to take off of work to transport their child, there's that unexpected financial burden that may go on. We also know that there's been a consistent shortage of bus drivers in Maine. So this is a national problem. This is in no way unique to us. So what I tried to do is to break this overall problem into a series of smaller components that we were hoping that we could do a study, to study the following, provide a recommendation to the board. So first part, we just survey parents and guardians of our special needs students as their interest in being reimbursed for driving their children to school. Because as Ms. Woods has brought up to me many times, that this is where we have an acute driver shortage, is with buses for many of our special needs population students. And there are other districts that do this presently. Second, survey all parents on their own car to see if there's any interest in being reimbursed to drive their children to these schools, so we can determine what the interest would be in such a program. Survey parents or guardians who do not have a vehicle as to their interest in using a bus pass to transport their children to school and special events and to attend these school-based programs. And then draft the surrounding the documents, required paperwork, because in order for us to be reimbursed, this would still have to be approved by the state education department, and no other district has done this in New York State. So that's part of it. This hasn't been done by any other district in the state. So we would be asking for a draft plan for a pilot program that can be evaluated with respect to the efficacy of the program resolving transportation problems faced with Buffalo Public Schools. So that's it. Yes, Ms. Woods.
When we discussed the resolution, this resolution and all the excellent pieces in it about surveying the parents and expanding transportation options, we also said that the one piece that was researched that is concrete, that is approved by state ed, SED, that is already reimbursable, already cleared, and already being done is the piece with the children with the IEPs, the special ed children. So that piece is not a question or a doubt or anything that has any pieces up in the air, and that's what you found out when you researched it. When we spoke with Cheryl, Kennedy, our transportation person, what she expressed was that we were short 54 buses, and 24 of them was because of special ed children. So a big piece of the problem was 24 buses that were being needed, utilized for special ed children. So that if we did the pilot, which is legal, which is reimbursable, which is not an experiment, something already being done, if we did that pilot, that's 24 buses that she can go ahead and free up to put toward solving some of this problem. The only problem I had with the reso is that it doesn't deliver any concrete anything yet. And we know that that concrete piece could be done and would help. 24 buses is significant. And at least it would show the parents that we are not just considering forever or planning and not having any deliverables. I thought we were going to add a paragraph, just a paragraph that said to implement that piece. Because the transportation crisis the driver shortage is not going to go away. It's going to continue. It's going to be here, and we're never going to be able to have any buses freed up or solve the problem to get to after-school programs or anything else if we don't do what we can do, the piece that we do know is legal. So I thought you were going to add in just a paragraph in here to actually do that part of the pilot.
And I'm sorry, Paul, I thought when you said that, I thought you wanted me to mention, I thought you wanted me to put in there about how the problem is particularly focused on many of our special needs at those buses. I didn't realize that. Because my understanding from talking to some of my CPAC parents was that they were unsure as to how many people would avail themselves of driving their children to school. So I really would like to at least do the survey to determine what the availability is. The other big thing is I just want to make sure is that, remember that what they do for Buffalo, they have to approve for all the other 697 other school districts across New York State. So we just have to make sure that we're trailblazing on this whenever we do.
But you're not trailblazing on the special ed. That's the piece that is already in place, already being done, already reimbursable, already based on mileage. The forms are already there. It's the other pieces that needed research, needed approval, etc. But that one piece, which would free up 24 buses, is readily doable, available, and I would be just adding a paragraph of saying to initiate that part of the program for the special ed children so that we actually do something with this resolution.
Thank you. So my understanding of this would be that as part of, if there was survey interest and we can roll this out right now, that would be the low-hanging fruit. The first and the easiest because as you research, there are these programs that become offers to parents right now. There are other districts that offer this for other parents as well. I still would feel better surveying knowing what the universe is before we roll out that all pieces, whatever the piece may be.
So where and when did we ever survey to the degree that we had a significant percentage in this district? I'm trying to figure out, when was the last survey that we got 10%? So why would this be an exception?
Because it's a brand new program that's never been done before, that we don't know what the cost parameters or the amount of interest.
Okay, so from my perspective, this is just another delay. If we have an opportunity to put something in place, why aren't we doing it? You know, enough is enough. Okay, either we're going to do transportation, if there's a piece that we can take on now, if we take that piece and then we move forward and just see a pilot program and see how it goes. I don't understand whether it impacts or not, if it saves our special needs children from having to, any of them, from having to be on a corner or for waiting on a bus. It seems like it's viable. What happened when that resolution was not passed is that it was going to be moved to this meeting, and then this meeting we were going to talk about something else, and then now we have to move to the next meeting when I thought it was clear in the last meeting that a survey was supposed to be done. And so maybe it wasn't a directive, but I thought that the conversation at the table that
the administration is gonna do a survey. Okay, so now we're doing a resolution, now we're putting this back into March. Next week, by the time we look at it next month, then we'll be talking about, now we can implement it, it'll be May, and school, we won't be, school will be over. So, you know, to me, I appreciate the effort, but it's not what the people wanna see. Our parents wanna see a solution, and if we can help our special needs children, no guarantee, but at least we should put forth an effort, that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, President Cotton. I guess the purpose of this, because it is, I don't know how big or how small this is going to be. I don't think any of us do. I can tell you from what I've seen in other cities, but I want to make sure what we roll out is good and that it's successful, and that we have all the pieces in place to make sure that it's successfully implemented, because we are the first. Because we can look at what other states do, but other states aren't New York State, and we are a little bit different. And that was that's the reason.
I appreciate that, but then again, now we're reactionary. Okay, we're not being proactive again, we're being reactionary. So now we're gonna be proactive and get a survey put in place, okay, when we've had this problem since the beginning of the year. So, you know, for me, it's just like too little too late, I guess, at this point. Why even bother? You know, in another month it'll be a good spring, and we could just forget all about doing transportation. So, you know, at this point, you have an opportunity to move forward with something, and we're not moving forward with it. Our most vulnerable students, many of whom had not even come back, are just now coming back to school. Okay, just now coming back to school after what, 25 months of not being in school, and we have an opportunity for their parents to bring them to school and provide and make sure that they get there and get home, and we're not exercising. It's disappointing to me. Thank you.
So, are there any other comments? Dr. Rivera.
So when I read this, there's nothing in the language that indicates that surveys have to happen before the draft of a sample RFP or a pilot program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can both things be done at once? Because you're addressing several different pieces here.
They could.
Okay. So if we're thinking about urgency, right, and we need to move forward on this, sorry, it's late. So if we draft it, what would the timeline look like based on your research with special education and your discussions with transportation? What would the timeline look like if we passed a resolution that says draft the sample RFP with related documents, draft a plan for a pilot program? What would the timeline be from approving this resolution to implementation if we don't stop for the check of surveys first?
That really is more of a management question. It would be the one thing that I would say is that it would also depend on whether or not we were to do these types of evaluation of the documents and payment ourselves in-house, or if we had a third-party vendor to do that. Because that may be a cleaner way to do these things, would be to have a third-party vendor evaluate the forms and evaluate the payments and pay it out, and then we'd have something in place that we could show in terms of the contract, as opposed to going through our process of hiring staff, putting them on, evaluating, et cetera, et cetera.
So no matter what, we're going to have a delay, whether or not we pass this now in this form. There's going to be a delay. And if we don't pass this now, the delay will be more. Is that correct?
My understanding, yes, because even if we were to just pass something, we're still talking about the operational point of like ramping up to make this achievable.
Right. And if we don't, yeah, so the thing to my mind that's really important here is if we don't pass this now, then we're never going, it's going to be a whole nother month before we even move forward on anything. Right?
Agreed?
Okay.
The question is rhetorical. Yes, Mr. Hurd.
My question is about the timeline. Anytime I like to do something, I like to put a time frame on it and start date and end date for completion. And I think that we need to add this to the resolution so that we can have an idea of when we're expecting completion. Even though we talk about surveys and independent studies and and so we can have put speedy, as they say in court, to come to the end of this resolution, try to find some relief for these families and people that's afflicted. And we're talking about doing studies, the studies are already out there. We see what's happening, and we know why this resolution is needed. So I don't see the huge concern of a very, very detailed study. It's just trying to help a couple of families that's in need.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. The reason I put a timely manner is because, again, we can ask and direct, but I'm not on the operation time period, or on the operation side of the house. And for some of these things, whenever we're talking, even doing an RFI or an RFQ, something, those things take a little bit of time, and to draft these things do take a little bit of time. So I would defer because I don't know whether something along these lines would take.
I mean, we would work closely with Ramona to get Dr. Reynolds to get the surveys out as soon as possible. Work with procurement and Jeff to craft out the scope for an RFP. And, depending on how the surveys go, we could have something back from the board later on, in several months. But I honestly think that, transportation is not, this is not just a this year issue. Things may improve heading into next year. We certainly hope they do, but realizing we're 150 to 200 drivers short of where we were pre-pandemic. So the likelihood is that we're going to be faced with similar obstacles as we head into next year. And I think that the idea here is to develop a program that, one, is going to be successful and actually take people off the routes to mitigate the pressure that we have on our transportation system, and to have a solid program heading into next school year.
So I know one way that this would work. It'll work real quickly. All we need is to have a tragic event with one of our special ed children out there waiting on the bus. I bet we'll get something in place then. Okay? I bet you that will happen overnight. How much will that? I hope it doesn't happen. But see, this is what happens when you're afraid to act. Okay, you're afraid to move forward because you're afraid of failing. But in the process of moving forward, you're a winner because at least you tried. Okay, and we can at least get our children to understand that there's no harm in trying. Okay, the harm is in not doing anything. So yes, there is a need to do something on a long-term basis. However, there's nothing prohibiting you from moving forward with the program that Erie County currently has in place. There's everything already in place, from the legal paperwork to the forms that you need to fill out, to the process that needs to be for people to be reimbursed. They've already mapped all that out. So before it was, how do we do it? A month ago it was, how do we do it? Then a solution comes up on how to do it, and then we still have to hold back on doing it. Okay, for me, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling this. It's just not fair to the parents. We have upwards of, I think, what was announced at the last CPAC meeting, we have, I think, 69 new students that have just started school, or will be starting school within the next few weeks, or hopefully within the next few days. So those are in addition to these already out there. These are the children with special needs. So the system is additionally being taxed. Okay, but there's no remedy for the parents. No support as far as in the event that they can get their children to school uneventful. So, you guys do what you feel is best. Please do not call me first on this. I'd like to be the last one called. Thank you. On the vote.
So, Cheryl, we are moving forward. It may not be with the rapidity that many of you have expressed, but we are moving forward. And I do want to move forward, and I want to make sure, again, I don't want to have a program that's unsuccessful. I don't want to be here explaining why people haven't been paid in, heaven forbid, 2 months, or why something, or we said we were going to do this, and State Education Department says make sure, we have to make sure that there's interest as well, and that's it. So it's a rational interim step to make sure that we have the interest and the things in place for a successful program.
So we won't accept her for the minute.
Which is?
All that I thought we were going to add was that we would draft the plan for a pilot program for the special needs children. And it would just say, basically say, we already know SED has approved and has an existing approved reimbursement for special ed children. It's already approved. They we reimburse and they pay parents mileage for special ed children. It's a program already existing. The forms are already, Erie County is using it. The friendly amendment is that we do that as a pilot program immediately so that we can remove the 24 buses that are tied up with the special need kids. Start that pilot first because we don't have legal loopholes, we don't have paperwork loopholes, we don't have reimbursement loopholes. It's something that's already been done. It's a trend that's already moving. And the director of the program in Erie County would be very happy to share us the booklets, the advertisement, the forms. It's already legal. It's already, SED told you it's already, that's the one that's already being done. So if it's already being done, let's at least start with that. And then see the impact on that. That's 24 buses. It may solve some of the problem we have with the other 54 buses. Just add a sentence that we start the pilot with the special ed children as being done already in Erie County to free up the 24 buses that was that free up the 24 buses that Cheryl Kennedy had indicated were a problem for our special ed kids. So just start it. Start that much.
On the question, Mr. Scott and then Mr. Cruz.
Mr. Kuzma might have to answer this question. So what 24 buses are we referring to and how are they being eliminated? How does eliminating them solve the problem? I'm completely baffled on that.
Well, they're likely not going to be unless all of the students that ride those buses opt into the pilot program. I think that's the point of the survey, is to find out how many parents who currently utilize the transportation system of special education children would be interested in opting into the pilot program, opting off of the yellow bus transportation system to provide that relief. I think it's a very large leap to say that you're going to implement a program today and 24 buses are going to be available to us tomorrow. That's not going to be the case.
And if we just eliminated those buses, it would be detrimental because it's assumed that a good amount of those students still need bus transportation. How are kids on those 24 buses getting to school now? But we don't know that the parents can drive them to school until we survey and find out how many of those parents are willing to be part of that program.
So what do you have to do? That's my question. What do you, I'm curious, what do we have to do?
So what do we have to lose? So what we have to lose is if we roll out a program that's unsuccessful, if we roll out a program in which parents are not reimbursed on a routine or regular basis, if we roll out a program in which we do not successfully address the problem, or after we ramp it up and put personnel and people and policies and forms all in place, we go there, we still have to repurpose them for our district, we still have to get SED to sign off on it, etc. Even though they haven't been approved by their just make sure that we got the interest, make sure it's there. It's something new. So it's something new for our district, and I will qualify. So it's something new for our district. I just think it's prudent for us to ask. Dr. Evans Brown, you look like you had a question.
Yes. So this is a project that would be unprecedented. That's how successful programs evolve. Sort of like you gotta start somewhere. So, you know, I had gave this example recently when 5 years ago I started a job because of my background in child protection work. I never went to an office. All my work was done in the field. This was, you know, about 20 years ago. And the only reason I went into the office was to, you know, get adult socialization, because most of my work was done in the field or at home, remotely. So when I took my current job, I said to my boss, you know, and this is 5.5 years ago, it would be great, because all of my staff are field workers, they work with families in the community, in Erie County, you know, fires, Springdale, Boston, etc. And so I wanted to take that model to see if it worked, you know, for my staff, the field work. And so I said, let's do 3 people, try 3 staff, get them mobile devices, get them laptops, etc. And the 3 people volunteered to say, okay, I'll do it. So they went, and I did it for 3 months. That was the pilot. 3 people for 3 months. And what I was looking for, what I proposed, was that they didn't have to report to the office. They were basically at home and or in the field to do their work, face-to-face contacts, you know, court, neutral visits, etc. But the gist of the story goes, after the 3 months, it was very successful because other people were looking like, we'd like to do that too. Why do we have to report to the office and da 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 da? But it was successful because what I saw was that it was an increase in face-to-face contacts. It was an increase in other things. It's been a while. But the point is, here's the pandemic that set in. The pandemic set in, what, in 2020? 2019. So guess what? All of the staff who worked in my department, it wasn't a transition for them. They were able to work seamlessly because they had their devices, they had their laptops. So, but the other departments in the organization, it was a chore for them because they didn't know how to do it. So it's similar, the parallel I guess I'm trying to make is, it's just what we're talking about here. You start somewhere. Maybe start with a few families who we know that are capable and will participate in picking up their kids and taking them home, etc. So I just want to throw that out because I think the addendum to the resolution could work. We don't know, but we need to start somewhere.
Thank you, Kathy. You make the important point that, this isn't about taking anything off the table. It's about getting to that goal in a manner that I think is going to get us there if that's the will. That's what we find out. And if it is what we need because we consistently have this problem come the spring, come next year, that will lay pieces in place to successfully move on. And it's not about discounting it, it's about just studying it and then making sure that we have what's necessary to implement it successfully. Any other questions? Yes.
Are we taking a vote with the amendment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul, I'm not going to accept the amendment right now.
So you ready for a roll call vote, Mr. President? How do you vote on the resolution to spell the comment?
I have to be that.
Board President goes last.
Well, I have to be sick of being first on.
Well, we've always gone in alphabetical order.
Well, I have the right to go to the, that I can go to the first.
Is the board okay with that?
There's nothing wrong with the order.
There's nothing in the bylaws about the order of the vote. The board consents to the change. Dr. Evans Brown, how do you vote?
I would like to have had an opportunity to but I'm going to go ahead and say that.
It is an option for her to make the motion to amend the resolution. He didn't accept a friendly amendment. Feel compelled I should say that. So
I can make the motion that we start the pilot program with I make a motion that we add this one paragraph that we start the pilot program with the special ed children. We start that.
How about, Paul, let me make you a comment. What if we prioritize and say that if we're going to roll this out, then our special needs will be the first people that we roll out. Our special education population will be the first population among these three subgroups that we will roll out.
We sell a gift, maybe, and what? I just really would like the parents to see that we actually said and gave direction to our superintendent to actually move forward on this.
This is moving forward. I know it's not as quickly as you'd like, but it is moving forward.
we will prioritize the special education survey. I'll work with Dr. Reynolds to get that out. It takes time to do this. It takes time to execute upon what you're asking us to do from an administrative perspective. There's a lot of work and groundwork that needs to be laid to build a program like this, have it be successful, have there be fidelity to that type, to the program, to our fiscal obligation. We're going to get to work on it. So.
Yeah, a whole lot we work on.
It's all we've talked about.
More comfortable with the director of the program who's currently doing it, is going to come to show us how easy and simple it is done, and all the dots have been crossed, and the T's have been crossed. I mean, it just takes a person.
I'm sorry, did you make a motion to have this resolution with the amendment? Isn't that what we voted on right now?
Yes, my motion is that we add that we direct our staff to direct the plan for the pilot program for the special ed children that started immediately.
With the amendment.
That's my motion.
Immediately?
Add that.
Immediately?
As soon as possible. Well, within 30 days. Put a time limit within 30 days.
So within 30 days, what are we asking?
Start the pilot program.
If we don't,
According to the Erie County platform that they use.
if we have to issue an RFP to do this, that in and of itself will take that time. Jeff Pritchard is in the middle of budget season and does not have the infrastructure to do this work.
That person do it.
We would still have to do an
It's the
RFP.
pushback, either the vote, if the board voted or not, let's move it forward, either yes or no, it's getting late.
This isn't meant to be pushback. This is meant to.
I'm not understanding what
So it's not
I'm asking for us to do a pilot program, exactly like Erie County is currently doing. Paying parents for the special ed children to transport their children to school. So with the goal of freeing up 24 buses that can be used to carry other kids. So the goal of clearing some buses. Clearing up buses.
So, again, one of the things, again, we will.
Because there is no legal barriers, it's already approved, the mileage is already there, the form's already there, it's already being done. We're not breaking the water by doing this for the special ed children. It's already legal, been done. No IRS issues, nothing.
The state didn't indicate you get reimbursed on those monies necessarily.
So the state, yes, we can get reimbursed for these other places where the county doesn't. I'm not disputing that. Aside from that, though, we still have to get, individually as a district, we still have to get approval from SED, and we still would have to put all those things in place in order to get not only approval from SED, but also to operationalize the program at the district level. So those are the two things that just are going to take time. So that's my only concern. It's not that I don't want to go there. It's how quickly we're going to go there.
Okay, so let's just frame this for the listening audience. We have a situation where upwards of almost, should be somewhere around 84 special ed children will be re-entering into our school district after not being in for upwards of over 24 months or whatever. So in addition to that, we're going to need, you don't know what that means? That the children who were not able to wear masks are now being allowed to come back into the district. Okay? All right, they are allowed to come back into the district. We were originally told that there were 84 of those. From what was said at the CPAC meeting this past week, 69, my understanding is somewhere around 69 have decided to come back to school. So in addition to the 24 buses that, out of the 54 buses, there were about 24 buses that included special ed children. Now we have additional children who will also need additional transport. So we just enhanced our problem, our situation, I should say. And so with the opportunity, with this particular resolution, a friendly amendment is being offered to say, let's use the program that is already in place by Erie County, that has already been approved, in which the state was already receptive to have a meeting with us to move this forward because they are interested in trying to resolve any transportation problems. Not withholding the fact that Senator Kennedy is working on doing an amendment or doing a change to the transportation law to try to get us reimbursement for these funds. And so what Paulette is recommending is let's utilize the program that Erie County currently has. Let's try to see how many parents would come up and take, if it became available today, how many parents and how many buses would it save? No, it may not save 24 buses. However, it would save a child from standing on the corner if the parent could do it. And so what we're saying at this table is we don't want to try it because we may fail. We don't want to try it because we don't have every system in place. Okay? And then isn't this similar to what was said at McKinley? We didn't try. We didn't get it in place because we were working on it. Meanwhile, some stuff jumped off that all of a sudden it's in motion. So when I made the statement, maybe something needs to happen in order for us to get in motion, God forbid if it should. Because the last thing I want to do is say, I told you so. Okay, there's an opportunity here to move this, to try this pilot, okay, to see how it works. I don't understand what's the pushback about it. I don't really understand. I mean, we are talking about children standing on the corner in the cold. We're not talking about kids whose parents have cars to get them there, because if they did, they would not be standing on the corner. We're talking about the least of these who need support. And I don't understand, it's our most needy students. We haven't given them compensatory services that I'm aware of out of this, because certainly that was written into the money that we could use from the ESSER and the ARC fund. We haven't done that, but we can't even provide them transportation or give them parents an opportunity to get their children to school on time on a regular basis and do some normality in their lives. The bus that one kid who started school, I think, last week, the parents ended up taking the child to school because his special needs were of such that he had to get there on time. The bus came at 10:15 to pick that child up that day, okay, for his first day of returning back to school. We need to at least try to do something. That's all I've got to say on it.
Yes, Dr. Rivera.
What is the feasibility of making this actually work? Because I can tell you, as a member of the special needs community, I do not want to see one more program that promises money to parents that they cannot access. There is way too much of that going around in our community, way too much. Lots of people who say, I've got this program, but there's a waiting list of 60 people long. Or, you know, take these services, we'll send the state money to you, or not see it for about 9-10 months. And so that's my concern. My concern here is the feasibility of this. If we can do something like this, if we really can put it in place and offer it to parents, fine, let's do that. But what I don't want to see have happen is we will say to them, we'll hold it out to them tonight by saying, hey, here's a resolution, we're going to solve all your problems, but wait, you're not going to see the money, you're not really going to know, your kid's going to get taken off the bus, and you're going to be put in yet another limbo when you're trying to deal with a child who can barely handle transitions as it is. These are real issues when we talk about students with disabilities. And also I would like to point out, we cannot make assumptions about what parents of students of special needs can and cannot do in the morning. We can't even make assumptions that children with disabilities are ready to be transported by a different means. Now, the chances are most of them are going to be fine being transported by their familiar parent's car. But if you break a child's routine who is being successful and going flat out to try to be successful against so many barriers, and then we put this in front of them, it doesn't work. And you have 2 more transitions, and we're talking about regression, and we're talking about achievement. This could hurt them. So that is it's not pushback, and it's not putting up barriers. It's asking, can we actually do it? Because I don't want to see it not happen.
And there are a lot of unanswered questions here. So who's eligible? Is it your special education student that only gets special education transportation, or is it your special education student that takes a regular yellow bus like every other student? Does this apply to parents who are already driving their special education student to school? Which special education student? One that would be eligible for the smaller special education transportation vehicle or the longer one? Or does it apply to only people who are prepared to opt out right now? These are the types of details, amongst many others, that need to be sorted out to build a program like this. It does not happen with a snap of a finger. It's not going to happen within 30 days. We need to properly plan this, we need to properly build it, and we need to do it right so that there are proper guidelines so people can benefit from it and they understand the rules of the game when they sign up to actually engage in this program.
Sure, Mr. Hurd.
I thought today we was passing a resolution to start to work on it, so we can build the program. We not institute the program right away, like tomorrow is going to be in effect. We put a resolution here so that we can have the district do the work to make this program and make it work.
The resolution as it's written does that. But the amendment was, there were words used like immediately and within 30 days that we implement the program that's been designed by the county. That's not practical.
If we use the amendment and the district give us a proposed date that this program can be activated, because we got an activation date and we have a date that will be today if it's voted upon and passed. I don't see a problem with waiting for that date, but what the issue is that we want it done in a fair amount of time. Not to say, okay, 30 days passed, or put work on it 2 days this month. So, I mean, what feasibly can the district do right now? What steps can they take about getting the Erie County resolution that they pass, seeing that and seeing the work they put into it, getting those documentations so that we can try to convert it to public schools?
This resolution, as it is right now, has very specific action items that we can begin working on in terms of starting to survey our parents right away. We can liaison with the county. We can reach out to them and start to arrange a meeting with them. I will work with some folks to arrange those meetings and get that dialogue going. We can work on the RFP, getting that designed, what that looks like. There's things we can start doing immediately. We can continue to report back onto the board at committee meetings or at each monthly board meeting or next month as to where we are in our progress towards meeting the objectives that are outlined here. Because we may have to subcontract out, similar to Philadelphia did, the actual processing of all of this paperwork and the payments. No, it was 13,000 kids.
This is an election year, people are watching.
Okay, my question is, now we have a minute, we have on the floor right now, we have Paulette said that she would like to have it amended and brought to the district. Now with that amendment, we can still go through the exact same process that you just spoke of, and those would be the steps we need to take to get this activated.
That's correct. There is no amendment on the table actually right now. She talked about it, but there hasn't been one actually put on and seconded. That's open for discussion. Well, I don't even know what it is.
The amendment is to start.
Paula, please read your amendment.
The amendment is to draft the plan for a pilot program, starting with the special ed children, and to implement it. This program that already exists in Erie County, implement it as soon as possible. 30 to 60 days, Dr. Cash, you think that at least is a reasonable? I mean, otherwise, then you're saying you're not going to do it at all. That, you know, otherwise you're saying you're not addressing the problem. You're not doing any action.
I'm sorry, this is using the platform of the Erie County Department of Social Services.
Yes, the program is already being done.
Okay, what's the correct name? What's the correct name of that program?
It's the Early Intervention Parent Transportation Program.
Okay,
in fact, I started to bring you guys all the brochure with their forms, etc. In fact, I emailed it to everybody because this is not anything new. And it's not something that isn't already reimbursable, already approved by the IRS, already based on a reimbursement schedule, already has the forms. And if it didn't, if Cheryl hadn't explained to me that of the 54 buses we had a problem with, 24 of them was special needs. So that's like 40% of the problem. So, you know, if you can't do the whole 54 buses, they, you know, that could possibly free up 24.
So
It is 11:46 p.m.
thank you very much.
I'm sorry, so that's the name of the program in Erie County. That's an amendment.
So what is, so the amendment, please, is it 30 days or 60 days? What we're asking, or as soon as possible, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, as soon as possible, but 60 days, 60-day target.
Is to draft a pilot program that's modeled off Erie County's special education reimbursement program within 60 days. Okay, so we're drafting it, and what are we doing with it? Because doesn't the board want to, first you want to know what the costs of that are going to be, what the program is going to look like.
My amendment is to implement the pilot program. paying the special ed parents to drive their own kids with the goal of freeing up 24 buses and getting the children off of the plan.
And that's it, right? So that's your amendment?
Well, everything's a goal. It's starting the program, implementing the pilot with something that is being done. It's not a bunch of guesswork. It's something that is actually, the train is moving, it's being done. It's already legal. It's doing something this season and then carrying it on in the future because the children, this transportation program isn't going anywhere.
Can we say 90 days?
Then you, school.
I mean, if it's 30 days, 60 days,
60
they
days.
stand in 60 days, not even 30 days, and then able to make this happen. So we put, right now we say 60 days to implement this. The feasibility of that,
It would be very, no, it's not feasible.
So bottom line is you're saying it's not feasible to do anything, actually do anything this semester before the school year closes, so the children will just be standing out there in the court. We're not going to do anything.
I'm sorry, just for the sake of time, let's just say as soon as possible, and maybe you leave a committee to help them with the process of it to see that it's done in a speedy time.
I mean, so I put it in a timely manner, which the reason I put it in a timely manner is to take so many of these factors into consideration because we haven't done this and we don't. And again, is it my expectation that this will be done as expeditiously as possible? Sure, but there's a lot of other things on the table as well, and we're trying to address all of those. And this has value, and this moves it the next step forward. Just doesn't move as far along as you guys want. And I get that, but these are necessary steps we need to get to the program to be rolled out.
I really think it's just it's a small step. It's not a big program, and we have a roadmap.
So I'd like to call a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call vote on, so the amendment to draft a pilot program based off of Greater counties.
And to implement it within 60 days. It is already IEP kids.
Colleagues, respectfully, the capacity of our staff is beyond max. We just had a traumatic event. We talked about it all this evening. What we talked about last month about this has changed. It's changed. And I'm concerned about these resolutions that are coming from the board that are taxing administration. We just decided tonight that the next 2 board work sessions should be devoted trying to ensure that all of the schools have a safety plan akin to what we're spending on McKinley. That's going to take time just to figure out what that means, to get that done, to get that activated. That staff right there works round the clock. I know you assume that because they're the administrative staff, the cabinet, and anything you tell us to do, we can just do it. When we say this is what it's going to take operationally to design, to research, and then to implement, trust us as professionals and in what we do, that it's going to take X kind of time. That's all I'm asking here. We support, we had an executive committee on Monday with your board, executive committee, and you came out of it, because I was working on the Mckinley reopen plan. You came out of that meeting basically agreeing to support this resolution here. This resolution here, I support. And we can make progress on this resolution here. But this other one, once again, like the first one, poorly constructed, not actionable, had all kind of inaccuracies in it, and would take a long time just to sort that out. I gave you 4 pages of why that resolution was not actionable. This resolution here, amendment, is not clear. So I just, the staff doesn't, I don't want to waste 1 minute of this staff's energy. What you're going to have to start doing is prioritizing what you want to get done now. Because we only have a little time to finish the year. There's a lot of challenges right now. I can see next month somebody coming with remote option plans. Every month, I now anticipate it, because of the environment we're in, that we'll have 2 or 3 resolutions a month. And all of them will take us to execute. All of them. So just listen a little bit at what we can do and what we can't do from the standpoint of operationalization in this large, complex school district. That's all I'm asking.
Dr. Cash, so are you just simply saying that as far as addressing the situation with the transportation, that the parents will just be standing on the corner, whether it's 350 of them, we're not going to be able to address or do even anything for this school year? Is that just the situation that you want us to accept?
Not at all. Every day we're looking for ways to address the transportation issue. Every day. And that's what we are doing. So let's give us a workable thing that we can do. And Board President Petrucci has worked on this since the last meeting. He went to work on this. He's come back with some concrete proposal. I have no problem reimbursing the taxable IRS rate and all of that. Parents who want to drive and who will drive reliably and won't have some of those. And I agree with Dr. Rivera. If you start with special ed, it may seem like it's the easiest way to go. That actually is the more complex way to go. Special education students aren't a monolithic group. That is a huge variation and continuum of students. Huge. It's the most complex continuum of all of our students. So I was hoping you would start with the 70 passenger buses and maybe get 24 of those offline and then we can redistribute them and start the after school program. I told you before, that's my cut point. Whatever we can relieve enough of so that we can start after school, that's a game winner. That's a game winner. But none of what you're proposing here so far comes even close to getting us to that. That I know. I've analyzed it. So let's start with Board President Petrucci's resolution here, and let's have Nate and his team go to work, and let's see what we can do as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. In terms of procedure, Nate, where are we?
We have the amendment on the table, so unless she withdraws it, we can take a vote on that.
And I see from her smile she is not withdrawing it. It's been seconded by Ms. Cotton, I do believe. So silence is complicity. If we could have a roll call vote on the amendment.
Okay, how do you vote, Ms. Bellicott?
Yeah.
On the amendment, Dr. Evans Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. J? Ms. McCosey? Dr. Rivera? Mr. Scott? Ms. Woods?
Yes. Start.
And President Petrucci?
No.
Okay, amendment fails.
Yes, please.
How do you vote on the resolution, Ms. Delgado?
I have to do that.
Dr. Evans Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. J? Ms. McCosey? Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
No, it doesn't do it.
Ms. Delgado?
Abstain.
And President Petrucci?
Yes.
The resolution passes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple different items yet. So we have, so why don't we, at this point, we still have a few more board items, guys. So what I'm asking now is that we do our agreements, and we'll go into unfinished business. Okay. Can I have everyone rise for a moment of silence? So these are bereavements for the February 16th board meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. January 2nd, Robert Boucher, father-in-law of David Hills, Associate Superintendent of School Leadership. February 8th, Joanne Creer, retired speech therapist. February 9th, Sylvia Williamson, retired teacher assistant, grandmother of Aisha Brown, a teacher aide. February 13th, Josephine Ferrugia Giuseppe, mother of Sabrina Rosario, teacher at the Buffalo Area School of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management. We lower our heads. Thank you all very much. So under unfinished business, we have two items. One is that Mr. Hurd has asked that the board approve his travel expense to go to the New York State Association of Black and Puerto Rican Legislators to advocate on behalf of the board. Do I hear a second to approve Mr. Hurd's request? Anyone? Thank you, Mr. Delton. So this is to approve Mr. Hurd's expenses so he can attend the New York State Association of Black and Puerto Rican Legislators Friday, April 8th to Sunday, April 10th, in lovely Albany, New York, where he will be advocating on behalf of the district. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying yay. Yay. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy Albany. I'll be on. Last, did you like that? Oh, here, no, you can have it. Good. Take it back. But Lisa's going to get a copy of all those things. Okay, just so you're aware. Last, Mr. Hurd said I recognize him because he wished to address a transportation problem that occurred last week. So, Mr. Hurd, I just want you to turn the floor over so you can bring this matter to the board's full attention.
Okay, thank you, President Petrucci. Last Sunday, I sent out an email about an incident that happened with a 5-year-old girl who was dropped off by a first student bus on Delaware and Daly Avenue. She was dropped off on property 2 miles from her stop. On that day, it was 20 degrees outside, snowing, cold, and she was on the corner for about a half an hour before a total stranger picked her up and took her down dead in the street. And this man that picked her up Another woman seen him walking with her, and she intervened, and they both together went to a house at the end of the street, and they called the police. It was the man's niece's house. They called the police, and they found out that the police came that the little 5-year-old girl, her mother taught her to memorize her cell phone number and her address, and they were able to locate the mother an hour later. This is Douglas and Bailey Avenue, a busy intersection where the most accidents are reported in the city of Buffalo. I actually had a friend that was on that, a block away from that area, that was killed in broad daylight by a speeding car 2 years ago. And that was a grown man. So this girl was dropped off, and I attempted to reach the superintendent on that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I received a call back from Mr. Kuzma. Friday night, I received a call back from Mr. Kuzma, asking what it was, but I didn't tell him about this incident because I wanted to talk to the superintendent about it and get some reflection on it, and what can we do so that this never happens again to a 5-year-old girl. Superintendent just received one text message back from the superintendent saying that he was busy at the time, and I believe that this is a critical incident when a 5-year-old girl is left out in frigid weather on a dangerous intersection corner, and left out there. She was so afraid, she soiled herself. And I believe that this needed immediate attention because the parents was furious about the situation, and things happened after that led to call back from our attorney that called me and stated that they took care of the matter, and I also talked to the board president this week, and he said that the matter was taken care of. This little girl was one of my cousins, and the mother and the grandmother trusted in me to handle this problem because the first thing they did, they called the bus company, First Student Bus Company, and complained to them, and the attitude that they received was that they was working on it, and when they called the district, they called the head of transportation here in Buffalo Public Schools, and they felt the reply was very, very, very vague, very insensitive, by saying that, well, at least somebody who picked her up worked for the county, and she's okay. The little girl isn't okay. She was traumatized. She sold herself. This girl, she was taken by a total stranger, led down the street, and this girl was dropped off 2 blocks. Her mother works at the George K. Arthur Community Center on Genesee Street, and she's dropped off here close to the corner of Dublin and Bailey Avenue and left out there. So I don't understand the direction of the district or not be able to conversate with the superintendent about this, but to this day I still haven't talked to him about it. And a couple other steps happened after this. The family wanted some closure on this by saying that they want something put in place that this never happened to another child again. And the message I get back from our legal counsel and the board president is that it's taken care of. The bus driver was terminated, the bus aide was terminated, and the person at dispatch was put on administrative leave. What was the language? Okay, you have a chance to address it. But nobody in the family wanted that. Nobody in the family wanted the termination of these people. They just wanted them to be trained. They wanted them to continue with their job, and be properly trained with their job, just to ensure that this don't happen to nobody else. In today's time, with the busing, there was no thought of lawsuit or anything like that. The family don't need money. The family don't need to try to make money off anything like that. So there was no talk of lawsuits, there was no talk of discredit action. All we wanted was the superintendent to acknowledge this. And how is he going to fix this problem so it doesn't happen again? That was the question that was going to be asked. Where was the bus stayed? It was told that it wasn't a bus stayed on the route, but this district said that there was a bus stayed on the route. So two people who picked kids off of that bus that was interviewed said they don't see a bus stayed ever. But now they said there was a bus stayed. And we was looking for a report from the bus company and also the listening time and the contacts that were made. The lack of response by the district, the family felt that it was a slap in their face because despite saying, well, at least she okay, and she picked up somebody by the counter. So I just want to hear a reflection from the superintendent of what's the disconnect. And this is the ongoing problem. When I call them that, I don't receive a call back. And it's the same thing that I hear from principals and other administrative staff when they talk about the relationship with the superintendent. And this is a critical issue. I felt that the board should have been notified that a 5-year-old child was left out in harm's way everywhere. She was abandoned on the corner of a street corner. Now, I'm taking a very soft, mild manner right now. I listened to what Reverend Giles said earlier about talking and not fighting and arguing. But I'm very upset right now that to this time that I haven't had a reflection from the superintendent, and how come the superintendent didn't have the decency and courtesy to pick up the phone and call his family, to call and ask them what happened. This girl now doesn't want to get on the bus. She's nervous around strangers, and it might be some mental health things that, or counseling that might have come into play, but the district had a decent courtesy, or just to say, okay, are you okay? To call his family and see if the child is okay, or to see if there's anything they can do to help this child move on in the future. So I'd just like to hear a reflection from the superintendent on this and what could be done, because I really think that this is going on long enough, and that I don't know what this attitude is about, but not receiving a phone call, a text message, not receiving even a courtesy call about it like this for the family, I think is very, very disrespectful. And I think it's just showing the separatism that you have against this community. So I'll let you respond.
Dr. Cash, do I need to respond by his aspect first?
I asked Dr. Cash to respond. Thank you, Board President.
Mr. Hurd, waited to hear, to say this to me. First of all, when you called, I was busy, okay? I pushed the thing on the phone that says I'm in a meeting, I'm busy. That's what I push anytime I'm in the middle of something. But what you have, colleagues, all of you, is if you can't get to me, because you didn't leave a message, never text me of what the issue was. If you can't get to me, you got my transportation head right there, Nate Booth. And more importantly, you got your board clerk, Will Carestas. He hadn't heard from me. He hadn't heard from me. And I didn't know about this until yesterday. Didn't know about it until yesterday in an email. And so I'm happy to call the family. You give me information, I'll call the family. But this isn't an issue of not getting to you, Mr. Hurd. You just leave a message, or if you can't get to me, you get to my clerk, or your clerk, Dr. Bill Carestas. He's always available. He would then apprise me of what the issue is. And this gentleman is in charge of transportation. And you can tell him right away. So as soon as you had a concern, you couldn't get to me, you talk to these two. And I've said that all year long. Those are my lieutenants if you can't get to me. And I hadn't heard until yesterday in an email that this was an issue. So that's not anything that I was ignoring you or you told me what was happening. I never called you back. I did not get the voicemail or a text message, which I said from the beginning. That's how I communicate. And then I'll get back. But I've been flat out since last Wednesday. Flat out. And so that's what I'll say about that. What I will say is if the family is feeling aggrieved, and I would never want the little girl to be out like that, that's actually unconscionable for me. Just give me that number, and I'll make that call. That's my commitment on that. But this notion somehow that I didn't get back to you, that I'm being disrespectful, that's not accurate. I simply pushed that, sorry, I can't talk now. And that's the truth, and that's what I do with my children, that's what I do with any staff. I can't talk right now, and I had no idea what you were calling me about. And I still don't until right now. That's what I'm now hearing. Right here, right now, what the full ramifications of what your grievance is. And I'm sorry to you for that. Certainly have no problem apologizing to you and to your family. And we'll do whatever I need to do to help that family. But there was no intention whatsoever to not address that issue. And as soon as we did find out about it, we've already corrected the system about things like that. We have the intention, we hope, that won't happen again, but it has happened and it can happen. And we will take amends and apologize for it. That's all I have to say about it. I can't say any more about it.
I have to believe that on Monday you knew about this incident on Monday, because that's the day that those personnel was terminated from their job, which, like I said before, that wasn't the direction that the family wanted to take. You know, we don't want anybody to lose their position in their jobs. But as a speaking with them, all we wanted was for them to be trained properly. The first thing that the transportation said, that they was going to move the driver to a different route. And that was their resolution to the family about how they was going to fix it. And they said, no, we want her trained. We want her trained and have the responsibility of working with children. Dropping a child off on a busy highway, like I said, that corner has the most accidents reported in the city of Buffalo. Most people speed through the lights there at that corner, and you go there during rush hour and past rush hour. That's the busiest, one of the busiest corners that you can come to in the inner city. But this child was left out there. Like I said, she sold herself. She was out there for a half an hour by herself in the cold. And that's a critical issue. And I'd like to know how come the board wasn't notified that this happened to this child.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bird. I learned of the incident. I think you sent an email with your synopsis of the details on Monday. It certainly is an appalling, terrible thing that happened. I immediately asked for a report, and Cheryl provided me with one that I sent out to the rest of the board, I think, yesterday at some point, if not Monday. The days are getting mixed up right now. But she explained as soon as they found out about this incident, which was, I think, a week ago Tuesday, they immediately started an investigation. And as is common, the two individuals that were the adults responsible for the children on the bus were placed on a leave pending the result of that investigation. And that may be where it sits right now. Both of them are out of service right now. We don't employ the bus driver, First Student does, so that's within their purview. The bus aide we do employ, and that's within our purview. Cheryl, I've never known her to be dismissive of anybody in my broad experience with her. And she indicated she did call the family, or they called her, and she called back, and they had a conversation, and she explained the situation to them and the actions that were taken by the district. And she was very apologetic to the family. And asked the family at the end, or who she spoke with, if there was anything else they needed or wanted at that point in time. And they said, according to her, no, they were satisfied with the district's actions at this point, and there was nothing else that they wanted her to do at that point. So certainly we don't want anything like that to ever happen, right? Never. And Cheryl, as is her responsibility as director, handled it immediately, working with our partners at First Student and as the person responsible for overseeing the transportation aids. Now, what is, and I am accountable for, and we are changing that, is the way in which that gets communicated to the board. And so, from that point forward, we're getting daily reports from our transportation system on any incident throughout the system that I will share with Dr. Cash, and we will make sure that the board is apprised, as you are on the thread, regarding a variety of other issues that take place throughout the district on a daily basis. Sometimes that includes transportation stuff. It depends where it happens, when it happens, and sometimes we noticed there were some gaps in there that we needed to close, and we've done that. So on behalf of the district, and I certainly apologize for that, apologize for this incident, and we will certainly make sure it's corrected moving forward. But I do believe that my review, that it was handled, an unfortunate incident that you don't want to happen, but once we learned of it, our transportation department did handle it properly.
I'm sorry, it wasn't handled properly by the transportation department. That wasn't the first complaint by the family, is that they just took it that it was a little black child that was abandoned, but it's okay because somebody from the county picked her up, so everything is okay. That was the first message they got from the transportation department. That was the message, and that's why they called me in tears.
I think we all were grateful that she was okay in terms of not being seriously injured. I'm grateful for that. I mean, I wouldn't have wanted anything bad to happen, and I think that that's a common thing to say, from somebody. But I don't think it was to be dismissive or to minimize the severity of what occurred on that day.
So, parents, let me know through a text, give me the number, and we will reach out to the family and to the child.
I'll just say one more thing. 10 years ago, I was living in Atlanta, and had another relative about the same age, a couple of blocks away from that area, was abducted. A little girl, and it was on Coombe Street. She was raped, and her body was dismembered. And they found her a couple of months later behind an abandoned house. And this is a direct relative to the same people. So in their minds, that same scenario went off again. And that crime was never solved. But because of the extended time after they found her. So when I say this family, the mindset wasn't about lawsuits. It wasn't about trying to get revenge or whatever. It was about making sure this don't happen to another child, that they get dropped off and a stranger, but a God-sent stranger this time, thank God, but to take her by the hand and walk her down a dead-end street, that they came to a great conclusion. But the mother, on the other hand, was at the center, looking at her app, and knowing that there was some delays in bus time, she had no idea that an hour later that her child was in the hands of 3 different strangers while she was out waiting for the child. So that's why I called you personally so many times and reached out to you, but and try not to bring this to this point, but this is something I feel should happen if you answer the phone. And we could have talked about this and tried to get the resolution to this.
Just leave a message and I get right back to you. You didn't leave any message. You didn't text me. I don't want to, I feel you. Just say I feel you. Okay? I do. I really do.
Dr. Kathy Armstrong, I see you want to make a quick comment.
I just want to make a quick comment. Certainly that's a traumatizing experience for that little girl and the family based on what you said, Mr. Hurd. But, many days in my career as a child protection worker, I have picked up many And just for those who are bus drivers and bus aides, common sense 101, you do not drop a child off at a bus stop without an adult. You take that child to the police station or whatever the protocols you have in place, but you do not drop a child off, especially at that age, at a bus stop by herself or himself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
I'm sorry that happened to that young lady, the little lady girl. I don't understand how somebody would do that, a 5-year-old. But I think the issue is there's a communication issue problem. And when a board member reaches out to the superintendent, they should have the privilege to be able to talk to the superintendent. Okay? And so, no, you didn't leave a message or whatever. But it is a known fact that you can and you cannot, at different periods of time throughout the year or whatever, reach out and get a response back or not from the superintendent. So I think the issue is communication, okay? And so when a board member reaches out, whether they leave a message or not, it requires they call back. So if the superintendent does not want to call back, then one of his staff members should call back. Because obviously, I have been excommunicated now for probably three months or more. And so, with that said, that type of concern, my concern is that the culture in the district learns how to heal and to move forward. And that in listening today, that people are listening to and not knowing what someone is about to say out of their mouth before they say it, and having more experience than people. And so it's very difficult to be a board member and not be able to communicate to the superintendent. But the other fear for me is that the things that I'm working on may not get handled or may not move forward because I'm working on it. Because I don't know what degree of punitive damage will occur. So as a result of that, you end up staying in a box, in a line. And it's unfortunate because we should be at a point in time that the children are the priority. I don't have to like you, you don't have to like me, okay? But if we can sit down and we can agree about what's important for children, that's all it should be about. It shouldn't be about the personality or anything other than that. And I think we have a lot of healing to do on this board. And what's ironic is that we just had an opportunity to try to help children from standing on corners. And it makes me think of what happened last month when we went ahead and approved Section 6. After realizing that Section 6 is not done what they're supposed to do for us, that nobody would hold it up and have another conversation. So when you have these patterns of, you talk about children looking at what you're doing, you're right, you're inconsistent, okay? So you treat people how you want to be treated, or you get the wrath of God in regards to it, okay? I prefer to try to treat people how I want to be treated. Okay, so that's what I have to say. I'm sorry that happened to you. It never should have happened. But when does the superintendent make a phone call? If you hear something like that happened to a kid, why wouldn't you have empathy enough to reach out to a child? Why wouldn't you have empathy enough to talk to the parents that are standing out in the cold in regards to their kids? You know, I'm concerned about the communication of the system. There's a major issue here. It's so bad that we couldn't communicate the fact that Mckinley was in major trouble and nothing got done, or things were moving, but they were moving slow. Even Don Postal on the news said it's very concerning that there was a plan, but the plan wasn't in place. Okay, so let's stop the personality, be grown, and get the work done for the children. Stop killing the messenger or the message. Start listening. Even Sam Bradford, if you don't want to hear what he has to say, there's truth in what he has to say. He deserves to be looked at when he's speaking, okay? There's just basic things that we need to do as a district or as a board that we just have not done. And I think we've gone too far down to even try to fix it in most aspects. But I hope we have not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conley. So at this point, we have an option. I will survey the board. We could go into executive session to discuss our collective negotiations, or we could wait till March. But I don't believe that we're cross option. Yeah.
I can do it at the next work session.
Yeah, we'll do it after work session.
So may I just say that I personally feel that this board needs a meeting, a board meeting just dedicated to McKinley. I don't, a special meeting just dedicated to McKinley. It's one thing to take control over the committees, but the committees we had talked about was supposed to be about focusing in on student academics. We were talking about spending 50% of our time working on student academics, and lately we've been doing operational stuff. So it appears to me that McKinley is important enough that we have a board meeting in the event we need to move something to the next level. I think it's important to think about that. I have a major concern that we only have, 9 committee meetings? And so far, we've occupied 4 of them, or 3 of them have been solely occupied with doing operational stuff. I really think that we need a special meeting just for and the other schools, of course, to provide resources.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. I see that the will of the board is not to go into executive session. That being said, do I have a motion to adjourn? What's that? Motion to adjourn? All in favor?